Chapter 188. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was getting impatient. But when he looked around, the Misty School disciples didn't have any other expressions on their faces. They just stood there respectfully, occasionally glancing at the end of the aisle. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt deep respect for the disciples around him. It was a great compliment to the Misty School in his heart. What was this? This was the result of the Misty School's daily education. Even without the presence of the higher-ups, they were still extremely well-behaved. Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed of his inferiority. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's imagination was running wild, he saw that the disciples' eyes were focused on the aisle. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly looked in that direction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's height was still too short. Many disciples blocked his view. It wasn't until the guests came closer that he could clearly see who had come to visit during the Misty School's martial arts practice. The person walking in front of the crowd wasn't the Misty School's respected sect leader but an old monk with gray hair and beard. Oh, there was a mistake. His beard and eyebrows were gray. Next to him was Peng, who had a smiling face. Although the old monk was old, he still looked hale and hearty. His back was very straight, and his eyes were squinted. When he looked around, there was a flash of light. From time to time, he would look at the disciples in the square. His expression was very arrogant, and he didn't have the inherent benevolence of a monk. Peng whispered something to the old monk. The old monk nodded slightly, but didn't reply. Behind Peng was the Misty School's deputy sect leader Shui Yupeng. Zhang Xiaohua didn't recognize her, but Zhang Xiaohua keenly noticed that Shui Yupeng's expression was a little awkward, a little angry, and a little helpless. Beside Shui Yupeng were the 6 Misty Tigers and other elders. Behind them were the Misty School's hall masters and a group of bald monks of different ages. The slightly older monks put their palms together and said something to the people accompanying them. The younger ones were even younger than Zhang Xiaohua. Although their palms were also put together, their eyes were darting around, curiously looking at the Misty School square. When the group of people walked past, Zhang Xiaohua elbowed He Tianshu and asked softly, "Leader He, where do you think these monks came from? What are they doing at the Misty School?" He Tianshu lowered his voice and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, lower your voice. Their internal energy is profound. Be careful not to be heard." Zhang Xiaohua closed her mouth and nodded quickly. He Tianshu said, "The old monk in front is the Dalan Temple's law-enforcing elder Changgung. He's a well-known figure in Jianghu. I heard that his martial arts are profound, and he doesn't hold back when he fights. He's also a vengeful person. Not only is everyone in the Dalan Temple afraid of him, but even in Jianghu, he's terrifying. This time, he actually brought a group of monks to our Misty School. It seems like he's holding a grudge." "Ah. I see." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something as he said, "They are vengeful. Captain He, I believe your ethereal sect must have offended them. That's why they came to visit during the martial arts exhibition." He Tianshu shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. I'm just a small leader in the pharmacy hall. I only care about my own herbs. How could I care about such important matters?" Zhang Xiaohua and the others were making wild guesses in the square. Peng accompanied Changgung to the reed mat shelter. Peng invited Changgung to take a seat. Changgung opened his eyes and looked at him. He said, "Chief you don't have to be so polite. This is your Misty School. Naturally, I can't sit here. Please take a seat." Peng was humble again and said with a smile, "Elder Changgung is a senior in the martial arts world. I've admired you for a long time. Counting from my master, you're also my senior. It's only right for you to sit here. Please don't be so polite." Changgung waved his hand and said, "I'm just an outsider. There's no need to treat me with such etiquette. Moreover, seniority in the martial arts world is very messy. Chief you don't have to mind. Chief O's status in the sect is much higher than mine. It's more suitable for Chief O to sit here. O Peng hurriedly said that he did not dare and declined several times. However, Monk Changgung was adamant about not taking a seat. After a few rounds, O Peng could no longer decline and had no choice but to take a seat. Monk Changgung took the seat of honor. The other older monks also took a seat. The other monks stood behind them in order. After the Dalan Temple's monks sat down, the Misty School's people sat down in order. However, Wen Wenhai, Lu Mingyue, Xue Qing, and the other disciples stood behind them. After everyone sat down, a disciple served them fragrant tea. O Peng smiled and said, "Elder, please have some tea. This fragrant tea is made from the tea tree unique to our sect's Misty Peak. Please have a taste." Changgung didn't stand on ceremony. He tasted 2 mouthfuls and said, "It's not bad. Although it can't be compared to the Buddhist tea of our Dalan temple, it can still leave a fragrance in the mouth. It's quite good." These words sounded very disrespectful, but the Misty School's people in the shed didn't say anything. It wasn't clear if they were too angry to say anything, or if they were touched by his words. Shui Yupeng looked at the tepid crowd and said, "I've heard that the Dalan temple's people are all eminent monks who have achieved the Tao. The world is empty. Why are you so greedy for food?" Changgung gave Shui Yupeng a sideways glance and asked in a low voice, "May I know who this is?" O Peng hurriedly introduced, "This is Shui Yupeng from our Misty School. She's the deputy chief." When Monk Changgung heard this, he seemed to have already understood. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "An eminent monk who has attained the Tao naturally does not desire good food. I have never flaunted myself as someone who has attained the Tao." Shui Yupeng's heart skipped a beat when she heard the ambiguous words. She lowered her eyebrows and didn't say anything. O Peng also knew that things were not going well. He smiled apologetically and said, "Great Master Changgung, you've never been to our sect before. Would you like to stay for a few more days so that we can do our best as hosts?" Changgung still said in the same tone, "That's not necessary. I'm here to admire the grandeur of your sect's martial arts exhibition. I'm also here to exchange martial arts with your sect. You and I are both big sects in Jianghu. Exchanges can also promote the development of martial arts and strengthen the friendship between the two sections. Don't you think so, Chief O?" O Peng thought, "Oh no, he's really here to cause trouble." However, he didn't dare to show any change in his expression. He only said, "The Dalan Temple's position in Jianghu is something that our Misty School can't compare to. It's better to learn from the Dalan Temple. I don't dare to say anything about this exchange." Changgung waved his hand and said, "We're all from the martial arts world, so we know each other's background. Chief O, you don't have to be so polite. This time, I've only brought a few good-for-nothing monks to exchange pointers with your sect's plainclothed disciples. They're not worthy of your attention." O Peng was stunned. He asked, "What do you mean?" Changgung explained, "The Dalan Temple and the Misty School are both sects with inheritances. We've known each other for thousands of years, so there's no need for us to fight to the death. Moreover, with our skills, if we want to exchange pointers, there's no need to be so calculative in this martial arts exhibition. I heard that your sect's martial arts exhibition is an advancement competition, so I brought a group of disciples of similar age to join in the fun. Let the younger disciples compete with each other while you and I watch from the side. Isn't that great?" O Peng came to a realization. The Dalan Temple's action was probably to test the strength of the ethereal sect's low-ranking disciples. Winning or losing this competition was inappropriate. If he won, he would gain face and boost the strength of his sect's disciples, but it would also attract the attention of the Dalan Temple. However, if he lost, he would be slapping his own face. Others had come to his doorstep to bully him. If news of this spread to the pugilistic world, the ethereal sect's reputation would be ruined. But now, Chang'eng had come in such a hurry that he was caught off guard. He didn't have enough time to prepare. Fortunately, they had only just started the plainclothed disciples challenge. The other stages hadn't started yet, so he had to deal with them first. Peng winked at Zhang Chengyue and said to Chang'eng, "Master, you've come at a bad time. The plainclothed disciples challenge is coming to an end. Now, there's only one competition in each arena. How do you plan to participate?" Chang'eng squeezed out a smile and said, "It's fine as long as there's a competition. I've brought a few young children to test their skills in the arena. It's also a way to improve their relationship with your sect's disciples." Peng saw that Chang'eng was insistent on the competition and felt helpless. He probed, "Master, what are the rules for this competition?" Chang'eng flicked his sleeves and said, "Since it's a competition, there can't be any injuries. If there's a mistake, it'll be considered a failure and you'll be punished severely. There's no time limit for this competition. Only a victory or defeat can arouse the desire to win. Chief O, what do you think?" Peng smiled bitterly and said, "Master, you're right. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Of course, there can't be any injuries. However, what I mean is, on my arena, there are plainclothed disciples challenge and plainclothed disciples challenge. How will your sect's disciples participate?" "Oh, I see." Chang'eng thought for a moment and said, "That's easy. Let the plainclothed disciples compete with our disciples. If our disciples are lucky enough to win, it'll be considered that your sect's plainclothed disciples have failed the challenge. If your sect's plainclothed disciples win, it'll be considered that your sect's disciples have passed the challenge. What do you think?" When Peng heard this, he felt indignant. Where did this come from? You've already said that Shi brought a low-level disciple here, which is the standard of our plainclothed disciples. Now, you want to replace our plainclothed disciples to test the standard of our plainclothed disciples. If our plainclothed disciples win, it'll be considered a success. What kind of success is your success? But if our plainclothed disciples lose, it'll be good. Our plainclothed disciples are no match for the Dalan Temple's low-level disciples. Regardless of whether the Dalan Temple's monks win or lose, our Misty School's disciples won't be at an advantage." Although Peng was cursing in his heart, he still had a smile on his face. Although his martial arts had improved greatly and he was confident that he could fight against this famous monk, it would have a huge impact on the Misty School. For the time being, the Misty School didn't have the strength to fight against a super sect like the Dalan Temple. What they needed to do now was to not attract their attention and develop rapidly. Only when their strength reached a certain level would they reveal their ferocious side. If they were to fall out with Monk Chang'eng now, the ethereal sect would be facing an unprecedented calamity if their trump card was exposed. Thinking of this, Peng asked again, "Then what are the rules for the other disciples' matches?" Chang'eng chuckled and said, "Let's see how the younger generation matches up first." "How about that?" Peng nodded and said, "I'll follow the master's instructions." Then, he instructed Zhang Chengyue, according to the master's instructions, go and make the arrangements. After Zhang Chengyue saluted, he said to the group of young monks behind him, "Disciples who want to participate in our sect's level 1 cotton robe challenge, please follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 young monks walked out from the group of young monks. They looked to be around 10 years old, which was the same age as the Misty School's disciples. Looking at the situation, Chang'eng must have already made arrangements. Zhang Chengyue couldn't help but think, it seems like this bald donkey came prepared. The remaining disciples of the Misty School are going to make a fool of themselves. Although the rules had been set that there couldn't be any casualties, the possibility of an accident happening in the match was too high. If there was a mistake, it would only be considered a failure and they would be severely punished. What kind of punishment was this severe punishment? It didn't seem like it was explicitly stated just now. Even if there weren't any casualties, as long as you were thrown off the arena in a sorry state, not only the disciples themselves, but even the Misty School's reputation would be lost. Zhang Qingyue led the 3 young monks to the front of the arena and said, "Young masters, there are 5 arenas. There are 5 matches for the Misty School's disciples. You can choose any one of them." After saying that, he floated onto the arena and used his inner strength to explain the rules of the match to the disciples in the square. If it were any other day, Zhang Qingyue's words would definitely cause a commotion. However, there were outsiders present now. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. The disciples already had a common hatred, so why would they break the rules? Seeing that the disciples weren't as noisy as he expected, Zhang Qingyue nodded and said, "Let's invite the disciples of the 5 arenas who are ready to challenge the Misty School's disciples to come up." After saying that, 3 bald monks jumped up from the arena and somersaulted a few times before landing on arenas number 1, number 4, and number 5. Seeing that the 3 monks were standing still, the disciples of number 2 and number 3 also floated onto the arena. When these people stood on the arena, 4 figures flew out from the crowd and landed on arenas number 1 to number 4. These 4 figures seemed to be showing off their lightness skills, but also seemed to be deliberately provoking them. Their figures flew high and fluttered, causing a burst of cheers from below the arena. In fact, if these 4 disciples' lightness skills were good, it might not be so. It was just that they looked better than the bald monks on the arena, so naturally they would be cheered. Moreover, the Misty School was known for its lightness skills. It was better than the Dalan Temple, so it could be considered as taking the lead in suppressing the monks in terms of momentum. Zhang Qingyue stood on the first arena and smiled at the disciple in front of him. The disciple had a simple and honest face, thick limbs, and a small face, but was almost as tall as him. He asked, "Number 12, what's your name?" Number 12 replied in a muffled voice, "I'm young Eagle Cousin's disciple, Tang Shi." When Zhang Qingyue heard this, he nodded and said, "Good, Tang Shi, I'll remember your name. Are you ready?" Tang Shi nodded. Zhang Qingyue said in a clear voice, "Good, let the competition begin." After saying that, he was about to float down when he heard a voice from the side, wait, I haven't gone up yet. Wait a moment." The disciples on arenas number 1 to 4 were already prepared. When Zhang Qingyue gave the order, the 4 pairs of disciples had already started competing. How could they have the leisure to listen to the sounds from the other arenas? Only Zhang Qingyue looked at the 5th arena to the side in puzzlement. Of course, on that arena, there was a monk wearing a white monk robe standing alone. He was puzzled with his palms together and muttering something under his breath as he looked down the arena. Zhang Qingyue looked down the arena again, at the place where the voice came from, and couldn't help but be even more surprised. Weren't the 2 brothers Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu running over from the crowd? Zhang Xiaohu was carrying something like a ladder on his back. Zhang Xiaohua was running in front and had already reached the bottom of the arena. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the disciples, Zhang Xiaohu put the ladder on the side of the arena. Zhang Xiaohua used both hands and feet to nimbly and lightly climb up the arena. Zhang Qingyue, who was standing at the edge of the first arena, was dumbfounded. He didn't know what this meant. He used his qigong to jump onto the 5th arena, frowned and scolded, "Zhang Xiaohua, what are you doing here? This is the challenge of the martial arts exhibition." Before Zhang Qingyue finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in disbelief, "Could it be that you are the legendary number 250? Zhang Xiaohua touched the back of her head and said embarrassedly, "That's me, I am contestant number 250. Zhang Qingyue was a little puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you stay at Huanxi Mountain Manor? Why did you come to the martial arts exhibition?" But, just as he asked, he immediately said, "Forget it, now isn't the time to talk about the reason. You've heard what I said just now, right? Now your opponent has changed to this young master from the Dalan Temple. If you can defeat him, then even if the challenge is successful, although you won't be able to truly become a commoner second-ranked disciple of my Misty School, but with the sect leader, I reckon you won't be lacking in benefits. Are you confident?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately puffed out her small chest and said, I'm not confident. Zhang Qingyue smiled and said, good, as expected of. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly understood and hurriedly changed his words. What? You're actually not confident? Zhang Xiaohua said in shame, if it's a draw, then I have some confidence. But if I win, it's really hard to say. When Zhang Qingyue heard this, he thought to himself, this is the truth. He's only been practicing martial arts for a few years, even younger than a commoner first-rank disciple. How can he be a match for these carefully selected disciples of the Dalan Temple? Immediately, he patted his shoulder and said, no matter, we can compete in style and skill. Finished speaking, he jumped off the arena and walked towards the reed mat shelter. Everyone's comments have been added. Thank you for your participation. Also, for these few chapters, I need to fill a hole. Which one do you think it will be? Please feel free to comment. It's still the same old rules. To be honest, I don't know about other rewards. Hehe, please bookmark. Thank you. Chapter 189. After Zhang Qingyue walked away, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saluted the little monk in snow-white clothes. I'm Zhang Xiaohua from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Please enlighten me. The little monk also put his palms together and said, I'm Yuan from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Dalan Temple. Please enlighten me. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her opponent had also finished saluting. She crossed her fists and was about to attack with the Big Dipper magical fist when she heard Nao Yao say, please wait. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, is there anything else? Nao Yao asked, aren't you a disciple of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, yes. How do you know? Nao Yao smiled and said, I heard what you said to senior brother Zhang just now. And didn't you introduce yourself as Huanxi Mountain Villa? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that she really didn't pay attention to these details. Then Nao Yao asked again, since you're not a disciple of the Misty School, how are you qualified to participate in the martial arts exhibition? Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said mysteriously, this is a matter between our Huanxi Mountain Villa and the Misty School. It's confidential. Please forgive me for not being able to answer. Nao Yao seemed to be endless and asked again, just now Shishu Zhang asked you if you had the confidence to defeat me. Why did you say that you only had the confidence to draw? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, you little monk are so unreasonable. What I say to others is my privacy. You eavesdropped without my permission. Isn't that an invasion of my privacy? Even now, you're still curious about the reason. Do you want to compete or not? Look at the other rings, they're already fighting. Nao Yao said kindly, know yourself and know your enemy. I also know your situation. Later, I'll tell you about me. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I'm not interested. Nao Yao said, my information is a secret. Do you want to hear it? Hearing the word, secret, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She said, well, you have to tell me your secret after that. Yuan nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaohua said, because I participated in the martial arts exhibition and competed in 12 matches. 10 of them ended in a draw, so I said that I was very confident in a draw. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yuan Liao rolled his eyes and casually asked, then how did you enter the third stage with such poor results? Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and said, I was the worst one to enter the second round. My number was 250, and I was the last one to enter the third round. It was all due to luck that I got a bye. Do you know that? Yuan pursed his lips and said, I understand. Oh right, let me ask you one last question. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely anxious, and said, are you done yet? Do you really not want to compete? Yuan Liao smiled and said, this is the last question. You only need to answer yes or no. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, it's really the last question. Yuan Liao asked, do you not know Qinggong? Zhang Xiaohua's face turned red. She could actually use the levitation technique last time, but it was still very immature. If she said no now, it would be a bit far-fetched. Zhang Xiaohua could only nod and say, yes. Then, she quickly changed the topic and asked, tell me your secret. Na Liao smiled mysteriously and said, my secret is very simple. Don't look at me coming to the fifth arena. My martial arts is the highest among the three. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and naturally looked at the other arenas that were in the midst of fighting. She said, I don't believe it. You don't know me. Na Liao did not correct her, and only said, since you don't believe it, then fine. Number 250 Zhang Xiaohua, take this move of mine. After that, he immediately floated up. His figure was like a wisp of smoke, and immediately arrived in front of Zhang Xiaohua. His figure left a few blurry afterimages in the air. His qigong was actually extremely brilliant. Zhang Xiaohua secretly knew that it was not good. She said, you little monk, you actually cheated. As soon as her words fell, Yuan Liao had already closed in. His hands were like playing a pipa. He waved his fingers and pointed at all the acupoints on Zhang Xiaohua's body. In just one move, he had sealed 36 major acupoints on Zhang Xiaohua's body. Then, Yuan Liao's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Zhang Xiaohua. He stood tall with his hands behind his back, and looked at the crowded heads under the arena with a lonely face. At that time, the bald little monk Yuan Liao, wearing clothes whiter than snow, floated at the edge of the arena. The only thing missing was a swaying fan, and it would be even more perfect. His charm was comparable to that of a talented scholar. He was simply the legendary jade tree facing the wind. In fact, one could not help but say that Yuan Liao was showing off. He had the ability to show off. Not to mention how divine his body was, just this exquisite technique of sealing acupoints was something that few of the Misty School's commoners could compare to. As everyone knew, the technique of sealing acupoints required internal energy to be injected into the body's acupoints in order to produce an effect. If one could condense their internal energy into the size of a needle, without 10 years of hard practice, it was simply impossible to achieve. In the Misty School, only the commoner fourth-ranked disciples, whose internal energy cultivation had reached a certain level, would pass the internal energy assessment and be taught according to the circumstances. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaohua had never encountered an acupoint sealing technique in the commoner first-rank competition. The ethereal sect also had some talented disciples who were able to reach the standard of the acupoint sealing technique when they were at the third rank of commoner clothes. However, those who were as proficient as Yuan Liao and had such deep inner strength were hard to find. Only the fourth rank of commoner clothes could compare to him. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Yuan Liao was the most powerful of the three. It was no wonder that he stood to the side, allowing the wind to blow at his monk robe. His face was filled with loneliness. Geniuses were lonely. Just as Yuan Liao was standing at the edge of the arena in satisfaction, freely showing off his naked body, he felt the increasingly amazed gazes of the Misty School disciples below the arena. He also felt the increasingly quiet atmosphere around the fifth arena. He enjoyed it very much. He thought to himself, what a bunch of country bumpkins. Have they never been geniuses before? Sigh, what kind of realm was this? What kind of subduing was this? Wasn't this the realm that Elder Chang'an wanted him to reach? However, Yuan Liao, who was intoxicated in his self-satisfaction, suddenly discovered a trace of disharmony. Yuan Liao discovered that the increasingly astonished gazes of the crowd below the stage weren't focused on him, but had instead bypassed him and concentrated behind him. Suddenly, he felt a trace of unease. Just as he was about to turn around to take a look, he heard a loud shout from behind him, "Get down!" Following that, he felt a huge force coming from his buttocks. He felt a foot kick his buttocks, kicking him straight out of the arena. Yuan Liao cursed inwardly and immediately wanted to get into a horse stance to stabilize his body. However, the strength of the kick on his buttocks was too great. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand still. In an instant, his figure had already fallen outside the arena. However, at this moment, the little monk, Yuan Liao, used the tip of his right foot to tap the instep of his left foot. The inner strength in his dantian expanded and his entire body rose up. With a somersault, he landed on the arena. The disciples below the arena could not help but exclaim in unison. However, before he could land on the arena, he saw a small fist suddenly appear in front of him, smashing towards his face. Yuan Liao sneered. He raised his palm and was about to place it on the fist, preparing to use the force to leap back onto the arena. However, just as he was about to place his palm on the fist retracted and another fist struck towards his face. At this moment, Yuan Liao's old strength had dissipated and his new strength had yet to be generated. The circulation of his inner strength had also stagnated. His figure stopped there. If he wanted to return to the arena, he could only place his hand on the fist. Yuan Liao made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and stretched out another hand towards the fist. This time, the fist did not retract. It was still straight as it struck towards Yuan Liao's palm. Yuan Liao snickered in his heart. If his palm were to meet this fist, even if he could not return to the arena, he would still pull him down. It was hard to say who would win or lose. However, when the fist and palm met, an even greater force than before immediately struck Yuan Liao down. Normally, if Yuan Liao's inner strength was endless or if he was standing on flat ground, Yuan Liao had hundreds and thousands of ways to dodge. However, at this moment, his new strength had yet to be generated. His inner strength had stagnated and his figure was still in midair. How could there be any other outcome? Yuan Liao's white figure was helplessly struck down to the ground. The disciples below arena number 5 were baffled by what they were seeing. The two of them on this arena were muttering something to each other. The battles in the other arenas had been going on for a long time, but they had yet to start. Furthermore, as the two of them were chatting, this number 250 from Ethereal's sect was looking at the other arenas. Just as he was distracted, the little monk in white executed his acupoint sealing technique and sealed all 36 acupoints of his opponent. The disciples who were watching were shocked. What kind of genius was this? To be able to seal acupoints at such a young age. However, what shocked them was yet to come. The young monk who could strike acupoints stood naked at the edge of the arena. As for number 250, who had his acupoint struck, he looked left and right as though nothing had happened. He looked up and down and scratched his head. Then, he looked at the young monk who was standing at the edge of the arena. It was unknown what had happened to make the young monk give up his attack and take the initiative to stand at the edge of the arena. Facing the astonished gazes of the disciples below the arena, number 250 shrugged his shoulders and made a face. Then, with a loud shout, he kicked the young monk out of the arena with the wild goose landing on sand style. When the young monk in white landed helplessly on the ground, the disciples beneath arena number 5 could not believe their eyes. Was this a competition or an act? However, the young monk from the Dalan temple had indeed landed on the ground. In other words, number 250, who was rumored to be the weakest in arena number 5, was the first to kick the monk from the Dalan temple out of the arena. What kind of realm was this? The disciples beneath arena number 5 were stunned for a moment. Then, they no longer cared about the sect rules and their reputation as they cheered thunderously. The thunderous cheers actually affected the competition in the other 4 arenas. Everyone was distracted. Even Tang Shi, who had been at a disadvantage in arena number 1, was inspired by the familiar cheers. He actually gained the upper hand in one fell swoop. The more he fought, the braver he became. In the end, he finally forced his opponent out of the arena and obtained his second victory. In the other 2 arenas, the contestants from the Misty School were not in the mood to accept the challenge. They all passed the challenge. Only the contestant from arena number 4 was indeed much weaker than the young monk from the Dalan temple. That was why he failed his challenge. The Misty School's achievement was beyond everyone's expectations. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua climbed onto the arena, O Peng and Monk Changgung had already noticed the commotion in arena number 5. Monk Changgung did not need to be mentioned. That Yuan Liao was his trump card, so it was definitely the focus of his attention. As for O Peng, he felt that Monk Changgung was especially looking at arena number 5. Whatever the enemy desired was also his own desire. Since you're paying attention to the 5th arena, I naturally have to pay more attention to the 5th arena. Just the fact that the challenger of the 5th arena had not jumped onto the arena for a long time already made O Peng very angry. How could he not take a few more glances? O Peng even wondered if it was because the last ranked disciple did not dare to accept the challenge due to stage fright. However, when Zhang Xiaohua agilely climbed onto the arena, O Peng and Monk Changgung finally understood what was going on. As a result, their thoughts changed greatly. O Peng's mood was one of astonishment and joy. The reason for his astonishment was naturally because he did not know how this youth from the Huanxi Mountain Manor came to the martial arts exhibition. Moreover, he even made it to the 3rd stage of the competition. Therefore, when he heard Zhang Qingyue mention arena number 5, he felt a little puzzled. He still had some understanding of Zhang Xiaohua's background. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to make it to the 3rd stage. If he was not the last, who else could it be? The reason for his joy was also very simple. Since Monk Changgung was paying attention to the arena, it was naturally a battle that he was confident in. Not to mention, Tianji horse racing was avoiding the weak points and highlighting the strong points. Zhang Xiaohua's last place had obviously attracted the attention of an expert from the Dalan temple. Although he would fail the challenge, O Peng was still happy to see the inferior horse lose to the opponent's superior horse. Moreover, this horse was not his to begin with. What did its life or death have to do with O Peng? O Peng was secretly happy, but Monk Changgung's expression was ugly. This little monk Yuan Liao was just as he said. He was the most powerful among the few little monks. Monk Changgung wanted to use him to humiliate the young disciples of the Misty School. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, he encountered an opponent that could not be any weaker. Of course, how could a disciple who did not even know Qinggong be weaker than him? Although he could easily win this match, he had also lost a great opportunity. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Liao began chatting like old friends. Monk Changgung, who was below the arena, rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying to O Peng, "Chief O, this old monk suddenly thought of a problem. The rules we talked about just now seem a little inappropriate. This old monk would like to make some changes." O Peng's heart skipped a beat. He carefully asked, "Master, how do you want to make changes?" Monk Changgung smiled and said, "What we talked about just now was the result of a match. The loser naturally cannot compete again, but what about the disciple who won? Can he still continue with the following matches?" O Peng secretly gritted his teeth and thought, "This old bald donkey, you are the one who set the rules. What can I say? You didn't even say anything about the following matches. What do you want me to say? Aren't you just afraid that after seeing your disciple encounter a weak opponent, you won't be able to compete again after one match?" Thus, O Peng pretended to be thinking and said, "Then let's do as Master says. If I lose a match, I won't be able to participate in the following matches. As for the winner of the match, he can still participate in the following matches." In fact, while O Peng was pretending to be thinking, Yuan Liao had already activated his acupoint sealing plan. However, in the eyes of O Peng and Monk Changgung, such skills were not worth mentioning. Therefore, they watched while talking. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she was looking around mischievously. While she was not being sealed, O Peng was speaking. When O Peng finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua happened to kick Yuan Liao off the arena. The cooperation between the two could not be said to be tacit. On the other hand, when Monk Changgung saw Yuan Liao being kicked off the arena, he could not help but be alarmed. He actually lost his composure and stood up. However, just as he stood up, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. When he sat down again, he heard the end of Peng's words. He could not help but be infuriated as he thought to himself, did this fellow collude with the little fellow in the arena? He waited for me to finish speaking before taking action. If he had taken action earlier, I would have been able to set a new rule to allow the loser to be revived. But now that the words have been spoken, it's like spilled water. How can I take them back? Monk Changgung looked helplessly at the arena and nodded heavily. He was extremely unhappy. Peng looked at Monk Changgung's embarrassed look and was overjoyed. He thought, could this be the legendary saying, man proposes, God disposes? At this moment, Zhang Qingyue also walked back to the reed mat shelter. He had jumped off the arena and it was not appropriate for him to use his qinggong in front of everyone. He could only walk back step by step. His back was facing the arena. Before he could reach the reed mat shelter, the match at Arena 5 had ended. Hearing the thunderous cheers behind him, Zhang Qingyue naturally turned around to look. All he saw was Zhang Xiaohua standing alone and cupping her fists back and forth. She looked smug and he was puzzled. When Peng saw Zhang Qingyue return, he beckoned him over. Then, he whispered into Zhang Qingyue's ear, that Zhang something, what's going on? Zhang Qingyue also whispered into his ear, it's Zhang Xiaohua. I'm not sure what the reason is. Since I won, I'll ask again in the future. Peng nodded with a smile. Not long after, the matches in the 5 arenas ended. The disciples of the Misty School jumped off the arena. The 3 young monks of the Dalan Temple walked back to the reed mat shelter. The 3 young monks stood in order and bowed to Monk Changgung with their palms pressed together. 2 of them looked ashamed while the young monk with snow-white robes was flushed red. Monk Changgung was a straightforward person. He had a rare smile on his face as he said, it's fine, it's fine. I brought you to the Misty School to learn from each other. It's to prevent you from closing your doors and not broadening your horizons, thinking that you're the best in the martial arts world. Now that you've competed with the disciples of the Misty School, you've realized that you're just a frog in a well. When you go back, you'll have to work harder so that you won't be disappointed by today's defeat. It was unknown if the 3 young monks would listen to him. They only bowed and returned to stand behind Monk Changgung. I'm going to add a hole in the next few chapters. Which one do you think it is? There's a post in the book reviews and comments section. Let's see if everyone's guess is right. Please bookmark it, thank you. Chapter 190. Peng invited Monk Changgung to drink some tea, but he still asked carefully, Master, what do you think of the following matches? There was no joy from his victory at all. Just as Monk Changgung was about to speak, a dark and thick young monk suddenly stepped out from behind him. He clasped his palms together and bowed, Grand Marshal Uncle, I would like to challenge the disciple who defeated junior brother Yuan Liao. Peng found it funny. Seriously, to think that he would pick a fight with such a mediocre youth. He did not say a word and looked at Monk Changgung. The old monk pondered for a moment and said, Yuan Kong, he just finished a match. If you want to compete, you have to let him rest for a while. Don't you think so? The dark and thick Yuan Kong stiffened his neck and said, what's there to rest for? I don't know what evil technique he used to make junior brother Yuan Liao's acupoint sealing technique fail. He only kicked and punched once in the arena. How much strength could he use? The inner strength he used can be replenished after a short rest. Why does he need to rest? Monk Changgung saw that Yuan Kong was so anxious that he was even doing manual labor. He shouted, Yuan Kong, what are you talking about? How does your master usually teach you? A Buddhist disciple should have the rules of a Buddhist disciple. Don't talk nonsense. When Yuan Kong heard this, he immediately said, this disciple knows his mistake. However, he just stood there and did not return. Yuan Kong's evil technique made O Peng's heart skip a beat. When Yuan Liao's acupoint was sealed, he was talking to monk Chang Gung and did not see it clearly. He only thought that the young monk had made a mistake and failed to seal Zhang Xiaohua's acupoint. Now that he thought about it carefully, there was still something to ponder. Yuan Liao was an outstanding disciple of the Dalan Temple's new generation. His acupoint sealing technique looked abnormally experienced. He must have practiced it for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua was standing still when he was struck. There was no reason for him to make a mistake, but why did he fail? This was truly a problem. O Peng glanced at Sky Origin from the corner of his eyes and thought to himself, this bald donkey must be full of doubts, thinking that it's a trick from my misty school. I'll ignore him for now and let him have his doubts. But when he saw the dark-skinned monk in front of him, O Peng didn't know how to answer him. From the looks of it, monk Chang Gung didn't berate him to return and get him to extinguish the thought of challenging Zhang Xiaohua. He probably had the intention of getting back some face from Yuan Kong. O Peng had a general idea of Zhang Xiaohua's standards. She had defeated Yuan Kong purely by luck. Yuan Kong had been too confident in his acupoint strikes and had let his guard down, resulting in him being kicked out of the arena. For this Sky Origin to be able to stand out, based on his age, his martial arts must be stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Once he went up on stage, he would definitely beat Zhang Xiaohua off the stage. How could he let Zhang Xiaohua accept the challenge? However, if he didn't let Zhang Xiaohua accept the challenge, what reason did he have? Say that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Misty School. Alright, the previous match didn't count. The Misty School still had to send a disciple to face Yuan Kong. Looking at the previous matches, it would be difficult for a rank 1, or even a rank 2 or rank 3 cloth robe to be a match for Yuan Kong. The Misty School's reputation would likely be tarnished. Forget it, I'll let Zhang Xiaohua come out. At most, I'll just admit defeat. After all, he wasn't a disciple of the Misty School. It would be acceptable if he lost. What O Peng didn't know was that Yuan Kong had long known that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Misty School. However, he didn't know that there was something fishy about it. He didn't know if he should tell monk Chang Gung about his defeat. With O Peng making up his mind, just as he was about to speak, monk Chang Gung made the decision for him. He said to Sky Origin, take your leave for now. I'll call you again when that disciple has some rest. Then, he turned to ask O Peng, gang leader O, what do you think? O Peng smiled and said, Master, you're right. I was thinking the same thing. What a joke. You've already spoken for me. What else can I say? Immediately, monk Chang Gung said, since the rank 1 match is over, let's have our Dalan Temple's disciples spar with your rank 2 disciple. What do you think? O Peng hurriedly said, I was thinking the same thing. Just as he finished speaking, 4 slightly older monks walked out from behind monk Chang Gung. One of them was Sky Origin. When monk Chang Gung saw this, he waved his hand and said, Sky Origin, take a rest. You'll spar with that rank 1 disciple later. Sky Origin clasped his hands together and said, Martial Granduncle, there's no need. It won't be too late to rest after I finish this match. Monk Chang Gung wanted to say more, but Sky Origin said, that disciple has already competed. If I compete again, it'll be fair. Otherwise, the people of Jianhu will laugh at our Dalan Temple for using numbers to bully someone. Monk Chang Gung nodded and once again revealed a rare smile. He didn't say anything else. Seeing this, O Peng couldn't help but frown. Only a fool would believe that the Dalan Temple didn't come prepared. This competition was just a competition. Finding the adult disciples of the Dalan Temple to compete in the arena was the right thing to do. But monk Chang Gung brought a bunch of young monks to spar with Jianhu's low-level disciples. What kind of rules was this? Peng couldn't figure it out. Moreover, these low-level disciples of his were the real deal. There was no way to fake it. But these young monks in front of him weren't low-level disciples. Who could tell if they were low-level disciples or not? In terms of age, they were about the same. But some of them looked young. Peng wanted to ask if these young monks were really low-level disciples. But even if he had the courage, he still didn't want to offend the Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder. However, Peng thought about it again. Even if the Dalan Temple came to provoke him, they would still be righteous. They wouldn't use high-level disciples to impersonate low-level disciples. Moreover, they had a deep foundation. It was understandable that a few geniuses would emerge among the low-level disciples. Thinking of this, Peng completely extinguished the idea of inquiring. When Zhang Qingyue saw the 4 young monks come out again, he didn't say anything else. He brought them to the arena. The 4 young monks were also straightforward. They each picked one. Sky Origin chose arena number 5. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't go on stage, perhaps he wanted to familiarize himself with the environment first. There was no need to talk about the 5 challenges on the stage in detail. Only one of them was a genuine 3rd-tier cotton clothing disciple challenge. Just like the previous 2nd-tier cotton clothing disciple challenge, the first round of challengers were all ranked higher. Their strength was naturally the best amongst the 2nd-tier cotton clothing disciple. Their martial arts level should be above the average level of the 3rd-tier cotton clothing disciple. As for the 3rd-tier cotton clothing disciple challenge master, he was a disciple with a mediocre performance amongst the 3rd-tier cotton clothing disciple. In the end, this challenge competition still ended with the challenger winning. As for the other 4 matches between the Misty School and the Dalan Temple, they were a bit tragic. The Dalan Temple's monks came prepared. They had thoroughly studied the martial arts of the Misty School. In addition, the Misty School's disciples were indeed inferior to them. These 4 challenges were all defeated. However, even if this was the case, the spectating disciples were well aware of the situation. Previously, Yuan Liao's pressure point sealing technique had already rung an alarm bell for them. His level of martial arts against the first-level disciples was already so high, so there was no need to talk about the next one. Although Yuan Liao was kicked off the arena, it was only because he was overconfident. It had nothing to do with the level of his martial arts. This time, Zhang Qingyue didn't rush back. He just stood in a corner of the arena and calmly watched the battle. He hoped that there would be a disciple like Zhang Xiaohua who kicked the Dalan Temple's little monk off the arena. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After Zhang Qingyue sent the 4 little monks back to the reed mat shelter, the challenges on the 5 arenas continued. Inside the reed mat shelter, Peng saw the results and naturally wasn't surprised. He took a sip of tea and said to Chang Gung with a smile, "The Dalan Temple's foundation is really deep. The level of these low-level disciples is much higher than my Misty School's disciples of the same age. This humble one admires them greatly." Chang Gung's face didn't reveal a trace of a smile as he said, "This is nothing. These low-level disciples are only the new generation of the law enforcement hall. They still have a long road ahead of them. If..." He paused for a moment and chose his words carefully before continuing, "If they can't even cross this small gap, how can they be of any use in the future?" These words were very unreasonable. The expressions of the people sitting to Peng's right had already changed. However, Peng turned a deaf ear to them and said with a smile, "The Dalan Temple has such outstanding talents. Congratulations. In the future, Jianghu will naturally shine with extraordinary splendor. We look forward to it." After the 2 finished speaking, they looked at the arena again. The number of people challenging the 3rd level was not as many as the 1st level. In other words, there were only 10 disciples. In the first round of the competition, all of them were ranked among the top and had the chance to reach the 3rd level. However, because of the Dalan Temple's interference, only one of them passed. Under normal circumstances, the number of disciples who passed the second round would be lower than the number of disciples who passed the first round. However, today was an exception. Out of 5 disciples, 3 of them passed. As for whether they were truly at the third level or if someone had deliberately let them pass, the Misty School's disciples wouldn't pursue the matter. Peng also wouldn't pursue the matter. After the challenge was over, Peng asked Chang'eng for his opinion. At this time, there weren't many disciples behind Chang'eng who hadn't fought yet. Chang'eng pondered for a moment and said, "Sect leader O, this old monk only brought my disciples to your sect to learn from each other. We don't have any intention of having a comprehensive competition. Everyone is only here to exchange martial arts. There are still a few disciples behind this old monk who haven't entered the ring yet, so there's no need for a challenge." Peng smiled and said, "Reverend, you are a guest from afar. This humble one will naturally obey your orders. How will the Reverend arrange it?" Chang'eng turned around and said, "Other than Yuan Xing, everyone who hasn't entered the arena can go." After he finished speaking, 5 people walked out from behind him. They were all monks around 16 or 17 years old. Chang'eng said to Peng, "Yuan Xing is different from the others. He will fight after he enters the arena. As for the others, Chief O, please make arrangements." When Peng heard this, he was obviously stunned. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the ordinary-looking monk behind Monk Chang'eng. He muttered in his heart, "What kind of trick is this old bald donkey playing?" Zhang Chengyue received Peng's order and brought the 5 monks to the arena. However, there was a problem when selecting the disciples from the Misty School. The disciples of the Misty School began to be taught weapons from the 3rd rank onwards. The Misty School's swordsmanship was also famous in the pugilistic world. Not to mention the Misty 7 Swords, which was the sect's signature swordsmanship, many of the other swordsmanship were also famous in the pugilistic world. Many of the disciples of the Misty School practiced swordsmanship. As for fist techniques, they only practiced at the 1st or 2nd rank of the pugilistic world. Only a small number of disciples who didn't have the talent to practice swordsmanship chose to practice other methods such as staff techniques. There weren't many disciples who only practiced fist and palm techniques. In comparison, the Dalan Temple was famous for their fist, palm, and leg techniques. Their weapons were also mainly staffs. They rarely even used sabers, much less swords. Now, the 5 people standing in the arena were all bare-handed. They were probably prepared to face their opponents bare-handed. Since that was the case, the Misty School couldn't bring out their swords. This was because Chang'eng had made it clear that this was only an exchange of martial arts and not a battle to the death. Actually, wasn't this clearly bullying? Using one's strength against the opponent's weakness. Fortunately, the Misty School was also a large sect in the pugilistic world. Their disciples were also very outstanding. Not long after, they picked out 5 disciples of similar age who were also very skilled in martial arts. While the 5 pairs of disciples were competing in the arena, Peng didn't pay much attention to them. He occasionally glanced at Yuan Xing and secretly analyzed Chang'eng's thoughts. Chang'eng seemed to have noticed this as well. However, he didn't express anything and only watched the competition in the arena with great interest. On the arena, the 10 disciples were fighting in a group. Each of them had their own unique skills and wonderful moves. The 5 Misty School disciples attacked like a tide. The 5 Dalan Temple monks were also like pillars. They used their profound inner energy in simple moves to firmly resist the attacks. It was a stalemate. However, as time passed, the gap between the 10 disciples slowly became apparent. The Dalan Temple disciples' fists were still strong. Every move was made with full force and didn't seem weak. On the other hand, the Misty School disciples were obviously unable to withstand the attacks. It was obvious that their inner energy was insufficient. Most of them chose to wander. In fact, this was very normal. Since the Misty School was named Misty, it was natural for them to excel in Qigong. Every disciple would study Qigong while practicing sword techniques. In a situation where their inner energy was insufficient, they would naturally choose to use Qigong as a tactic. However, even though this lightness skill could allow him to gain the upper hand for a while, it was ultimately not the way of a king. Just from the scene alone, the ethereal sect disciples below the ring already felt a sense of helplessness rising from the bottom of their hearts. They were afraid that they would lose this match again. If the previous few matches were all challenges, it would be a competition between outstanding low-level disciples fighting for a high-level position. If they lost to the Dalan Temple, they could still accept it. They would feel that the young disciples weren't good at martial arts and needed more time to hone their skills. However, this competition in 5 arenas was obviously another way for the Dalan Temple to test or provoke the Misty School. In the huge Misty School, no one was able to defeat the Dalan Temple disciples. If they lost this match, the morale of the Misty School disciples would plummet and they would be ridiculed in Jianghu. However, things didn't change according to one's will. Under the secret support of the hundreds of disciples below the arena, it didn't take long for the 5 arenas to determine the winner. Although the Misty School disciples didn't want to see this, they still lost all 5 matches. Seeing the 5 disciples dejectedly walk back into the crowd, Zhang Qingyue felt very uncomfortable. However, he didn't show any expression on his face. He was still as gentle as ever as he led the 5 arrogant Dalan Temple monks back to the reed mat shelter. In the reed mat shelter, Peng's face was gloomy. No one would be happy about this. In his opinion, even though the Misty School wasn't prepared and hastily accepted the challenge, they should at least be able to win 1 or 2 matches. Now that they had lost all 5 matches, they had lost all face. In fact, Peng didn't have any good intentions towards monk Changgung's arrival. Changgung was the law-enforcing elder of a super sect. Be it in terms of martial arts, seniority, or connections, Peng couldn't match up to him. If Changgung humiliated him a little, Peng could have just endured it. However, he didn't expect them to lose so badly. From the beginning until now, if it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua taking advantage of Changgung's contempt and Tang Shi taking advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's victory, his Misty School would have lost every match. For a sect, this wasn't just a matter of being slapped in the face, it also had many other implications. However, since things had come to this point, Peng could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and squeezed out a smile. "Great Master, it seems like your esteemed temple is indeed better than my Misty School. However, in terms of nurturing the next generation of disciples, we are inferior. This humble one admires you." Monk Changgung shook his head and said, "Sect leader O is too modest. Who doesn't know that the Misty School has a deep foundation? The martial arts of these disciples are not worth mentioning. Even if it was your esteemed sect's core disciples or elite disciples, any one of them would be able to defeat 10 of them." When Peng heard this, his heart trembled. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Great Master, you must be joking. Right now, there are many elite disciples in this square." The one in the second arena was also an elite disciple, but he was actually defeated. That's why this humble one is a bit unhappy. Monk Changgung didn't point it out and continued, "Sect leader O is hiding his true abilities." A while ago, the entire Jianghu witnessed the Misty School's generosity. Everyone praised sect leader O for his great talent and bold vision. You created a great situation for the Misty School and your reputation is comparable to the Dalan Temple. This humble one heard about it and thus had the opportunity to come to your esteemed sect to witness the new atmosphere of the Misty School. When Peng heard this, he secretly cursed in his heart, "This old bald donkey is really up to no good. He wants to see the strength of my Misty School. Sigh, it seems that my Misty School has no choice but to lose face today." Thus, Peng hurriedly said, "Great Master, you flatter me. My Misty School is only a small sect. How can it be compared to the Dalan Temple, a super sect in the Jianghu? It's just the wild guesses of the ignorant children in the Jianghu. It really can't be taken seriously. Monk Changgang looked at O Peng meaningfully and said, "Sect leader O, actually, your Misty School and the Dalan Temple have been friends for thousands of years. Although the Misty School is declining, my Dalan Temple has never dared to look down on the Misty School." These words made O Peng's back break out in cold sweat. He repeatedly said that he didn't dare. However, Monk Changgang didn't say much about this. He immediately changed the topic and said, "The next match requires Yuan Xing to go on stage. However, the match with him is a bit special." When O Peng heard this, he was puzzled and said, "Special? Great Master, please explain. What is that foreshadowing? Can't anyone guess it? Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 191. Chang Gung stroked the white triangular beard under his chin, his eyes revealing a trace of warmth as he said, "This Yuan Xing is an orphan. He grew up in a mountain village next to the Dalan Temple. 2 years ago, when he was hunting in the mountains, he was injured by a tiger and wolf and almost lost his life. Fortunately, he was saved by a monk in my temple. Later on, he became a lay disciple of the temple. I saw that he had a pure heart, so I accepted him into the law enforcement hall." O Peng smiled and said, "A monk's benevolence is really not bad. Master's help will definitely be repaid in the future." Chang Gung continued, "This child has a pure heart, which suits my temperament. I originally wanted to pass on the martial arts of the Dalan Temple to my disciples. However, he is already old and the meridians in his body have already formed. On the path of inner strength, his future is bleak. I am currently considering how to teach him inner strength." O Peng frowned and thought to himself, "A pure heart, which suits your temperament. Only a ghost would believe that. However, what's the point of saying so much to me?" When Chang Gung saw O Peng frowning, he knew that O Peng didn't understand. He continued, "However, Yuan Xing is a natural martial arts talent. After staying in the law enforcement hall for 2 years, he has practiced countless fist and palm techniques. He has a lot of experience in fist and kick techniques. This time, I came to your sect to bring him along so that he can see the world." O Peng still did not understand and asked, "Then what's so special about this competition? Compared to the competition just now?" Before he could finish his words, O Peng suddenly understood and said, "Master, you mean that we won't use inner strength and will only compete with our fists and feet?" Chang Gung nodded and said, "That's exactly what I mean. I want to ask your disciple for guidance in the area of fists and feet." Hearing this, O Peng was a little embarrassed. To be honest, which of the disciples of the Misty School in the mountains had not practiced inner strength cultivation methods? When these disciples with internal strength techniques competed, they would naturally or involuntarily use their internal strength against their opponents. This was almost a habit. If they were not allowed to use their internal strength, it would be like cutting off their arms. How could they compete? At this moment, O Peng thought of Zhang Xiaohua. This youth didn't seem to know any inner strength. However, Monk Changgang had mentioned that he wanted to seek guidance from the disciples of the Misty School. If he were to push him out, Monk Changgang would have something against him. Furthermore, Yuan Kong was eyeing Zhang Xiaohua covetously in the reed mat shelter. He was waiting to find Zhang Xiaohua to vent his anger for his junior brother. It wasn't appropriate to let Zhang Xiaohua out now. What should he do? O Peng thought for a moment and beckoned Zhang Qingyue over. He lowered his head and said a few words. Zhang Qingyue nodded and said to Yuan Xing, "Master, please come with me." After saying that, he led Yuan Xing out of the reed mat shelter. But strangely, when Yuan Xing moved, Yuan Kong followed him out. Zhang Qingyue was somewhat puzzled, but when Zhang Qingyue leaped onto the stage, Yuan Xing, who was below the stage, grabbed Yuan Xing's armpit and pushed him onto the stage. Zhang Qingyue realized that Yuan Xing was the same as Zhang Xiaohua. He did not know Qin Gong. When Yuan Xing stood still on the ring, Zhang Qingyue circulated his inner strength and told him the conditions of the competition. He specifically said that he needed disciples from the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua was originally happy when he heard the conditions of the competition. Wasn't this a competition tailor-made for him? He was eager to give it a try, but when he heard that he needed disciples from the Misty School, he immediately withered. Although he was from the Huanxi Manor, he wasn't a disciple of the Misty School. Since Zhang Qingyue said so, he must be talking about him. In this square full of people, only he wasn't from the Misty School. Zhang Qingyue's conditions were barely satisfactory. The square full of Misty School disciples was silent. They had been cultivating inner strength for a long time. It was difficult to guarantee that they could beat this Dalan Temple monk without using their inner strength. Just when Zhang Qingyue was feeling a little awkward, a voice came from below the ring, "Disciple Zhang Xiaohu is willing to give it a try." Zhang Qingyue looked up. Of course, it was Zhang Xiaohua who was standing next to Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu volunteer himself, Zhang Qingyue frowned. He wanted to refuse, but out of all the people in the square, only Zhang Xiaohu stood out. If he didn't go up on the ring, it would disappoint him. Moreover, he had only been a disciple for less than 2 months. If he was defeated by Yuan Xing, it wouldn't be a loss of face for the Misty School. It would also be easier to explain in the Jianghu in the future. Immediately, Zhang Qingyue, who had figured out the trick, nodded and said, "Then Marshal Nephew Zhang, please go up on the ring." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran towards ring number 5. Nonsense, the escalator was still there and she hadn't had time to take it away. After Zhang Xiaohua set up the escalator, Zhang Xiaohu walked up the ring very seriously. Zhang Qingyue asked in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohu, how many times have you practiced fist techniques? How many types do you know?" Zhang Xiaohu told him everything. Zhang Qingyue nodded and said, "I understand. You can go now. Be careful." After saying this, he walked down the ring and reported to O Peng. O Peng, who was in the reed mat shelter, saw Zhang Xiaohu go up on the ring. He was delighted. How could he have forgotten about this disciple? He was probably the only disciple in the Misty School who didn't know much about inner strength. Moreover, he had just entered the sect. If he lost, it would be easy to find excuses. However, he didn't know how good his fists were. He seemed to have heard someone say that his fists were pretty good. With that thought in mind, O Peng looked at the disciple standing to his right. Coincidentally, Wen Hai was also looking in his direction. The master and disciple looked at each other and nodded inwardly. Not long after, Zhang Qingyue returned and whispered a few words in O Peng's ear. O Peng's expression rarely changed as he blurted out, "What? He only knows one." But he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He shut his mouth and waved weakly, gesturing for Zhang Qingyue to step aside. Monk Changgung was very sensitive to the reactions of the Misty School. He had brought Yuan Xing to the Misty School for 2 reasons. First, it was to broaden his horizons. Second, it was to give the Misty School a difficult problem to see how they would deal with it. However, the Misty School didn't take the difficult problem that he had racked his brains to dig out seriously. They quickly found Yuan Xing an opponent. He was very surprised. Did the Misty School have a disciple like Yuan Xing? Or did they just find a scapegoat to deal with the problem? Monk Changgung wanted to ask, but at this time, the battle on the arena had already begun. Yuan Xing was indeed fierce. He immediately used the Dalan Temple's basic fist technique, Arhat Fist. This Arhat Fist was similar to the Arhat Fist that was circulated in the pugilistic world. Not only did it have many more moves, the moves were also much more exquisite. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from below the arena, even realized that there were a few moves in the Arhat fist that monk Yuan Xing used that were similar to the moves in his fist of the Big Dipper. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be astonished. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu steadied himself and used a set of 6 directions fist technique. He was neither too fast nor too slow. It was exactly the same as Yuan Xing's Arhat fist. Every move was not at a disadvantage. Not long after, Yuan Xing finished using his Arhat fist. He changed his move again. He was using the Dalan Temple Skunda palm, which was not taught to outsiders. This Skunda palm was a fierce fist technique in the Dalan Temple that was combined with inner strength. It was extremely powerful. Now in Yuan Xing's hands, although he didn't have any inner strength, he could still vaguely feel the fierceness of it. Yuan Xing originally thought that since he used the Dalan Temple's fist technique, Zhang Xiaohu would definitely use the Misty School's secret fist technique to fight him. However, he saw that Zhang Xiaohu was still calm and unhurried. He was still using the same set of 6 directions fist. Yuan Xing didn't know the whole story. He was slightly angered. I'm using my school's secret fist technique to fight, but you're only using the 6 directions fist that is commonly seen in the pugilistic world. Isn't this clearly looking down on me? As a result, Yuan Xing became even more determined. He constantly changed his moves, trying to force Zhang Xiaohu to change his fist technique. It must be said that Yuan Xing was favored by monk Changgung for a reason. He was able to use the Dalan Temple's secret fist techniques and palm techniques one by one. In the beginning, he used them one by one, but later on, he was no longer limited to any one set of fist techniques. He was actually able to integrate all the Dalan Temple's fist techniques. He was able to casually use them as if they were just one move of a set of fist techniques. But even so, Yuan Xing's heart fire was even more exuberant. Although Zhang Xiaohu was on the verge of collapsing, he still did not change to the ethereal sex fist techniques. Instead, he continued to use the most common set of 6 joint fists. Isn't this clearly looking down on me? Yuan Xing was secretly angry. His hands and feet were constantly changing their moves. Like a multi-armed guanyin, he attacked Zhang Xiaohu from all directions. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu was suffering unspeakably. The fist technique he was proficient in was the 6 directions fist. He only used the other fist techniques as a reference. If he were to use them against an opponent, they would definitely be full of flaws. He might as well just use the 6 directions fist. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu didn't have much experience against an opponent. He didn't have many opportunities to compete. Although he was proficient in the 6 directions fist, he didn't have enough practice. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. If Yuan Xing hadn't been determined to force him to use the Misty School's secret fist techniques, he might have already been knocked out of the arena by Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing's fists and feet were like a mountain pressing down on Zhang Xiaohu. It made his chest feel stuffy and he couldn't breathe. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua was competing a few days ago. Zhang Xiaohu felt that something in his heart was being obliterated bit by bit. Maybe failure isn't far away. Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself. His movements were somewhat sluggish. Seeing this, Yuan Xing was secretly delighted. This guy is so unreasonable. Even now, he's still looking down on me. See if I don't throw you out of the arena. Thinking of this, his eyes naturally flashed with contempt. This gaze fell into Zhang Xiaohu's eyes and was imprinted in his heart. He couldn't help but think of his own situation in the Misty School. Some disciples were disdainful, some disciples were flattering, and even Chen Chen's words, these disciples, if it were my senior Chang'e, it would only take 2 or 3 moves. These constantly flashed in Zhang Xiaohu's mind. He couldn't help but feel unyielding. There was a voice shouting in his heart, don't ask where a hero comes from. Miracles come from people. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes immediately became lively. His fists and feet were also filled with power. The obscurity of his moves became smoother and smoother. As mentioned earlier, Zhang Xiaohu was the same as Zhang Xiaohua. They both had too little fighting experience. Zhang Xiaohua's North Star magical fist was slowly refined in the second round of the competition. Only then did it grow in power. Zhang Xiaohu was the same. Although he was familiar with the moves of the six-joint fists, his fighting experience was not as good as his younger brothers. When Yuan Xing exchanged moves with him, the pressure he gave him became the catalyst for the growth of Zhang Xiaohu's fist technique. Zhang Xiaohu's change shocked Yuan Xing. He originally wanted to force Zhang Xiaohu to display the secret fist technique, but he didn't change. Furthermore, the flaws in his moves were exposed. Yuan Xing was about to give up his original idea and knock Zhang Xiaohu off the stage. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu's fist technique didn't change, but the fist intent within changed. It became more vigorous and aggressive. Yuan Xing knew that things weren't going well. He displayed even more fist techniques. Everyone watching below the stage only had one thought: this monk is really impressive. I'm afraid that he has learned all the fist techniques of the Dalan Temple. The disciples in the square were dazzled as they looked at Yuan Xing's endless moves. They all thought to themselves, if I were to face such an opponent, but I couldn't use my inner strength, how would I win? There might be thousands of answers, but there was one thing that they all agreed on. That was, they all believed that if they were on the stage, they would definitely be stronger than Zhang Xiaohu. He wouldn't just use the same set of 6 harmonies fist technique over and over again. Furthermore, they also believed that Zhang Xiaohu's defeat was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Although they didn't wish for such a situation to happen, the situation in front of them was exactly that. Perhaps the people in the square all had the same thoughts. Perhaps O Peng and the rest in the reed mat shed also had the same thoughts. Perhaps, all the martial artists in the pugilistic world had the same thoughts. However, below the first stage, Zhang Xiaohua, who was secretly clenching his fists and had his heart in his throat, didn't think so. In his heart, he firmly believed that his second brother would definitely win. Even though he had already seen that Zhang Xiaohu's fist technique was a little weak and his morale was a little low. Although Zhang Xiaohu was still at a disadvantage, the sharp Zhang Xiaohua had already seen that little bit of willpower in Zhang Xiaohu's fist technique was rising. He also saw that little bit of unyieldingness in his moves was growing strong. However, it was also because of this that his heart was raised even higher. He was afraid that his second brother would be defeated by the monk before he mastered his fist technique. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was the spirit of the fist technique and Zhang Xiaohu's willpower. The disciples of the Misty School, on the other hand, were looking at the power of the fist technique. As time passed bit by bit, Zhang Xiaohu wasn't defeated like they had imagined. Zhang Xiaohu was like a small blade of grass. Under the heavy pressure of a huge rock, he grew bit by bit. Slowly, gradually, he unknowingly lifted the huge rock. From between the gaps of the huge rock, a tender bud emerged. At this moment, the huge rock could no longer suppress and strangle this tenacious life. At this moment, Yuan Xing felt like a huge rock. He was really regretful, but he also understood a little. He regretted that he hadn't ruthlessly attacked earlier and knocked his opponent out of the arena. He understood that he had overestimated his opponent. It seemed like his opponent really only knew one set of 6 harmonies fists. Yuan Xing was furious. I came here to ask for guidance on fist techniques from your Misty School. I first showed you all the fist techniques from the Dalan Temple one by one, but you guys only knew one set of 6 harmonies fists. Is this still the Jianghu where it's rude to come and go? But now, whether Yuan Xing was angry, shocked, or indignant, the opponent in front of him was no longer the one who had just entered the arena. He no longer had the strength to defeat him easily. His 6 harmonies fists had been refined to the extreme. No matter what fist technique or palm technique he used, he could use a simple move to easily resolve it. As soon as Yuan Xing relaxed a little, he would use a simple move to find his flaw and force him to quickly change his move to make up for the flaw. The disciples of the Misty School saw that the power of Zhang Xiaohu's fist technique was getting stronger and stronger. From the beginning when he was exhausted from defending, to now when he was able to attack and slowly turn the situation around, they couldn't help but feel hope rising from the bottom of their hearts. Once that little bit of hope was born, it spread and grew. Everyone's eyes were burning and their throats were itching. Unknowingly, someone shouted out, "Zhang Xiaohu, you can do it." Thus, with a single shout, everyone started cheering for Zhang Xiaohu. The entire arena was filled with shouts of, "Zhang Xiaohua, you can do it." O Peng and Monk Changgang, who were in the reed mat shelter, seemed to already know the final outcome from the moment Yuan Xing and Zhang Xiaohu began their match. After all, the two of them were famous experts in the Jianghu. Once this low-level disciple made a move, they would naturally know who was stronger and who was weaker. Thus, the two of them casually chatted about the matters of the Jianghu. Monk Changgung knew his disciple well and didn't look at the arena. This was a competition that didn't use internal energy, so there wouldn't be any injuries. Naturally, he didn't have to worry. Needless to say, the disciples of the Misty School would know that they were inferior to Yuan Xing the moment they made a move. On the other hand, O Peng watched as he chatted. If it were someone else who was at a disadvantage the moment they entered the arena, he might not have watched. After all, he knew that Zhang Xiaohu only knew one set of 6 harmonies fists. Seeing how Yuan Xing was throwing out the Dalan Temple's fist techniques as if they were free, how could Zhang Xiaohu be a match for him? However, there was another reason why O Peng was watching so attentively. Ever since Zhang Xiaohu entered the Misty School, when Wenhai hadn't taught him any martial arts. It wasn't that he didn't do his best as a master, but that when Wenhai was truly worried. The Misty School's disciples were trained from a young age and taught martial arts. There had never been a disciple as old as Zhang Xiaohu who had entered the school. For example, Aunt Qin of Mingzue Hall had entered the Misty School and didn't seek guidance from a master. She had her own martial arts, unlike Zhang Xiaohu who had to learn from scratch. However, since when Wenhai had accepted Zhang Xiaohu as a disciple, he naturally didn't want to treat him unfairly. Therefore, after careful consideration, he sought out his master, O Peng, to ask for O Peng's permission to impart the Misty School's core inner strength mantra, Ethereal Divine Art, to Zhang Xiaohu. However, O Peng immediately rejected his request. Although Ethereal Divine Art was a cultivation technique exclusive to the direct disciples of the Misty School and Zhang Xiaohu was qualified to cultivate it, Zhang Xiaohu hadn't gone through the formal procedures to enter the school. His martial arts aptitude was still unknown. Just his age alone was a big problem. His meridians had already formed, so how could he cultivate Ethereal Divine Art to the realm of Desheng? O Peng still hoped that when Wenhai could impart other higher-level inner strength mantras to Zhang Xiaohu. This was when Wenhai's first time accepting a disciple. He cherished this slightly older disciple and only wanted to give him a good foundation. This was why he begged O Peng again and again. Moreover, O Peng refused to agree. This resulted in Zhang Xiaohu's situation where no one cared about him even though he had been in the school for almost 2 months. Chapter 192. Actually, it wasn't that O Peng didn't want to test Zhang Xiaohu's aptitude, but as the sect leader of the ethereal sect, he was really busy with a myriad of affairs every day. How would he have the time to care about such trivial matters? He couldn't even remember the name of Zhang Xiaohua, the youth who had saved his younger sister. O Peng was also an extremely talented person, so how could he not remember a person's name? To O Peng, Zhang Xiaohua was a one-off item. Once he thanked him, he would forget about it. In the future, he wouldn't pay attention to him, so why would he bother to remember him? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu was sparring with Yuan Xing in the arena. It was fine to watch, but why didn't he pay attention to his aptitude? This was O Peng's intention as the sect leader, so he paid attention to it. At first, he had the same thought as the other disciples. He felt that Zhang Xiaohu didn't have any redeeming qualities and would be knocked out of the arena soon. However, after chatting with monk Changgung for a while, he raised his head again and couldn't help but let out an "n." This was the second time he had lost his composure after Zhang Xiaohu went on stage. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua saw the changes in her second brother's fists and kicks. Since Zhang Xiaohua could see it, so could Peng. Perhaps they saw different things, but they were both able to see the change in the situation. The more Zhang Xiaohu fought, the better Peng's mood became. Looking at the fine details, Peng even had a thought. If he didn't use his inner energy, his six harmonies fists might not be as accurate as Zhang Xiaohu's, able to find a chance to survive amidst Yuan Xing's chaotic moves. At this moment, Peng's love for talent was aroused. What was a genius? This was the most common six harmonies fists in the pugilistic world, taught by the Lotus Escort Agency's ninth-rate guards, was actually able to withstand the various secret fists taught by the Dalan Temple's Law Enforcement Hall's disciples. If this spread to the pugilistic world, the Misty School's reputation would definitely shine, enough to make up for the previous shadow. If the Misty School didn't pay attention to such a genius and didn't give her more responsibilities, it would be intolerable. Thinking of this, Peng raised his head and looked at Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai also noticed his master's attention. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Wen Wenhai's eyes lit up. He knew that his master had approved of Zhang Xiaohu, and he couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Monk Changgung originally did not pay attention to the arena, but when he saw Peng lose his composure, he was also shocked. He quickly turned his head to look at the arena. Who was Monk Changgung? He was an expert of Peng's generation. He immediately saw the difference in Zhang Xiaohu's fist technique. He could not help but cry out in pity. If Yuan Xing had attacked earlier, the competition would have ended long ago. Monk Changgung coughed and asked, "Congratulations, sect master. To think that there would be such a person in ethereal sect. To be able to research the six directions fist technique for so many years and persist for so long without using his inner strength, it seems like Yuan Xing has underestimated the heroes of the world." Cough cough. Peng couldn't help but laugh and explained, "This. Master, I have to explain to you. This disciple of the Misty School is called Zhang Xiaohu. He is a direct disciple of our Misty School." Monk Changgung felt somewhat comforted and said, "Yes, not bad. Sect leader has good eyes. To be able to find such a talented disciple and train him for so many years, he will definitely become famous in the pugilistic world." "Oh, right, I don't seem to have heard of this disciple of sect leader Peng's expression was somewhat strange as he said, "Master, you misunderstood. This Zhang Xiaohu was taken in by my disciple, Wen Wenhai." Wen Wenhai's disciple. Monk Changgung was stunned and said, "From what I see, Zhang Xiaohu is quite old. He isn't much younger than Wen Wenhai. Could it be that Wen Wenhai took him in as a disciple when he was young?" Peng smiled and said, "It's like this. Zhang Xiaohu wasn't nurtured by my Misty School since he was young. His situation is similar to that of your Misty School's disciple, Yuan Xing, who entered my Misty School after he grew up." Without waiting for Peng to finish, Monk Changgung interrupted and asked, "Is that so? Then, how did Zhang Xiaohu cultivate his inner force cultivation method? Sect leader if you have any good methods, please enlighten me." Monk Changgung was also concerned about Yuan Xing. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu had also entered the sect halfway, he naturally wanted to know how he cultivated the Misty School's inner force. However, Peng smiled bitterly and said, "Master, this Zhang Xiaohu has only been in the sect for 2 months. He hasn't started cultivating his inner force yet. His situation is similar to Yuan Xing's. I haven't considered this matter yet. Only been in the sect for 2 months." Monk Changgung was surprised and asked, "Then how long has he been practicing martial arts?" Has he never cultivated inner force before? O Ping said, just now, my disciple Zhang Xiaohu also told me that this Zhang Xiaohu seemed to have just started practicing martial arts last summer. His inner force cultivation method is also the most common in the martial arts world. He cultivated it for 2 months and stopped practicing after entering the Misty School. Also, to tell you the truth, this Zhang Xiaohu only knows this set of 6 harmonies fist technique. He hasn't started practicing the other fist techniques of the Misty School. What? Monk Changgung was shocked again and said, he only knows this set of fist techniques. No wonder he kept using the 6 harmonies fist in the arena. I should have thought of this long ago. Immediately, Monk Changgung wrung his hands and said, how did such a talent end up in the Misty School? O Peng heard this and was very unhappy. He thought to himself, what? Why can't we find Zhang Xiaohu just because you found Yuan Xing? Why can't our Misty School find a talent? O Peng smiled apologetically and said, Master, even if he's a talent, he's already an adult. If he can't cultivate his inner force, it's useless. I don't know what this youth's future path will be. Monk Changgung smiled and said, Sect leader O is right. If you don't like him, then give him to our Dalan temple. He just entered the Misty School and hasn't learned anything yet. What do you think? O Peng said, Master, you must be joking. Since he's already entered the Misty School, he's a student of the Misty School. When he dies, he'll be a dead person of the Misty School. How can he enter another school? Absolutely not. Monk Changgung smiled and didn't say anything else. On the arena, the battle between Yuan Xing and Zhang Xiaohu entered a new stage. Although Yuan Xing's moves were varied and dazzling, Zhang Xiaohu only used the simple 6 harmonies fist techniques. His attack and defense were good, and he didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. However, if one were to say that Zhang Xiaohu could win by attacking, it would be beyond his capabilities. However, it was impossible to let Yuan Xing defeat Zhang Xiaohu. Thereupon, the two of them fought for a while longer. That Yuan Xing showed an opening and jumped out of the ring. He put his palms together and said, after fighting for so long, I can see that you only know one set of Liuhe Quan. Zhang Xiaohu withdrew his fists and legs and said with a smile, that's right. Yuan Xing nodded and said, in that case, I've lost. Using so many fist techniques, I can't beat a mere 6 harmonies fist. You're better than me. Zhang Xiaohu said, thousands of fists and legs, one set of fist techniques. They're all fist techniques, and there's no difference. Since it's a competition, there's no winner, so it's not a loss. Master, what do you think? Yuan Xing's expression changed and he said, I've been thinking too much. Alright, you're Zhang Xiaohu, right? I'll remember you. Today we're tied. If there's a chance in the future, we'll compete again. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly cupped his fists and said, that's my intention. I'll also remember Master's Dharma name, Yuan Xing. I'll wait for our next meeting. After saying that, Yuan Xing jumped off the arena and returned to the reed mat shelter. Zhang Xiaohu also jumped off. The Misty School disciples cheered thunderously and applauded to welcome him. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the fervent gazes of the disciples, big and small, and his eyes were a little moist. At this moment, whether it was the disciples who thought they were virtuous and didn't want to interact with Zhang Xiaohu, or the disciples who were opportunistic and wanted to curry favor with Zhang Xiaohu, all of them had a new understanding of him. At this moment, the Misty School disciples truly treated Zhang Xiaohu as their brother from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't have the cold and distant attitude they had in the past. At this moment, the Misty School disciples truly admired their sect leader from the bottom of their hearts. She really had a discerning eye for heroes. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohu received a hero's welcome, Monk Yuan Xing also walked back to the reed mat shelter with steady steps. Monk Changgung asked with concern, Yuan Xing, victory and defeat are common in battle. There's no need to take it to heart. Yuan Xing put his palms together and bowed, "Thank you for your concern, elder. Victory is defeat, defeat is victory. How can the matters of the world be so clearly differentiated? This time, I've learned a lot from fighting with Zhang Xiaohu from the Misty School. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Monk Changgung was very satisfied when he heard this. He waved his hand and had Yuan Xing leave. Yuan Xing had just walked back to the group of monks when Yuan Kong jumped out and called out, "Martial Granduncle, senior brother Yuan Xing has already done one round. Shouldn't it be my turn next?" Oh Peng smiled, "Little master, you just fought a battle. Rest a bit more. This Zhang Xiaohua isn't a disciple of the Misty School. The battle just now was for him to participate in the martial arts exhibition, so he naturally had to participate. Since he has already passed, I can't make decisions for him in the following battles. No matter what, I still have to listen to Zhang Xiaohua's opinion." Monk Changgung was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua? Why does it sound like he's a family member with Zhang Xiaohu? Why isn't he a disciple of the Misty School? How can he participate in the martial arts exhibition? Oh Peng thought to himself, your Dalan Temple is participating in the martial arts exhibition. Zhang Xiaohua is from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Why can't he participate? However, he still patiently explained the reason Zhang Xiaohua was participating in the martial arts exhibition and his relationship with Zhang Xiaohu. Monk Changgung nodded as he listened. Since that's the case, Zhang Xiaohua is Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother. Presumably, his aptitude is also not ordinary. His martial arts must be good. Just now, I was in a hurry and didn't see it clearly. I really want to see it again. Moreover, he isn't a disciple of the Misty School right now, but presumably he won't be in the future. Don't you agree, sect leader O? Hearing Chang Gung's overbearing words, O Peng smiled bitterly, "You're right. I'll go and persuade him." But O Peng changed the topic and said, "Master, your disciples have already sparred with my ethereal sect's disciples. I wonder if there are any other arrangements after this competition." Monk Changgung still had that dead man's expression. He said in a neutral tone, "Let's talk about it after this match." O Peng was helpless. He beckoned Zhang Qingyue over and gave him a few instructions. Then, he let Zhang Qingyue bring Monk Yuan Kong back to the first arena. When the two jumped onto the arena, Zhang Qingyue also called Zhang Xiaohua up. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua climb onto the arena with a face full of confusion, Zhang Qingyue smiled and said to him, "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm here on the orders of the sect leader to ask you. The match you just fought was already your last match in the martial arts exhibition. You've already won." Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Really? Is there a reward? I need to give it to you now." Zhang Qingyue shook his head, "We'll talk about the reward later. I called you up for something else." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "What is it? Just say it." Zhang Qingyue pointed at Yuan Kong beside him, "This is the senior brother of Yuan Liao you just defeated, young Master Yuan Kong." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, Master Yuan Kong." Yuan Kong also put his palms together and returned the greeting, not saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, this little bald donkey is actually not saying anything. He must have something against me. I wonder how I've offended him. Zhang Qingyue continued, "This young Master Yuan Kong saw that you defeated his junior brother Yuan. He's itching to spar with you again. What do you think?" Sect leader O said that if you don't want to fight, you don't have to. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips, thinking, he beat up the younger one and brought out the older one. The older one didn't come out, but the older one came out. Looks like he wants to take revenge and regain his face. Yuan Liao is already so powerful, so this senior brother of his must be even more incredible. I'm probably not his match. If it's still a draw, I'll have a chance. But sect leader O said that if I don't want to fight, I don't have to. Why should I find this awkward? Just as he was about to refuse, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to exclaim, "That's not right. If I don't have to fight, Zhang Qingyue wouldn't have brought this little bald donkey up to the stage." Besides, he even specially said sect leader O's words. He must be being sarcastic. Alas, I heard everyone talking about this Dalan temple being a big sect that Misty School can't afford to offend. Sect leader O probably can't refuse, so he let me come up. If I refuse, won't I ruin sect leader O's face? After he finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Martial Uncle Zhang, I'm willing to fight with this young master. Zhang Qingyue was overjoyed when he heard this. He had received O Peng's order to persuade Zhang Xiaohua to participate in the competition, but he couldn't say it so bluntly in front of her. If Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand and directly refused, it would be difficult for him. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua was very tactful and didn't need to say too much nonsense, he exhorted, Zhang Xiaohua, this young master Yuan Kong is very powerful. He already won a match just now. You must have seen it too, so you must be more careful in a while. Once he finished speaking, Zhang Qingyue didn't leave. He flashed and stood in a corner of the stage. When Yuan Kong saw that Zhang Xiaohua agreed to the competition, he narrowed his eyes and got into a stance, ready to fight. When Zhang Xiaohua saw his stance, she wasn't in a hurry and repeatedly waved her hand at Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong was puzzled and asked, since you've already agreed to the competition, why haven't you started? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, although I've agreed to the competition with sect leader O, I still have a condition. I'll only start if you agree to it. Yuan Kong frowned and said, I'm not in the mood to talk about conditions with you. Haven't you already agreed to the competition? What conditions do I need to talk about with you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, I've agreed to the competition with you, but if you don't agree to my condition, I'll immediately jump off the stage as soon as we fight. Just treat it as if I've lost. What do you think? When Yuan Kong heard this, his face turned abnormally gloomy. He clenched his teeth and said, You're really despicable. You actually use such a trick. Zhang Xiaohua smiled shamelessly and said, winning or losing is my business. Why do you care so much? Yuan Kong clenched his teeth and said, then what conditions do you have? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, it's nothing. If you lose, you have to teach me a sword technique from your Dalan temple. For example, when she said this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what sword technique to say. At this moment, Zhang Qingyue, who was standing to the side, said, Zhang Xiaohua, are you talking about the Dharma sword? I've often heard that the Dalan temple's Dharma sword technique is very powerful. I'm sure you admire it as much as I do. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately said, that's right. It's the Dharma sword. I've long heard that this sword technique is world-shaking. I really want to see it for myself. When Yuan Kong heard this, his face turned red with anger and he said, you're going too far. This Dharma sword is a secret of the Dalan temple. I haven't even learned it, so how can I teach it to you? That won't do. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to say, then let me see the sword manual. Yuan Kong still shook his head and refused to agree. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she pretended to jump off the arena and said, since we can't come to an agreement, then it's my loss. You can return to the court victorious. When Yuan Kong saw this, he hurriedly shouted, don't go down first. I'll go ask Grand Marshal Uncle first. With that, he used his qinggong and disappeared back to the reed mat shelter. When Monk Changgung heard this condition, he was also in a difficult position. The Dharma sword technique couldn't be taught to outsiders. How could he let Zhang Xiaohua cultivate it? However, if he didn't regain the Dalan temple's reputation because of this, Monk Changgung would be unwilling. Therefore, he rolled his eyes and asked, do you have absolute confidence in defeating him? Yuan Kong clenched his fists and said, I will definitely win. Actually, junior brother Yuan Liao can defeat him. It was just a moment of carelessness. When Monk Changgung heard this, he nodded and whispered a few words into his ear. When Yuan Kong heard this, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Grand Marshal Uncle." With that said, he hurriedly returned to the arena. When Zhang Xiaohua saw him return, she happily said, "How was it? Did you agree?" Yuan Kong smiled and said, "As you wish. However, I don't know the Dharma sword technique. You can only look at the sword manual. This sword manual is a secret of our Dalan temple. When we let you look at it, we took a risk. Therefore, after you finish reading it, you must not draw it out, nor can you dictate it to others, much less teach it to others. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course. I just want to look at it. Why do I have to teach it to others?" Yuan Kong continued, "I'm not done yet. You can look at the Dharma sword technique, but you can only look at it once. More than half a time is not allowed. What do you think? If you can't, you can jump off the arena and we'll go our separate ways." Chapter 193. I'm ashamed. 5K a day is the limit, any more and I won't be able to do it. If it's split into 2 chapters, each chapter is 3K. Wouldn't it be a problem of being fickle and fickle? Moreover, I've always been very lazy. If I upload once, I won't think about it. If I upload more, I might not be able to remember. The most important thing is that I'm not a full-time writer and only use my free time to write. Right now, I'm writing this message at 22:13. I have to work during the day and can only write at night. Everyone, please bear with me. Oh right, the little girl's ticket actually brought me 1.5 yuan. I only saw it recently. Thank you. I hope you can urge me to upload one more time and gather 2 yuan. Then I can go buy a lottery ticket. Also, thank you all for reading my novel. Hee hee. Also, if any readers are familiar with Qidian's editors, please recommend them. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua said, "How can a monk bargain like this? He really doesn't have any self-restraint." Sky Origin didn't bicker with him and only asked if he agreed. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Isn't it just reading it once? When the time comes, I'll read it carefully. I'll take half a day to read a page. Let's see what you say then." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be tricked. She was very angry and said loudly, "Just read it once. However, you have to let me read it myself." Sky Origin didn't suspect her and naturally agreed. Hearing Sky Origin agree, Zhang Xiaohua got into a fighting stance, but Sky Origin didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, "This little master, we've already agreed on the price. Why aren't you making a move?" Sky Origin frowned and said, "We've been talking for half a day and you're the one who wins. What should I do? But if I win, what will you do?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed mischievously, "If you win, I'll just jump down from this stage." Sky Origin shook his head and said, "That's too easy for you. It's not appropriate." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Yuan Kong dawdling, she giggled and said, "Then think about it carefully. I'll go down to eat first. Let's count this as my loss." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to go down again, Sky Origin hurriedly stopped her. Don't. I don't want your prize, okay?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she stopped in her tracks and said, "Monk Yuna, I know you want to teach me a lesson and avenge your junior brother. I'm giving you and the Dalan temple face by going up on stage. Stop nagging and start fighting. I'm in a hurry." Zhang Xiaohua knew that Yuan Kong wanted to regain face for the Dalan temple. Moreover, he was conceited that he would definitely win against her. That was why he repeatedly waited for the highest bid. She had grasped Yuan Kong's weakness and forced him to lower his head again and again. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua also understood that she was just a farm boy from Huanxi Manor. She did not have any master. Even if she lost, there was nothing to lose. Anyway, she had already lost a lot of face. Why would she be afraid of one more time? The voices of the two people on the stage were not loud. When they were close enough, they could naturally hear them. They could not help but snicker in their hearts. This guy was really shameless. Oh Peng and the others who were far away were puzzled. They did not know what the two were talking about. However, the people in the square, including Zhang Xiaohu, did not have any hope for Zhang Xiaohua. Even if Zhang Xiaohua was a genius, how long had she been practicing martial arts? She had just happened to pass the challenge of a second-order commoner. Who was her opponent? It was someone who could easily defeat a third-order commoner. However, it was also because of this that everyone relaxed and wanted to see the farce on the stage. On the stage, Yuan Kong put his palms together and saluted. This little monk is Yuan Kong from the Dalan Temple. Please enlighten me. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her fists and saluted. This little one is Zhang Xiaohua from Huanxi Manor. Please enlighten me. After saluting, the two of them got into their respective stances. With a loud shout, they quickly stepped forward and began to fight with their fists and palms. The little monk Yuan Kong learned from Yuan Liao's lesson. The first thing he used was the palm technique he was best at, Skunda Exorcism Palm. The Skunda Exorcism Palm was a secret martial art of the Dalan Temple. It was complemented by a set of profound inner strength mantras. The mantras were divided into 9 layers. Each layer would increase one's inner strength by several folds. It was said that when one reached the 9th layer, they would have the power to exorcise demons. There were few opponents in Jianghu. The masters of the Dalan Temple who had reached the 9th layer of the Skunda Exorcism Palm were all famous in Jianghu. Ever since Yuan Kong started cultivating, he had been practicing this set of inner strength mantras. He had already reached the 3rd layer. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Dalan Temple, he was also very famous. The Skunda Exorcism Palm was extremely powerful. Monk Yuan Kong also thought highly of himself. When they were fighting on the stage, he did not use it at all. Even then, he won easily. This time, it seemed that he hated Zhang Xiaohua to the core. He used his best move right from the start. In Yuan Kong's mind, his Skunda Exorcism Palm was not something that this country bumpkin Zhang Xiaohua could withstand. With this palm strike, wouldn't the inner strength contained in his palm strike send Zhang Xiaohua flying several zhang? If he could directly send her off the stage, it would also show that his inner strength was extraordinary. But who would have thought that when their fists and palms collided, both of them felt an astonishing amount of power from each other's hands. With a bang, Monk Yuan Kong did not move at all. Zhang Xiaohua took 3 steps back. Both of their faces were filled with shock. Soon after, they revealed expressions of joy at the same time. They once again waved their fists and palms and fought. The competition on the stage this time was different from the past. In other competitions on the stage, everyone cared about winning or losing. They racked their brains and used strategies and tactics to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. However, for these two, one of them was much stronger than his opponent and did not have the slightest intention of underestimating his opponent. They did not hold back in their palm techniques and the circulation of their inner strength. The other did not care about winning or losing at all. There was no need to talk about strategies, so they did not use their full strength in their fists and kicks. As a result, palipala sounds could be heard from the stage. It was actually the sound of force colliding with force. The situation was extremely explosive and it was truly out of everyone's expectations. The battle between Zhang Xiaohu and Yuan Xing was said to have ended in a draw. This had indeed allowed the Misty School to regain some face. However, in reality, Zhang Xiaohu had been suppressed from the start and did not have much strength to retaliate. Most importantly, they did not use their inner strength in their competition. Although their moves looked good, their power was lacking. This made these hot-blooded youths who used their inner strength all day long to bombard others feel unsatisfied. When they said that it was a draw in the end, they were all happy. However, to be honest, there was a lack of excitement in their happiness. And now, looking at this young man who had just kicked a handsome little monk off the stage, he went on stage to challenge a dark and coarse monk who had easily defeated their own brother. Just based on this courage, they first praised him in their hearts. The happiest thing was that this brother went on stage to fight force with his opponent. This kind of fighting style immediately ignited the passion in the blood of the youths. Their eyes were bloodshot as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was continuously waving his fists around on the stage. They immediately felt that he was incomparably pleasing to the eye. What was this, a warrior? Calling him brother was really very considerate. Thus, someone shouted, "Brother, do your best. Brother, rise up." The crowd below the stage all responded. The sound of "rise up" immediately reverberated through the hall. At this moment, if O Peng, the great sect leader felt astonished when he saw Zhang Xiaohu fight Yuan Xing to a draw, then he was now deeply shocked. To be honest, although Zhang Xiaohu's draw was very brilliant and unexpected, that kind of fighting style without internal energy could only show a person's aptitude. From a literary point of view, it was purely theoretical research. The theory might be strong, but it might not be feasible in practice. In other words, if Zhang Xiaohu really did cultivate internal energy, he might not be as powerful as Yuan Kong. A fist technique without internal energy was just a formality, a castle in the air. As long as it was slightly damaged by internal energy, it would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. This was also why Chang Gung specially mentioned the meaning of special when he mentioned Yuan Xing. Today was truly a day of glory for the Zhang brothers. O Peng couldn't help but secretly ask himself, one surprise after another. I wonder how many more surprises the Zhang brothers can give me. O Peng had previously heard some things about Zhang Xiaohua from his sister. For example, his arm strength was astonishing. However, for a sect leader like O Peng who had seen countless outstanding talents, it really didn't count for much. Just Tang Shi from Young Eagle Hall alone was better than Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, this strength was cultivated from a young age using medicinal herbs. Although Zhang Xiaohua had some strength, without a good foundation, his future progress was still limited. Therefore, O Peng had never thought highly of Zhang Xiaohua. However, in today's battle, he discovered that Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength seemed to be much greater than what was previously said. Either the rumors were wrong, or Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength had increased. Naturally, O Peng's thoughts leaned towards the former. He wasn't naive enough to believe that in just a few months, Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength could have improved greatly without the nourishment of medicinal herbs. However, even if O Peng didn't have any hopes of getting lucky in this extremely unfair competition, the contest between Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Kong at the beginning still shocked him. He smiled and said to monk Chang Gung, "Congratulations, great master, this young master Yuan Kong's Skunda exorcism palm should be at the 3rd or 4th level. With such a high cultivation at such a young age, it won't be long before he will be a bright star blooming in Jianghu." Monk Chang Gung was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. His purpose in coming to the Misty School was to show off the strength of the disciplinary hall and fiercely show off his power to O Peng. He wanted to take revenge on the Misty School for taking down the Luo Shui gang one step ahead of them, causing the disciplinary hall's long-planned plan to go down the drain. Of course, this was only limited to the disciplinary hall's prestige. It wasn't the entire Dalan Temple's prestige that had been overturned. Otherwise, the disciples here wouldn't have only sent out low-level disciples to disturb the martial arts exhibition. It would have been an elite disciple against a core disciple. Then again, if that was the case, how would Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu have the opportunity to put on a show of individual martial arts? The monk Chang Gung accepted O Peng's flattery with ease. He replied in an indecent manner, "This disciple of your ethereal sect is not bad. Even though he doesn't know any inner strength, he was born with great strength. Coupled with this messy fist technique, he was actually able to fight Yuan Xing to a standstill. This is really unexpected. However, his fist technique is also strange. No matter how you look at it, it's awkward. Look at the moves of the Lyoha fist, they're not properly executed and are crooked. Also, that kick seems to be a technique of the Tan family. It's also similar to our Dalan Temple's peacock fanning tail. That's right, look at this move. It's very familiar and is somewhat similar to a move of the Skunda exorcism palm. What kind of fist technique is this? Chief O, how did you teach this fist technique? How come I didn't know that you had this fist technique? Oh, Peng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He knew about Zhang Xiaohua's jumbled fist technique and naturally thought that he had poor talent. He thought that it was just a passing remark. But now that he heard Monk Changging's comments, he naturally paid attention to it. He watched it carefully and didn't even hear Changging's final question. When Monk Changgung saw how rude O Peng was and how he didn't seem to have heard his question, he was slightly angered. He secretly cursed a few times and also watched the competition on the stage. Zhang Xiaohua was also lucky. If she encountered Monk Yuan Kong a few days ago, she would definitely lose after a few moves. However, this person just had a few battles a few days ago and had just refined the Big Dipper mystical fist. Now that his fighting spirit was high, he couldn't wait to meet some experts and properly hone his beloved Big Dipper mystical fist. In the time it took to eat half a meal, the two of them were evenly matched. Although it was said that they were evenly matched, there was actually a difference. Zhang Xiaohua used all her skills and didn't hold back. Of course, she didn't hold anything back either. On the other hand, Monk Yuan Kong only used the skills that he was proud of and had many other moves that he didn't use. As a matter of fact, when Monk Yuan saw that his Skunda exorcism palm didn't succeed, he pondered about other methods. Sealing acupoints. This was the first thing that came to Monk Yuan Kong's mind. It wasn't just because sealing acupoints was a profound martial art that very few low-level disciples knew. It was a sharp weapon that could be used to kill. Most importantly, if he was too far away, he would lose his front leg. If he could defeat Zhang Xiaohua with this, he would be able to redeem the Dalan Temple's lost face. Thinking of this, Monk Yuan Kong stopped his palm technique and used the Dalan Temple's martial art, winding silk grappling hand. The power of this grappling hand was mediocre, but its advantage was that the moves were short and quick. It was almost untraceable. However, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the same as before. How could he get close to her? Last time, he was too far away because he was caught off guard. If it was a real competition, how could she let him directly seal all 36 major acupoints on her body? After fighting like this for a while, Monk Yuan Kong revealed a slight opening. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She took a step forward and sent a punch over. Unexpectedly, Monk Yuan Kong was already prepared. With a somersault in the air, he flipped over Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand to the sky. Monk Yuan Kong's qigong was also exceptional. He had already leaped over. While he was in midair, he used his fingers to strike 3 acupoints on Zhang Xiaohua's neck. If it was any other opponent, that opponent would naturally be paralyzed on the ground and be at the mercy of others. However, Monk Yuan Kong had learned from Yuan Liao's mistake and didn't dare to trust himself too much. He still moved back, wanting to get out of the safe area as soon as possible. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua didn't collapse as he had expected. Instead, she raised her hand to strike. Immediately after, she spun around and kicked Monk Yuan Kong's 2 fingers with her left foot. Seeing this, Monk Yuan was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that his acupoint sealing technique actually didn't hit Zhang Xiaohua. He didn't know the reason for this. Was it because his acupoints weren't sealed properly? Or did Zhang Xiaohua practice a hard qigong similar to iron shirt? But even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced a hard qigong, it was impossible for her to achieve great success at such a young age. How could she not be afraid of his acupoint sealing? Moreover, this brat seemed to have said that he didn't know any internal energy. Could it be that he was deliberately trying to confuse others? What made Monk Yuan happy was that when the left foot kicked over, wasn't the Yongquan acupoint under her foot placed right in front of his eyes? Wasn't it obvious that she was giving it to him? The Yongquan acupoint was a major acupoint. If it was really hit, not only would it break Zhang Xiaohua's internal energy, oh, I forgot, this brat didn't have any internal energy at all. But at the very least, it would make him temporarily lose his ability to fight. Just as Monk Yuan was pondering the crucial question of whether or not to strike, Zhang Xiaohua's vigorous foot had already arrived in front of his face. The sole of her foot was placed right in front of Monk Yuan Kong. Monk Yuan Kong reflexively pressed his fingers together and actually used all his strength. However, reality once again exceeded Monk Yuan Kong's expectations. Although his slender fingers were filled with internal energy, they were still fingers and not fists. They met Zhang Xiaohua's foot head-on. Although the acupoint was extremely accurate and it really was the Yongquan acupoint, Monk Yuan Kong felt as if he had struck an iron plate. A sharp pain transmitted from his fingers. Monk Yuan Kong sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retracted his right arm. He exerted strength in his feet and like a reed crossing a river, he floated to the side of the arena. Only then did he carefully look at his fingers. He saw that his fingers were already red and in incomparable pain. It was as if they were swollen. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Monk Yuan Kong had jumped to the side and didn't chase after him. She only felt that it was strange. Why did this dark and coarse little monk have the same problem as that fair and clean little monk? They both liked to randomly poke others with their fingers. Last time, that monk had poked her body more than 30 times before standing there in a daze, waiting for her to kick his butt. This time, this monk did it again. Not only did he poke her neck twice, he even wanted to poke her stinky feet as if he wasn't satisfied. What kind of problem was this? In her impression, the shrews of the Guizhuang house only used their fingers when they were quarreling. They only randomly poked each other's faces, but this group of monks randomly poked their bodies. Presumably, this was also a kind of improvement. No wonder the ancients said that only monks and women were difficult to raise. Presumably, this was the meaning behind it. Seeing that his acupoint sealing had failed, Monk Yuan was greatly shocked. This great shock was not only psychological, but also physical. He didn't know what kind of martial arts this Zhang Xiaohua practiced. Her entire body was like an iron plate and she wasn't afraid of having her acupoint sealed. Perhaps when his Skunda exorcism palm reached the 9th level, he would be able to circulate his internal energy and use it to seal her acupoints. Moreover, his fingers were clearly injured. It would greatly affect his future competition. While Monk Yuan was greatly shocked, Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and said, "Little Monk Yuan Kong, your fingers are injured. Why don't you hurry and bandage them? Don't leave any sequelae. In the future, you won't be able to hold chopsticks properly. You won't even be able to hold pork belly properly." Monk Yuan was originally greatly shocked, but after hearing these words, he became furious. He shouted, "Amitabha! Zhang Xiaohua, don't make irresponsible remarks. How can monks eat meat? We are usually vegetarians." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she stuck out her tongue. She knew that she had made a mistake. She bowed and said, "Little master, please don't blame me. I know my mistake and forgot about this. Please forgive me." Monk Yuan waved his uninjured hand and said, "Forget it, forget it." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I can't forget it. As an apology, I'll give you some time. Take care of your fingers first, then we'll compete." When Monk Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, "Many thanks, little benefactor." After saying this, he was just about to take out the Dalan Temple's secret healing ointment when he heard Zhang Xiaohua mutter in a small voice, "Pork belly really does taste good." This little monk really doesn't have the luck to eat it. When Monk Yuan heard this, he fell to the ground with a thud and nearly fainted. Fortunately, there was still some distance from the edge of the arena. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would have won without a fight. At this moment, the Misty School's gang leader did not see such a wonderful farce at all. He only frowned tightly, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 194. Have you thought of it? Monk Yuan Kong took out a small box carved out of jade from his bosom. He picked out some black ointment that gave off a strong herbal smell and carefully rubbed it on his fingers. A cool feeling instantly spread from his hand, and the pain lessened slightly. Once Monk Yuan Kong put away the box, he used his inner energy on his fingers to help the medicine take effect. It did not take long for the swelling to subside. Although there was still some pain, it did not affect the rest of the competition. Monk Yuan Kong waved his arm and moved his fingers a few times before jumping back into the ring. He put his palms together and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, according to the rules of the pugilistic world, I should admit defeat after jumping out of the ring to apply medicine. However, this match concerns the reputation of my sect. This penniless monk does not dare to tarnish my sect's reputation and admit defeat so easily. Moreover, this is an arena. Being knocked out of the arena is the way to go. Moreover, you have already allowed me to heal my injuries. So, let's have another match." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned when she heard that. She said, "Young Master Yuan Kong, is this the legendary lotus blossoming tongue? I didn't ask you to admit defeat, so why are you saying so much? Even a dead person would probably be brought back to life by your words." Monk Yuan Kong was a little flushed, but it did not show on his dark and rough face. He did not answer. Instead, he swung his fist forward and swung his arm at Zhang Xiaohua's face. This time, he did not use the silk winding grappling hand or the skanda subduing demon palm, but the 72 moves of the mad demon staff technique. This staff technique was supposed to use weapons, but this was a match between low-level disciples after all. The use of weapons was restricted. However, because he had the skanda subduing demon palm's inner force, Monk Yuan Kong did not mind. He used his arm as a staff. Although he did not use the power of the staff technique, it was still effective against opponents like Zhang Xiaohua who had shallow martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted to see that she had a new martial art. She swung her fist and used the fist of the Big Dipper that had not changed in 1,000 years to fight Monk Yuan Kong again. This time, however, Sky Origin had learned his lesson. He did not use his full strength. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and borrowed the enemy's strength to make preparations for a protracted battle. This was the conclusion that Yuan Kong came to when he had the time to apply the medicine. This Zhang Xiaohua's fist technique was extraordinary. His skanda exorcism palm did not have the upper hand, and his acupoint sealing hand was even worse. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any internal energy. When he fought with her in the front, he only wanted to enjoy himself, but he forgot that pure physical strength could not be sustained for long. Moreover, it could not be regenerated through the use of his internal energy like his own internal energy. If he only used the flexibility of his internal energy, he could exhaust Zhang Xiaohua's strength while he recovered his internal energy. Even if Zhang Xiaohua's arms had the strength of 10,000 jin, there would be a time when they would be exhausted. Although his internal energy would also be exhausted, he could use his internal energy to recover. In the end, he would be the winner. Therefore, Sky Origin changed his tactics. Zhang Xiaohua was not a greenhorn at this time. With Sky Origin's change of tactics, Zhang Xiaohua quickly understood his intentions. This move was not a new creation of Sky Origin. The Misty School's disciples had already used it. This was indeed Zhang Xiaohua's weakness. Moreover, the previous matches had a time limit. Zhang Xiaohua could conserve her strength before the time ran out. However, this time, there was no time limit. It was impossible for Zhang Xiaohua to conserve her strength and persevere until the end. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua also changed. She no longer used the Big Dipper magical fist. Instead, she used the ethereal steps to fight Sky Origin. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua use the ethereal steps, Monk Changgung said, "Sect leader Oh, who is this disciple? Why did you teach him the ethereal steps at such a young age? You really think highly of him." Oh Peng was deep in thought about a question, but Monk Changgung's words pulled his attention back. He answered casually, "What? I think highly of him." When he took a closer look at the stage, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was secretly shocked. Isn't this the second level of the ethereal steps? In just over a month's time, he has already mastered the second level of the ethereal steps. To this young man who has no foundation in martial arts, isn't this too miraculous? Moreover, this He Tianshu is also a talent. To be able to comprehend the first two levels of the ethereal steps in such a short period of time. I have really underestimated him in the past. Could he be the legendary talent that has been buried? Not to mention how Oh Peng and Monk Changgung would answer each other, the tricks that Zhang Xiaohua used on the stage were completely useless this time. Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was indeed miraculous, but Monk Sky Origin immediately used the Dalan Temple's secret light body technique, a reed crossing the river. When his attacks failed a few times, he immediately used the Dalan Temple's secret light body technique, a reed crossing the river. His figure was swift and his footwork was marvelous. It was actually not inferior to the ethereal steps. As Zhang Xiaohua was using the ethereal steps, she could not use the Big Dipper magical fist at the same time. On the other hand, Sky Origin was using his light body technique and crazy devil staff at the same time. In half an incense's time, Zhang Xiaohua was actually surrounded by danger. She was almost hit a few times. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua still had talent in footwork, she would have been impatient and frequently used variations that were not recorded in the ethereal steps. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the ethereal steps could not subdue the enemy, she gave up on using it. She picked up the Big Dipper magical fist and immediately turned the situation around. Thus, even though Zhang Xiaohua saw that Monk Yuan Kong had dug a hole for himself, he was unable to avoid it. Thus, he had no choice but to walk toward it one step at a time. Fortunately, he was already prepared for failure. Thus, he was able to remain calm. Zhang Xiaohua used the Big Dipper magical fist one move after another to fight against Sky Origin's crazy devil staff. The two of them fought for a long time. It was unknown how many moves Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist had been used, while Sky Origin's inner strength had circulated through his meridians several times. All they knew was that Sky Origin's inner strength was severely depleted, and the recovery of his inner strength was gradually unable to keep up with the expenditure. However, Sky Origin was not worried at all because he could sense that the wind from Zhang Xiaohua's fists was becoming weaker and weaker. When their bodies came into contact, he could deeply sense her powerlessness. Sky Origin knew that in at most half an incense stick's time, Zhang Xiaohua's strength would be exhausted. As for him, his inner strength could last for at least 5 incense sticks' time. After all, Sky Origin was going to be defeated by him. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua's rapidly weakening strength, Monk Sky Origin's confidence rapidly swelled. The cries of "Rise!" below the arena became louder and louder. The smile in Monk Changgung's eyes became more intense, and the confusion in Oh Peng's eyes became clearer. Gradually, that clarity turned into surprise, horror, and disbelief. Suddenly, Oh Peng stood up as though he had thought of something. He stared intently at Zhang Xiaohua, then turned his head to look at his eldest senior brother, Hu Yuni, who was sitting to his right. Boss Hu seemed to have understood something as well. His face was filled with excitement and disbelief as he raised his head to look at Oh Peng. A scene from their childhood awakened the memories of the two of them. It was a distant past, so distant that O Peng was only a 7 or 8-year-old child who had just entered the sect. Although he had just started practicing martial arts, O Peng's outstanding talent was deeply appreciated by his master. He had separated O Peng from the other disciples of the young Eagle Hall and let him practice martial arts with his eldest disciple, Hu Yuni, so that if there were any problems, he could ask his eldest senior brother to help him resolve them at any time. Back then, Hu Yuni was already a commoner rank 8 disciple. Hu Yuni still remembered that it was a full moon night. The two of them had practiced martial arts under the bright moonlight for a while before sitting down to rest. O Peng looked at the incomparably round and clear moon in the sky and could not help but ask Hu Yuni, eldest senior brother, I have a question to ask you. I hope you won't laugh at me. Hu Yuni was very fond of this exceptionally intelligent junior brother of his, so of course, he agreed readily. O Peng thought for a moment and asked somewhat embarrassedly, eldest senior brother, who do you think created the fist technique, palm technique, and inner force cultivation method that we are practicing? Hu Yuni smiled and said, naturally, it was the founder of my Misty School and some capable and wise people who came after him. O Peng asked again, then didn't they learn other martial arts? Hu Yuni said, they should have learned other martial arts. Otherwise, how could someone who doesn't know martial arts create martial arts for no reason? However, O Peng asked again, then, who created their martial arts? And who created the martial arts in this world? Hu Yuni was stunned and smiled embarrassedly. I don't know about that. Our Misty School has been established for thousands of years. Where can I find them to ask? If you have the time, you can ask our master. Just as they were talking, a voice came from afar. Little Peng, your thoughts are very unique. When the two heard this, they immediately stood up and bowed. They saw a faint figure in the distance walking over under the moonlight. The voice sounded very far away, but when they stood up, it was already close. When the figure landed, it was their master, the previous Misty School's sect master, Yunhui. After Hu Yuni and O Peng bowed, Yunhui patted O Peng's head and said with a smile, for thousands of years, there have been countless people practicing martial arts in the Misty School, but no one has ever asked this question. For you to be able to think of this, it can be seen that you are extraordinary. O Peng blushed and muttered, I was just happy from practicing. Only then did I think of where martial arts came from. Yunhui shook his head and said, you can see brilliance in the details. This is the difference between you and others. Others only cultivate for the sake of cultivation, but you can think of the origin of cultivation. It's really rare and commendable. Hu Yuni blushed when he heard this. Yunhui looked at the deep night sky and said with infinite yearning, the origin of martial arts in the pugilistic world is complicated and involves a lot of things. I can't tell you now. However, I can tell you the origin of fist techniques, palm techniques, and other martial arts so that you can broaden your horizons. Hu Yuni and O Peng's eyes lit up when they heard this. They said in unison, Master, where did fist techniques come from? Tell us quickly. Yunhui cleared his throat and said, according to ancient legends, in the earliest days, there was no martial arts in this world, nor was there the word Jianghu. But one day, a strange man came to the foot of the mountain where Dalan Temple was located. There was a road that connected east and west at the foot of the mountain. On the side of the road, there was a towering Bodhi tree. The strange man sat cross-legged under the tree for a few days. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared, attracting many people to stop. They saw that the man began to practice martial arts again and again until he practiced 81 times. This strange action attracted the attention of the bystanders. Among them, there were smart people who remembered this fist technique. From then on, there was a fist technique in this world. Ah, this is how the fist technique came about. It's actually so magical. Hu Yuni and O Peng couldn't help but be shocked. They quickly asked, then, what's the name of the earliest fist technique? Yunhui said thoughtfully, the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist. The Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist. The two were confused and asked, Master, it seems that we have never heard of this fist technique. Yunhui said with a smile, the origin of fist techniques in this world is naturally the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist. However, if we teach it like this, it can naturally be passed down from generation to generation. That strange man only practiced under the Bodhi tree, not by word of mouth. Others only learned it based on their own understanding and memory. Everyone learned it in bits and pieces. When it was combined, it was not right. No one could convince anyone. They all thought that their memory was the most accurate, so they formed different fist techniques and sections. Peng thought again and asked, Master, there are countless fist techniques and palm techniques in this world. Are they all from the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist? Yunhui said, although the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist is the origin of fist techniques, it only has 360 moves. Now, there are far more fist techniques in the Jianghu. The thing that people in this world do not lack the least is intelligence. Ever since they obtained the germ of this martial art, many smart people started to use their brains and started to innovate and develop their own fist techniques. That is how the fist techniques of the Jianghu are formed. Peng also said thoughtfully, in other words, no matter how many fist techniques are created, they are all born from the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist. Yunhui praised, that's right. However, due to the long time, even if it was passed down orally at the beginning, and later through words and pictures, it was inevitable that there would be some errors and omissions. Now, no one knows what the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist looks like and what the moves of the whole set of fist techniques are. We only know that the moves of the whole set of fist techniques are all hidden among the most common fist techniques and palm techniques in the Jianghu. Peng asked curiously again, why are there no secret martial arts of each sect? Yunhui said, the secret martial arts of each sect have been tempered by countless people in the long river of history and combined with their own unique internal strength mental cultivation method. Although it was born out of the Great Heavenly Cycle of Stars Fist, the moves are different. Naturally, they don't know the moves inside. Speaking of this, Yunhui added, of course, it can't be absolutely said that there are no moves of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist in the secret martial arts of each sect. However, I'm afraid that no one knows what the specific moves are now. Hu Yuni also asked, then, Master, for so many years, has no one been able to restore the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist? Yunhui replied, it said that a long, long time ago, someone tried to do this, but after all, no one knew what the specific moves were and whether the moves passed down covered these 360 moves. In fact, no one even knew if the moves that were passed down in the world were correct, so no one had ever succeeded. Thus, gradually, no one mentioned it anymore. In the last 1,000 years, even fewer people knew about it. If you hadn't suddenly mentioned it today, I wouldn't have remembered it at all. Peng thought of something again and asked curiously, then, since no one knows about the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist, how do you know about it? Yunhui said with a smile, when I was young, I found half of an old book on your grandmaster's bookshelf. Some strange experiences were written in it, and one of them was about this. I was very curious at that time, so I read it carefully. Only then could I answer your question. If it were someone else, even the abbot of the Dalan temple, he may not be able to answer it. Peng listened and said, Master, you're so knowledgeable. You're even better than the abbot of the Dalan temple. Yunhui was very comfortable with this little flattery. He said, when it comes to martial arts knowledge, the bald donkeys of the Dalan temple may not be better than me. However, it's also because of this that my martial arts cultivation is barely satisfactory. You have to work hard and strive to surpass them. After saying that, Yunhui used the ethereal steps and left like a wisp of smoke. This inconceivable knowledge had long been deeply imprinted in Hu Yuni and Peng's minds. It was just that they had never thought of it in the past few decades. It was only at this moment that they saw Zhang Xiaohua's specious moves. Every move came from the most basic fist techniques. Every move was different from what they had seen. This attracted Peng's attention and brought out Hu Yunyi's memories. Hu Yunyi saw that Peng also thought of his own thoughts and was about to speak. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Monk Changgung ask in surprise, "Chief O, what's wrong with you?" Peng then realized that he had been rude. He hurriedly gave Hu Yunyi a look and barely suppressed his surging emotions. He sat back in his chair and pretended to be calm as he said, "It's nothing. I saw that your disciples' martial arts were so outstanding that I couldn't help but want to stand up and applaud. After I stood up, I felt that I had been rude. I was also afraid that it would affect their competition, so I stopped this time." How could Monk Changgung believe him? He looked at Hu Yunyi, who had sat back down, and said with a smile, "Hero who has a telepathic connection with you. He also wanted to applaud my Dalan Temple's disciple." Hu Yunyi said with a smile, "That's right. Your disciple has won several rounds in a row. How can we not applaud and cheer for him?" Monk Changgung knew that there was a problem, but he couldn't pinpoint where the problem was. He could only say, "Look at that young disciple of yours. He's not bad. He hasn't been defeated until now. Congratulations. However, it's better to be careful. Don't exhaust yourself and damage your body." Peng and Hu Yunyi focused their eyes. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was already powerless to punch. His footsteps were somewhat crooked. It was as if Yuan Kong could knock him off the stage with a light tap of his finger. At this point, I can't help but say a few words. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua had just learned the Big Dipper magical fist, I could have explained it to him. I could have said that this Zhang Xiaohua was a heavenly talent and that he didn't know anything about it. He learned this fist technique by learning the best of various schools. Although others laughed at him, it was because they had eyes but couldn't see. They didn't recognize that this was the essence of a fist technique. But if I wrote it like this, would you find it interesting? Please add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 196. Since the bystanders knew, the people involved naturally knew even more. At this point in the competition, Sky Origin's heart was clear. Between the exchange of fists and palms, the weakness in Zhang Xiaohua's fists and the sluggishness in her footwork all indicated that Zhang Xiaohua was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump much longer. Sky Origin couldn't help but have a playful heart. If he could tease her a few more times in the arena, the Dalan Temple would regain some of their lost face. Faced with Sky Origin's many boring moves, Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. A punch landed on her body, a kick landed on her shoulder, but there was no strength. It didn't hurt or itch, so it was better to directly kick her off the arena. Zhang Xiaohua angrily moved to the edge of the arena, but Sky Origin blocked her directly, forcing her to the center of the arena. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to jump off the arena herself, she couldn't do so now. Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh from the bottom of her heart. Was this the legendary cat playing with the mouse? Sky Origin's actions directly led to boos from the audience below the arena. Everyone was also discussing. A scholar would rather be killed than be humiliated. But even if she wanted to commit suicide and go home, they wouldn't let her. This Dalan Temple wasn't too vengeful. How many laughs, how many sorrows. Everyone from the Dalan Temple was smiling as they watched everything that happened in the arena. Monk Changgung even revealed a rare smile. His left hand stroked his grizzled white triangular beard, and he nodded repeatedly, giving off a feeling of deep my heart. Ever since Peng knew that she might have the De Zhou stellar fist, he had been counting the moves of Zhang Xiaohua's fist technique. As for whether Zhang Xiaohua was defeated or exhausted, he didn't care too much. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Misty School, even if she lost, the Misty School wouldn't lose too much face. Besides, how much face did the Misty School have left today? If he lost it, so be it. Moreover, this was a competition between low-level disciples. There were no weapons, no lethal moves, so there was definitely no danger to his life. Why would Open care? Like this, Sky Origin attacked fiercely a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua fought back weakly. She didn't pay attention and was even rolled on the ground by Sky Origin. Sky Origin didn't chase after her. Zhang Xiaohua stood up. She originally wanted to admit defeat, but when she saw Sky Origin's mocking gaze, she immediately shut her mouth. The competition had already come to an end. If she opened her mouth to beg for mercy, wouldn't that ruin her reputation? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua secretly encouraged herself. Then, with a loud shout, she attacked again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to set up a monument for herself. She didn't want any credit. But after this unintentional punch, a warm current flowed from the bottom of her left foot, flowing up along her bones. When Zhang Xiaohua felt this warm current, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she became ecstatic. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and found the general reason for the warm current. The competition had been going on for so long, she must have just performed 7 sets of the Big Dipper magical fist. It was inevitable that the warm current would appear. Last time, during the second stage of the martial arts practice, didn't the warm current appear after she had just performed 2 sets of the Big Dipper magical fist? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua moved toward Yuan Kong while performing the Big Dipper magical fist. When she arrived in front of Yuan Kong, it was an offensive move. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's fist was already in front of Yuan Kong. Although Yuan Kong saw Zhang Xiaohua performing some moves and was very puzzled, since she was going to attack in close range, he didn't care. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua's strength had been used up, so he carelessly blocked it. But when his palm collided with Zhang Xiaohua's fist, an unparalleled force immediately came from Zhang Xiaohua's fist. Yuan Kong was shocked and immediately used his strength to resist, but he was still a bit too slow. Under the attack of Zhang Xiaohua's fist, his palm flew back and hit the bridge of his nose. In an instant, Yuan Kong's nose felt sour, and tears and snot flowed down. Yuan Kong hurriedly used his other hand to wipe it away, but immediately, a thought flashed through his mind. Zhang Xiaohua is too cunning. Just now, he must have deliberately set up a maze, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. How did I fall for his trick? At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "Oh no, I'm already crying. How can I still see Zhang Xiaohua's moves?" Thus, he hurriedly performed his best move, crossing the river on a reed, and flew all over the arena, afraid that he would be punched out of the arena by Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time that Yuan Kong flew up, Zhang Xiaohua also kicked Yuan Kong's chest. Yuan Kong flew up and dodged the attack. Zhang Xiaohua kicked empty air and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As the ancient said, take your life when you're sick. If she didn't attack now, when would she? Zhang Xiaohua immediately used the Big Dipper fist and chased after Yuan Kong all over the arena. When Zhang Xiaohua caught up to him for the second time, Yuan Kong had already wiped away his tears. Although his eyes were still red like a rabbit's, he could still see clearly. He hurriedly used his palm to block, but just as he blocked, there was still a huge force. It was actually several times stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's initial strength. It was definitely not something Yuan Kong could block right now. Thus, Yuan Kong immediately somersaulted a few times and flew out, dispersing the force from his palm. Only then did he stare blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. At this moment, Yuan Kong was very confused. Since Zhang Xiaohua had such great strength, he might not have been able to last until now if she had used it from the start. However, why did Zhang Xiaohua insist on pretending to be the weaker party? Only at the end did she give him a powerful counterattack. Could this be the legendary self-abuse? Yuan Kong shivered and hurriedly shook his head. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua attack again, Yuan Kong didn't dare to directly receive it with his palm this time. He still used his qingdong to dodge. Seeing Yuan Kong dodge again, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be furious. She thought to herself, this warm current of mine will flow all over my body in a moment. If I want to beat you again, I won't have the strength to do so. Why did you dodge again? However, he didn't think about how he had used the same move to achieve a record of 9 draws. Yuan Kong was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. The sudden change in the situation on the stage was too sudden. It was so sudden that even the people below the stage forgot to shout "Rise." All of them stared with their eyes wide open and mouths agape. They looked at the unbelievable scene in front of them. It was as though a mouse that had been teased by a kitten had suddenly picked up a big stick and chased after the kitten. The entire arena was silent. There was only the sound of Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps chasing after him. By the time the Misty School disciples came to their senses and rose again, Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't caught up to Yuan Kong. Thinking about it, Yuan Kong's crossing the river on a reed was close to Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps. It was naturally not something that Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper Divine Fist could catch up to. However, even so, Yuan Kong had expended quite a bit of his inner strength. And at that moment, the warm current in Zhang Xiaohua's bones had already flowed throughout her body. When the warm current in her bones disappeared, Zhang Xiaohua's exhaustion vanished without a trace. Her strength was restored to its original state. Yuan Kong, whose martial arts level was much higher than Zhang Xiaohua's, naturally acutely sensed the change in strength in Zhang Xiaohua's fist. However, this time, Yuan Kong no longer naively believed that Zhang Xiaohua's strength was only so much. Even if it was a parry or a counterattack, he didn't dare let his guard down. He had to be very careful. In fact, the two of them fought for a few more incense sticks worth of time. Zhang Xiaohua was once again exhausted and the wind from her fist weakened. Yuan Kong still didn't dare be greedy for credit, afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had dug a trap for him to jump into. Yuan Kong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was the same as last time. She looked like she was exhausted, but he didn't dare to go up. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would punch him again. That strength really made him feel that he couldn't resist. After fighting for a while, Yuan Kong's own internal strength was also exhausted. Even if he used the Skanda subduing demon palm's internal strength cultivation method, he couldn't produce any more internal strength. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, became even weaker. Yuan Kong couldn't help but have a thought flash through his mind. Could it be that that was a trap? Now, this Zhang Xiaohua really doesn't have any more strength? Thinking about it, no matter how many heroes practiced external martial arts in the world, they had never heard of anyone who had inexhaustible strength. Although this Zhang Xiaohua was much more resilient than he had expected, as a person who practiced internal strength cultivation method, even his internal strength couldn't withstand the exhaustion. How much strength could Zhang Xiaohua last? The more Yuan Kong thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. The thought of Zhang Xiaohua doesn't have any strength became increasingly clear in his mind. In the end, Yuan Kong gritted his teeth. In any case, he only had a little bit of internal strength left. Even if Zhang Xiaohua was still a trap, if he didn't try, he would still run out of internal strength in half an hour. He wouldn't be able to escape the fate of defeat. He might as well use his last bit of internal strength to see if Zhang Xiaohua really didn't have any strength left. Thinking of this, Yuan Kong firmly took a step forward and used his last bit of internal strength to block Zhang Xiaohua's fist. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was also an empty shell. Yuan Kong's weak palm immediately sent Zhang Xiaohua flying back. Seeing this, Yuan Kong's heart was completely at ease. He followed a few steps forward, afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. He wanted to completely and quickly knock Zhang Xiaohua off the stage. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she was depressed. She had fought with Yuan Kong for so long. She did a rough calculation in her heart. It was almost 7 times now, so why hadn't the warm current appeared yet? If she waited any longer, she would be knocked off the stage by Yuan Kong. At that time, it would be meaningless for the warm current to appear. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already thrown the matter of her admitting defeat to the back of her mind. However, just as Yuan Kong was rushing to kick Zhang Xiaohua off the stage, Zhang Xiaohua's fist landed on Yuan Kong's leg. The anticipated warm current finally appeared. Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on the stage. With Zhang Xiaohua's attack, the warm current began to flow again. Zhang Xiaohua's strength was unparalleled. Yuan Kong was about to cry. "You can't play like this, alright? If you could beat me, you could have kicked me off the stage earlier. Why did you have to show weakness again and again? Let me be full of confidence and scheme to kick you off the stage. It's fine if you pretend to be weak. I'll take it that you have a plan. I fell for it and stepped into your trap. It's fine if you quickly kick me down, but why do you have to give me a glimmer of hope? Do you want to exhaust my inner strength and see me make a fool of myself?" Thinking of how he had been like a cat playing with a mouse, he even laughed at Zhang Xiaohua's ridiculousness in his heart. Now that he thought about it, he really didn't know who was laughing at who. Instantly, Yuan Kong thought of Zhang Xiaohua's bet before the competition. There must be something shady going on. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't have bet on the Dalan Temple's secret manual. She must have planned this beforehand. With this in mind, Yuan Kong felt a sense of sorrow. A kind-hearted young monk like him had fallen into Zhang Xiaohua's demonic claws. Thinking of his junior brother Yuan Liao's tragic state of being kicked off the stage, Yuan Kong immediately had a plan. He immediately stopped his attack and shouted, "Zhang Xiaohua, stop for a moment." Zhang Xiaohua was having a good time fighting. The warm current had yet to flow through her body. She had yet to finish enjoying herself, so she naturally didn't wish to stop. As she attacked, she said, "Don't stop. Speak as you fight. I'm listening." Yuan Kong scoffed when he heard that. He thought to himself, "I won't fall for your trick. You want to kick me off the stage? I won't let you succeed even if I die." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan on stopping, Yuan Kong didn't say another word. He quickly walked to the edge of the stage and jumped off the stage. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she shouted, "Young master, what are you doing? Don't jump. Listen to me." When Yuan Kong heard that, he ignored her. He thought to himself, a cat shedding crocodile tears for a mouse. You want to kick my butt? No way. When Yuan Kong stood steadily on the ground, he turned around and said proudly, "I jumped down myself. You want to kick me? Don't even think about it." Zhang Xiaohua stood far away on the high stage and said in all seriousness, "Young Master Yuan Kong, this is your fault. You didn't kill me several times just now because you couldn't bear to kick me off. How can I kick you? I stopped you just now because I wanted to tell you that we might as well call it a draw." When Yuan Kong heard that, he shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent expression, "Weren't you ignoring me?" With a thud, Yuan Kong had long fainted off the stage. Fainting was really a good way to escape everything. Yuan Kong fainted from the rush and didn't know anything. When the group of young monks carried him back to the reed mat shelter, he slowly woke up. The disciples of the Misty School no longer cared about the feelings of others. Their passion was completely ignited. The situation on the stage rose and fell one after another. The ups and downs had long made their little hearts unable to bear it. Yuan Kong leaped into the air with a beautiful posture and an imposing aura. The sound of rising came to an abrupt end. When Yuan Kong fainted in the dust, the disciples of the Misty School suddenly came to their senses. This, our Misty School brother won. Many people secretly pinched their cheeks to make sure that they weren't dreaming. A few people even ruthlessly slapped themselves and the people around them. The direct result was a wave of berating. When they were convinced that this was indeed happening in reality, they exploded. Was the brother on the stage still human? No, absolutely not. He was an undying cockroach. Therefore, the chants of cockroach, cockroach were mixed with the chants of rising, rising. While waiting, Zhang Xiaohua arrogantly cupped his fists to the brothers below the stage. When he heard the chants of cockroach, he staggered and narrowly avoided falling down and following in Yuan Kong's footsteps. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. He thought to himself, the brothers in this sect are really too enthusiastic. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was pacing back and forth on the stage, waving to the crowd below and almost saying, "Good day, brothers," or "Brothers, thank you for your hard work," Zhang Qingyue floated onto the stage and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, don't get too carried away. The Dalan Temple's law-enforcing elder is still watching you from below." As soon as Zhang Xiaohua heard the words, law-enforcing elder, the image of a bald man with a long donkey face and small triangular eyes flashed in his mind. The joy in his heart immediately disappeared like snow melting in boiling water. His entire face was immediately replaced by a look of panic. He said, Master Uncle Zhang, did I go too far?" Zhang Qingyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance and laughed in his heart. He said, "Don't pretend in front of me. The Grand Sect Master is calling you over. It won't be too late to pretend to be pitiful in front of the law-enforcing elder of the Dalan Temple." Then, just as he was about to turn around, he seemed to have thought of something. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "In a while, the old monk will probably ask you some questions. Time is tight and I can't teach you. You should know that in your heart." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not good. His sister-in-law Lu Qian had said before, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. He didn't know whether this fist of the North Star was a jade or not, but this set of fist techniques had really ground Yuan Kong, a monk several levels higher than himself, to death. Even if it wasn't a jade, it was a jade. What should he do? In the midst of his anxiety, he suddenly saw Zhang Qingyue walking in front of him and his words. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. If she still didn't understand such a blatant hint, how could she live up to the IQ of her Shuo Wen Jie Zi enlightenment? There was some distance between the fighting ring and the reed mat shed. However, there were no Misty School disciples in this open space. Zhang Xiaohua didn't receive the welcome treatment. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Qingyue to the reed mat shed, she couldn't help but see the old monk sitting in the guest seat. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This old monk didn't have a donkey face, nor did he have triangular eyes. Although he looked a little gloomy, he wasn't sinister. He wasn't the type that she was afraid of. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked in front of O Peng and sang a Fei Nuo greeting. Zhang Xiaohua greets sect leader O. After O Peng raised his hand, she saluted the Misty School's higher-ups on his right, greetings to the elders and hall masters. The Misty School's hall masters and elders also happily waved their hands and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. After Zhang Xiaohua greeted everyone she was familiar with, O Peng said, "Zhang Xiaohua, quickly come over and greet the Dalan Temple's law-enforcing elder, Great Master Changgung. He's a famous person in Jianghu. If you have the chance in the future, you must learn from the Great Master Changgung." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately obediently walked in front of Monk Changgung and bowed deeply. "This little one is Zhang Xiaohua. Greetings to the Great Master Changgung." Monk Changgung stared at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 197. Zhang Xiaohua was frightened by Monk Changgung's stare. She thought to herself, did this monk see through me? But I don't have anything to let others see through me. Could it be that Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, he wants to silence me because I humiliated the Dalan Temple? My goodness, what should we do now? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling uneasy, she heard Monk Changgung laugh and say, "Zhang Xiaohua, you are not bad. You are very good. Ha ha ha. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was even more puzzled. Was this monk crazy? He had consecutively knocked the 2 young monks he had brought out of the arena. Yet, here he was praising him. It was truly incomprehensible. However, Zhang Xiaohua misunderstood monk Changgung. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua defined monk Changgung as a donkey with triangular eyes. It was the image of a sinister and cunning monk. In addition, monk Changgung was not a benevolent senior monk. Naturally, he could not shake Zhang Xiaohua's preconceived notion. But no matter what, monk Changgung was still a senior monk. Although he was vengeful and narrow-minded, after all, the flaws could not obscure the beauty. Would he really make things difficult for a teenager? Taking a step back, although Zhang Xiaohua was powerful and defeated 2 little monks who had higher cultivation than her, from monk Changgung's point of view, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously older than Yuanli and Yuankong. It was normal for Zhang Xiaohua to defeat them. There was nothing to be proud of. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaohua's level of martial arts was average and she did not know any internal strength cultivation method. This made him feel strange. The most important thing was that monk Changgung's action of slapping the Misty School's face had been a complete success. If he did not give some face to the Misty School, it would seem that the Dalan Temple was not magnanimous enough. Zhang Xiaohua happened to make up for this shortcoming, and it was also in line with his wishes. Therefore, monk Changgung had long forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua's defeat of his 2 proud disciples. However, when he said, "You are not bad, you are very good," it was not clear whether he meant Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts was good or it just happened to cater to his thoughts. Following that, monk Changgung opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. Earlier, he had already heard from Yuanli that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the Misty School and claimed to be from Huanxi Mountain Manor. Monk Changgung naturally knew the relationship between Huanxi Mountain Manor and the Misty School. He wanted to ask if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to change her sect, but on second thought, if it wasn't for a little monk like Yuanli who grew up in the temple, or an orphan like Yuanxing, who would be willing to enter the Buddhist sect? Moreover, other little monks might not recognize the ethereal steps that Zhang Xiaohua used, but monk Changgung saw it clearly. The Misty School had even imparted their own divine skills, so how could it have nothing to do with the Misty School? How could he poach a disciple of his? Furthermore, monk Changgung was rather interested in Zhang Xiaohua's messy fist technique. He wanted to pull her to the side and ask, but from the ethereal steps to the fist technique, monk Changgung naturally categorized it as a secret of the Misty School. How could he ask? Hence, after monk Changgung praised her a few times, he seemed to be at a loss for words. Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious. He thought to himself, "Don't be so humble. You keep saying nonsense. What's the use of praising me?" Furthermore, when he saw monk Changgung shut up, he hurriedly bowed and said, "About that, master. There's something I'm not sure if I should say." When monk Changgung heard that, he curled his lips and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, what's the matter? Feel free to speak." When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she was overjoyed and immediately said, "Master, just now in the arena, Yuan Kong made a bet with me. He wanted to borrow your temple's Dharma sword manual for me to read. I wonder if this bet still stands." Monk Changgung was embarrassed when he heard that. To put it bluntly, he never thought that Yuan Kong would lose to Zhang Xiaohua. He only thought that it was a joke. Furthermore, as an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, he did not have the authority to let others read the Dalan Temple's secret sword technique. Zhang Xiaohua's words had really hit his soft spot. When Peng saw this, he was secretly pleased. He immediately reprimanded Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, what kind of person is Great Master Changgung? Since he agreed to your bet, he will naturally honor it. Why do you have to bring it up now?" Zhang Xiaohua said innocently, "Sect leader, if I don't say it now, where will I find Master when he leaves?" I can't possibly chase him all the way to the Dalan Temple. Monk Chang-gung's face darkened after being mocked by the two. He really wanted to agree, but how could he have the guts to do so? Therefore, after thinking for a while, he said, "Sect leader O, you don't have to beat around the bush anymore. This old monk was just lying. How about this, Zhang Xiaohua, this old monk cannot guarantee that you will be able to see the Dharma sword manual. When I return to the Dalan Temple, I will definitely report to the abbot and do my best to fight for it for you. If the abbot agrees, that would be great. If he doesn't." At this point, Monk Chang-gung muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly asked, "Then, if he doesn't agree, will today's bet not count?" Monk Chang-gung let out a long laugh and seemed to have made up his mind. He said, "If you don't agree, even if I have to risk my reputation and life, I will let you see another sword manual from the Dalan Temple's collection. What do you think?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard that Monk Chang-gung was going to risk his life, she thought that he would risk his life to get the Dharma sword manual for her. However, in the end, he changed the topic and said that it was another sword manual from the Dalan Temple's collection. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. Actually, to her, any sword manual was good enough. However, after hearing Zhang Qingyue's praise and Monk Chang-gung's refusal, she naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity. Therefore, she set her sights on the Dharma sword. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, O Peng said, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't be greedy. Since the great master Chang-gung showed you the Dalan Temple's collection, it must be a rare and peerless sword manual in Jianghu. A treasure among the sword manuals may not be inferior to the Dharma sword. Why are you so worried?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately beamed with joy and bowed to Monk Chang-gung again to express her gratitude. Monk Chang-gung glared at O Peng and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Since Chief O has said so, I won't fool you with some inferior sword manual. Let's set the limit at 1 year. After 1 year, come to my Dalan Temple and I will show you the sword manual. What do you think?" There was no reason for Zhang Xiaohua to be unwilling. Even if she was asked to follow, she would be willing. Naturally, she nodded her head continuously. O Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Monk Chang-gung had set a time limit of 1 year. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua's efforts were not in vain. Only then did he wave his hand and let Zhang Xiaohua leave. After Zhang Xiaohua bowed and left, O Peng asked again, "Great Master Chang-gung, will the competition of the martial arts competition end here? Does the Great Master have any other arrangements?" Monk Chang-gung smiled and said, "This time, I came here with the intention of strengthening the friendship between the two sects and strengthening the exchange between the two sections. Now that my disciples have exchanged pointers with your sect's disciples, it will naturally come to an end. There are no further arrangements. Let's end it here." O Peng also smiled and said, "We really welcome a person like the Great Master to our Misty School. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. The Great Master's trip to the Misty School this time is also a kind of encouragement for our Misty School. Our Misty School has also benefited greatly. I think that the Great Master's trip is inevitable. Only a wise and far-sighted person like the Great Master can make such an outstanding decision." Monk Chang-gung put his palms together and said, "This time, thanks to sect leader O's support and coordination from many sides, we finally achieved a perfect success and achieved the desired goal. This kind of competition and exchange pointers must be normalized in the future. This old monk suggests that when we return, we must report the results of this competition to the Great Master in charge of the Dalan Temple and ask him to make a decision. Hopefully, there will be more opportunities for the disciples of our two sects to exchange pointers in the future." O Peng clapped his hands and said, "Good idea. Friendship first, competition second. May the friendship between the Dalan Temple and the Misty School last forever." Monk Chang-gung also clapped his hands and said, "That's how it should be." The two of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. When the laughter died down, O Peng said, "Great Master, you must be tired from the long journey. This competition has been going on for more than half a day. I think your stomach must be empty. I have already ordered my subordinates to prepare vegetarian dishes. Great Master, please stay and have a taste. Monk Changgung muttered this. O Peng saw this and said, I know that the Great Master has a high level of attainment in food and drink. I have already invited a famous vegetarian chef to cook for me. I think the food should be ready by now. I hope that the Great Master can give me some face and taste the specialties of Pingyang City. Monk Changgung listened and was very pleased. He smiled and said, Then I shall accept your invitation. Sect leader O, please. O Peng was overjoyed and said, I will lead the way. Great Master, please lead the way. Monk Changgung said, Sect leader O, please. At this point in the martial arts exhibition, there was nothing left for the Dalan Temple to do. Those who should have won had won and those who should not have lost had lost. The Misty School disciples still had other competitions that had yet to be carried out. However, the middle and upper management of the Misty School had accompanied the Dalan Temple disciples to Rome. Naturally, the competitions could not be carried out and could only be carried out another day. When Zhang Xiaohua left the reed mat shelter and returned to the square, she was naturally treated like a hero. All the disciples wanted to say a few words to her and get familiar with her. Everyone knew that this fellow had brought honor to the Misty School and would definitely be appreciated by the sect leader. Her future in the Misty School would definitely be bright. If they did not build a good relationship with her now, when would they? Hence, they kept calling her junior brother and brother. Everyone had forgotten that Zhang Xiaohua was still not a disciple of the Misty School. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua really understood the situation that Zhang Xiaohu was in when he first arrived at the Misty School. Those enthusiastic faces were filled with sincerity and there was not a trace of hypocrisy. If not for the fact that she did not know them at all, wouldn't others have thought that she was their brother who had chopped off chicken heads and burned yellow paper offerings to kowtow to them? Chapter 198. Faced with the enthusiasm of the Misty School's disciples, Zhang Xiaohua could only throw away his armor and escape in a sorry state. After squeezing through the crowd and returning to Zhang Xiaohu's residence, Zhang Xiaohua was already out of breath. He couldn't help but say with lingering fear, this was simply a battle. It was even more tiring than the battle on the stage. I would rather face a bald monk. He Tianshu, who was watching from the side, laughed and said, Don't be so cocky. This is just a male disciple of our Misty School. If a female disciple of Mingcue Hall was here, would you still be like this? Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, however, lit up. Zhang Xiaohu said today that he had tied with Yuan Xing compared to Zhang Xiaohua's great victory, it was a little inferior. However, it still brought glory to the Misty School. After all, the remaining disciples had mostly lost the competition. His great achievement would probably be announced tomorrow. However, today, the news would spread to Mingcue Hall. He wondered if some people would have a new evaluation of him after hearing it. The three of them entered the small courtyard and sat in front of the stone table. Zhang Xiaohu brewed tea. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the teacup and drank a total of 4 large cups before stopping. He let out a long sigh and looked relaxed. Zhang Xiaohu asked with concern, Xiaohua, are you feeling tired? Can your body take it? Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and smiled, It's okay, second brother. I feel a little tired, but it's nothing. I've never competed for such a long time before. I'm just very thirsty. Hearing this, He Tianshu laughed and said, Zhang Xiaohua, from today onwards, no, from this morning onwards, I will have to look at you differently. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't understand and asked, Captain He, why do you have to look at me differently? Was it me who defeated the monks of the Dalan Temple? He Tianshu said, Yeah, you're now the hero of Misty School. If it weren't for you, the Misty School would have lost all its face today. Just thinking about it makes me wish I was 10 years younger so I could go on stage and show off my skills. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "You're exaggerating, exaggerating. Others may not know how good my martial arts are, but you should know. I just happened to be at the right time. Even if I didn't go up, someone else would have succeeded." He Tianshu also shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe you guys didn't notice, but I did. The Dalan Temple sent a group of monks this time. They are obviously targeting our Misty School. What's the name of the first monk you defeated?" "It's that fair-skinned one that you kicked down." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was happy and said, "He's called you on. If he was older, he would look like a handsome scholar." When he stood at the edge of the stage, all he lacked was a folding fan. "Oh right, Captain He, I'm very curious. This fair-skinned monk pressed on my body dozens of times, then stood there and let me kick his butt. I'm really curious. I don't understand what's going on." He Tianshu laughed and said, "That's what I wanted to say. Although Yuan is young, he has received the teachings of the Dalan Temple. He actually learned the technique of sealing pressure points. This is an absolute trump card for low-level disciples." Sealing pressure points. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "What kind of martial arts is that? How come I don't know about it?" He Tianshu explained, "Of course you don't know. You just started practicing martial arts and haven't reached that level yet." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and said, "Then, Captain He, can you tell me about it now?" He Tianshu thought for a moment and said, "I'll explain it to you simply. Sealing pressure points is a very profound martial art. Right now, you haven't even cultivated your internal strength, so you can't practice it." He Tianshu drank a mouthful of tea and cleared his throat. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and her brother and said, "When it comes to sealing pressure points, we must first talk about the pressure points of the human body. There are hundreds of pressure points on a person's body, big and small. They are spread all over the body and have a direct connection with the blood vessels and meridians. Thus, there is a martial art that condenses the internal strength into needles and pierces these pressure points. It can seal the blood vessels and meridians, causing the person to lose the ability to move or the ability to use internal strength. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother and said, "Captain He, I understand, but can you explain it more clearly? For example, what pressure points are there and what is the use of each pressure point?" He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "First of all, your martial arts cultivation is still shallow. If I explain too much, you won't understand. Second of all, these things are recorded in the sect's martial arts manuals. Why do you need me to waste my breath? You can see for yourselves in the future." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked, "Then, that monk Yuan Liao hitting me dozens of times is a very powerful martial art?" He Tianshu said seriously, "Yes, extremely powerful. Especially at such a young age, he actually hit 36 pressure points. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen to the ground." "That's right, you're very strange. You're completely fine." At this point, He Tianshu pinched his chin with 2 fingers and looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe with ill intentions. Zhang Xiaohua crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, "Captain He, what are you doing?" He Tianshu laughed sinisterly and said, "I want to hit your pressure points and see what's going on." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Who knows? Maybe he hit them wrong." He Tianshu shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I saw that his technique was very skillful. It's impossible for him to hit all 36 pressure points incorrectly. If he hit even one of them correctly, you would have lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careless as to stand at the side of the ring and wait for you to kick him. That's right, there's also that dark and thick monk behind you. Didn't he also hit the pressure points on your neck and feet? It didn't have any effect. Instead, his finger was injured by your kick. No, I have to hit them too. See, what's going on?" How could Zhang Xiaohua let him really hit them? She quickly distanced herself from him and said, "Forget it, Captain He. I just finished a match and I'm very tired. Let's talk about it later." "That's right, you still haven't said why they targeted us." He Tianshu continued to explain, "I've digressed a bit. I reckon that the monks from the Dalan Temple have already investigated our Misty School. None of our commoner disciples below the third rank are able to hit pressure points. Even the most outstanding ones have only just cultivated their internal energy to the standard. They haven't even learned the technique of hitting pressure points. Therefore, this Yuan from the Dalan Temple is an existence that can defeat our Misty School's commoner disciples." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she said enviously, "Captain He, you're really amazing. Seeing that you're at Huanxi Manor every day, you actually know everything about Kitty Hawk Hall." He Tianshu's face was full of pride as he said, "Who am I? The leader of the Misty School, naturally I know more than others." Zhang Xiaohua slightly curled her lips and said, "I think I just heard the leader of Kitty Hawk Hall say this. Am I also the leader of the Misty School?" Her voice was very soft, but Zhang Xiaohua heard it clearly and laughed. He Tianshu didn't think much of it and continued, "Let's not talk about this Yuan. There's also the dark and rough monk you defeated in the end, he's called," Zhang Xiaohua added, "he's called Yuan Kong." "Yes, it's that Yuan Kong." He Tianshu's face was deep in thought as he said, "This little monk is even more amazing. The martial art he used on you is called the Skunda Subduing Demon Palm. It's a secret martial art of the Dalan Temple and is very famous in Jianghu. At his age, he's actually able to reach the second level. He's definitely a genius among geniuses in the martial arts world. I think that in 10 years, he'll be a famous expert in the Dalan Temple." Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and said, "How can you tell that his martial art is at the second level?" "This." He Tianshu was a bit hesitant. Zhang Xiaohu continued, "The leader of Kitty Hawk Hall analyzed it. They have people who specialize in studying the martial arts of other sections. However, this second level is just an estimate. After all, we don't have a specific martial art." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua understood a bit. He Tianshu continued, "This Skunda Subduing Demon Palm is naturally more powerful than a pressure point martial art. They placed Yuan Kong here with the intention of defeating us commoners of the 5th or 6th level." At this point, He Tianshu seemed to have thought of something funny and laughed for a long time. Then he clutched his chest and looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu who didn't know what to do. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This killing weapon was actually, actually tired by you to the point of jumping off the stage." Ha ha ha. Hearing this analysis, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. He really didn't think so much. He only entered the third stage of the martial arts exhibition to test his martial arts. He simply didn't expect to be provoked by the Dalan Temple. And by a freak combination of factors, he actually won against 2 monks who were younger than him. If it was just a win, then it was a win. But according to He Tianshu's analysis, these 2 monks were experts sent by the Dalan Temple this time. He had forcefully disrupted the wishful thinking of the Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder. Immediately, 2 words flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, "Kill to silence." Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Would that monk Chang Gung, who didn't look friendly, do this? How would He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua know that Zhang Xiaohua was thinking so much? When He Tianshu had enough laughing, he said, "But then again, Zhang Xiaohua, not only are you strong, but you are also quite cunning. The more you fight, the more tired you become. You set a trap for Yuan Kong. You have to say, your acting is really good. We all thought you were real and our palms were sweating profusely for you." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and looked up at Zhang Xiaohua. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua was exhausted in the previous competition. He naturally didn't think that Zhang Xiaohua was deliberately setting a trap for Yuan Kong. However, Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu remembered that Zhang Xiaohua didn't rest like the others at that time. Instead, he practiced his set of messy boxing skills. As for how he recovered his strength, he didn't know. Anyway, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua regained his strength. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chapter 199. Zhang Xiaohua keenly sensed the worry in Zhang Xiaohu's eyes. She smiled and said to He Tianshu, "It's such a simple trick. That dark-skinned guy couldn't even see through it. He must be reciting scriptures all day long. His brain must be damaged." After saying that, she laughed. He Tianshu also echoed, "Maybe, maybe, maybe. Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohu also laughed softly. His laughter was probably different from He Tianshu's. The three of them chatted for a long time. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. Her eyes shone with the color of silver. She asked, "Captain He, I won back some face for your misty school. Even if I didn't do much, I should at least do a little bit of hard work. Do you think Leader O will reward me?" "Reward?" He Tianshu was stunned. He said, I really didn't think about it. It said that the contestants with the wild card only have a ranking. There's no reward. After all, you're not a disciple of our misty school. How can you be rewarded? The other disciples are rewarded with martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with disappointment as he said, "If I had known earlier, I would have jumped down from the arena myself. I worked myself to death, yet I didn't get any benefits. I even had to worry about being silenced." "Silenced?" He Tianshu was stunned. He asked in surprise, "Who?" Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, "The Dalan Temple, the old monk Changgung, who else?" You, He Tianshu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "What are you thinking? Who told you that?" Zhang Xiaohua said eloquently, "That's how it's written in Wuxia novels. Anyone who gets in the way and spoils other people's business will be silenced." He Tianshu smiled helplessly. "What are you talking about? How can you imagine what's written in novels? They were all there for the amusement of others. This was the Dalan Temple's law enforcement elder. What kind of status did he have? Even if today's action was premeditated, why would he put down his pride and deal with a teenager like you just because you won against two low-level disciples? Would he still want to mingle in the Jianhu in the future? This is impossible." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua still didn't believe it. "Really?" He Tianshu patted his chest and said, "I guarantee it on my reputation." Seeing that her life was saved, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed this time. She repeatedly said, "It's really good. It's really good." He didn't seem to care whether He Tianshu's reputation was worth anything or not. He Tianshu frowned and said, "But," Zhang Xiaohua's heart tightened and she hurriedly asked, "But what? Don't tell me Monk Changgung will send someone to kill me." He Tianshu smiled and said, "But you'll have 2 matches today. The first match is the 3rd round of the martial arts exhibition. According to the rules, there won't be any rewards. But your second match won't be a match of the martial arts exhibition. You'll be representing the Misty School in the competition against the Dalan Temple. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure sect leader O will remember your kindness." Maybe, just as he said this, someone knocked on the door. The three of them looked at each other. Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Zhang Xiaohu isn't here. I'm cleaning for him." Hearing this strange answer, Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu secretly laughed. However, the person outside didn't seem to be fooled by Zhang Xiaohu's lie. He said sternly, "Zhang Xiaohu, open the door. I'm Zhang Qingyue." "Oh my." The three of them were shocked. Zhang Xiaohua almost stuck her tongue out. The three of them hurriedly walked to the door and opened it. When they looked up, it was indeed Zhang Qingyue, the eldest disciple of the Misty School's sect leader O. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly went up and bowed. I didn't know Martial Uncle Zhang was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed as well. Zhang Qingyue looked at the three of them and said, it's not that you didn't go out to meet me. You didn't want to meet me at all. You even wanted to trick me. Zhang Xiaohu was so frightened that he hurriedly apologized. Zhang Qingyue changed his expression and said, I'm just joking. You're both surnamed Zhang. 500 years ago, you were even one family. No need to be so polite. I know what happened to you, and so does the sect leader. He also knows that you're bluffing. You're not bad, very good. That's what the sect leader said. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes brimmed with tears. He repeatedly said, sect leader is wise, martial uncle Zhang is wise. Zhang Qingyue helped Zhang Xiaohu up and said, you two brothers performed very well in the arena today. The sect leader was very happy. He just sent off the guests from the Dalan temple and sent me to call you over. Hurry up and come with me. The sect leader is still waiting for you in the meeting hall. Hearing that sect leader O was still waiting, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare delay. They hurriedly followed Zhang Qingyue to the meeting hall. Since there was nothing else for He Tianshu to do, he could only return to the pharmacy alone. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu followed Zhang Qingyue to the meeting hall. There weren't many people in the hall. O Peng sat in the chair in the middle. A farmer-like figure sat in the first chair to his left. Zhang Xiaohua felt that he looked familiar. She seemed to have seen him before, but she didn't know his name. On the second chair to his right sat Zhang Xiaohu's master, Wen Wenhai. The three of them entered the hall. After Zhang Qingyue saluted, he sat in front of Wen Wenhai. Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu and saluted the three people in the hall. Needless to say, he called out, sect leader O, with great respect. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Zhang Xiaohu call the farmer-looking man, Elder Hu, she was puzzled. What kind of world was this? How could a farmer-looking man be an elder? However, he still saluted honestly and called out, Elder Hu. When she saluted Wen Wenhai, she could tell that something was different. Her greeting of Hero Wen was exceptionally sweet. Everyone in the hall could tell the difference. They all laughed in their hearts. Naturally, there was no place for Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua in the meeting hall. They could only stand and talk. O Peng first looked at Zhang Xiaohu. His heart was filled with joy. He said, Zhang Xiaohu, you're very good. Really good. Although Zhang Xiaohu had heard these words from O Peng before, when he heard it from O Peng's mouth, it was as if all the grievances he had suffered over the past month were gushing out of his chest. He couldn't say anything. Only tears flowed down his cheeks like a river. Wen Wenhai watched from the side. He also felt a little sad. O Peng didn't say anything else. He waited for Zhang Xiaohu to calm down before opening his mouth. You've been in the sect for over a month, but you've been left aside. I don't need to tell you the reason. However, there's no lack of testing you. As my direct disciple, you're not only tested in martial arts, but also in the ways of the world. You're not Qingyue's disciple. You don't care about fame and fortune. In Jianghu, martial arts is the absolute right to speak. If you only relied on connections to form your own clique and manage your own little mountain, how could I be at ease letting Hai teach you the divine martial arts of the sect? Fortunately, you've been tested. You're able to endure loneliness. This is the potential to become a martial arts expert. O Peng paused for a moment. He continued, actually, your master has been racking his brains for you. I'm also hesitating. However, your performance on the arena today was really refreshing. I admit that I've overlooked your potential and cared too much about your age. Looking at your potential, it's not much worse than that of Yuan Xing from the Dalan Temple. You might even be better. Since the Dalan Temple doesn't stick to the rules, how can we, the Misty School, stick to the rules? Only set our sights on young disciples. Hearing this, Wen Wenhai said, Zhang Xiaohu, why aren't you thanking big sect leader? Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, thank you big sect leader for your help. Peng smiled, you don't have to be like this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You have to rely on yourself to grasp it. You have to rely on yourself to cultivate. Our Misty School's core internal strength cultivation method is meant for people to cultivate. If you have the potential and fate to cultivate it to Deshang, it won't only be your personal glory, it will also be our Misty School's achievement. Speaking till here, Peng sighed slightly and said, however, I also want to tell you the truth. This inner strength mental cultivation method, in our ethereal sect, we don't know how many talented people have practiced it, but only a few have been able to practice it successfully. Even for me, it was only by chance that I was able to practice it successfully. As for the reason behind it, there's no need to go into detail now. I just want to ask you, are you willing to choose this ethereal divine skill? Do you want to cultivate this core internal strength cultivation method, or do you want to choose another one? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua silently cursed in her heart. She thought to herself, what's wrong with big sect leader O? Just the name of this ethereal divine art alone sounds amazing. Anyone who chooses it will choose it. Why would there be any other distracting thoughts? In fact, only someone like Zhang Xiaohua, who had a pure mind and wholeheartedly focused on martial arts, would have such thoughts. She felt that this question was really stupid. However, if it was someone else, they would think that although this core internal strength cultivation method was amazing, if it couldn't be cultivated to Deshang, then how could it be called a divine art? It wouldn't bring any benefits to them. Even if they chose another core internal strength cultivation method, if they could cultivate it to Deshang, then their martial arts strength wouldn't be just a little bit stronger. Comparing the two, there would naturally be other considerations. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was just like Zhang Xiaohua. He only chose the most ideal and didn't want the most practical. He didn't hesitate and resolutely said, reporting to big sect leader, this disciple will choose this ethereal divine art. This disciple will definitely cultivate it to Deshang. Big sect leader, please wait and see. Peng smiled and said, good, good, good. I'm really looking forward to it. Wen Wenhai also stood up from the side and said, thank you big sect leader for your help. Peng waved his hand and said, can't we do it together? For more than a month, you've been hovering in front of me almost every day. Don't tell me I don't know what you're thinking. Forget it, let's hurry back. From tomorrow onwards, I'll teach him the incantation and let him cultivate it. Who knows, maybe one day that Yuan Xing will come looking for him to exchange pointers. We can't lose face. Hearing Peng's words, Zhang Xiaohu finally understood his master's painstaking efforts. His eyes became even more moist. Chapter 200. Zhang Xiaohu's matter had come to an end. Peng ordered Wen Wenhai and Zhang Xiaohu to withdraw first. Only Zhang Xiaohua and the other three were left in the assembly hall. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the assembly hall, looking at the ground under her feet with apprehension. Her eyes kept darting around. She could feel Peng and that elder whose gazes were fixed on her. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't clear why sect leader had left her alone. If it was a simple reward, it shouldn't have anything to do with Zhang Xiaohu on the side. She also didn't know what sect leader was up to. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't dare to ask. After a long while, when even Zhang Qingyue was somewhat puzzled, Peng opened his mouth. He asked, Zhang Xiaohua, can you tell me where you learned the fist technique you used on the stage today when you were fighting with Sky Origin? Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly. She didn't expect Peng to ask this question. She couldn't help but blush. Embarrassed, she told him about how she always forgot the moves of the fist technique and could only piece them together. When O Peng heard this, he still didn't believe her. He asked again, "Is what you said true? Didn't you get some secret fist technique book and learn it from it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sect leader O is wise. How could I have the chance to get a secret book? These were indeed learned from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's fist technique books. I can't remember those moves clearly. I keep forgetting them. After learning them over and over again, I ended up with these 4 odd things." O Peng pondered for a moment and asked again, "Then how many moves does this fist technique of yours have? Can you show it to us from beginning to end?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "This fist technique has a total of 108 moves. Please wait a moment. I'll show it to you right away." The meeting hall was quite spacious. Zhang Qingyue helped to move some chairs back to make room for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stood there and took a deep breath. After calming herself down, she began to practice the Big Dipper mystical fist. O Peng and Hu Yunyi's eyes lit up when they saw this, and they kept exchanging glances. Zhang Qingyue, on the other hand, was puzzled. The moves of this fist technique were very strange. They were very similar to the fist techniques that he had practiced before, but there were also some differences. Even the moves that he had never practiced before were different from what he remembered. He didn't know why gang leader O was interested in this fist technique. After Zhang Xiaohua finished her demonstration, O Peng glanced at Hu Yunyi again. He turned his head and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, your fist technique is pretty good." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. She probed, "Really? Leader O, don't try to fool me." O Peng smiled and said, "It's true. You used this fist technique to defeat Yuan Kong, so how can it not be good? However, let me ask you again. Why does your fist technique only have 108 moves? Why doesn't it have 360 moves?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this strange question, she scratched her head and said, "Leader O, I don't know. I've only learned so many moves, and I can even link them together. I don't think there's a place to put another move." When O Peng heard this, he couldn't help but say, "That's strange. It should have 360 moves. Why do you only have 108 moves?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. She asked, "Leader, why must it have 360 moves? I'm not lying to you. I really remember these 108 moves." At this moment, Hu Yunyi said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I want to ask you something. Our Misty School wants to record this fist technique of yours. What do you think? Record it?" Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth in shock. She asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that you want to draw it like a fist manual?" Hu Yunyi nodded. "That's exactly what I mean." When Zhang Qingyue heard this, he was also shocked. What was a fist manual? It was a set of fist techniques that had been tempered thousands of times. When it reached a certain level and could be imparted to others, it was drawn into a book. It could be said that every fist manual was the result of countless people's painstaking research. However, Zhang Xiaohua's messy fist technique actually wanted to be recorded into a fist manual. Zhang Qingyue really couldn't see the value of this fist technique. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. She asked, "Elder Hu, do you mean to use this fist manual to impart to the Misty School's disciples?" Hu Yunyi shook his head. "No, Zhang Xiaohua. Leader O and I just think that your fist technique is very interesting. Every move is different from ordinary moves, and these moves can be perfectly linked together. There's no need to talk about the fist technique's power. It's not inferior to the Dalan Temple Skanda exorcism palm, so we're very curious and want to record it." "Oh. I see." Zhang Xiaohua felt a little disappointed. He really thought that the Misty School wanted to impart this set of Big Dipper mystical fist to their disciples, so he felt a little proud. However, Hu Yunyi's explanation was more reasonable. The Misty School had many inheritances, so why would they be interested in Zhang Xiaohua's Wild Fox Zen fist technique? Zhang Qingyue also accepted this explanation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Alright, no problem. Elder Hu, you can get someone to look for me whenever you want. I don't know how this fist manual is drawn, so just get them to tell me. Hu Yuni was overjoyed when he heard this. Alright, it's settled then. I'll get someone to discuss this with you later. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, however, Elder Hu, I still have a request. Hu Yuni was taken aback. He asked, what request? Tell me. Zhang Xiaohua said, what are you going to name this fist manual? Hu Yuni turned to look at O Peng and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Perhaps it will be called the Dezhou Stellar Fist. Dezhou Stellar Fist. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What kind of name is that? It sounds very awkward. I've already given it a name, so don't infringe on my copyright. Hu Yuni and the others opened their mouths wide and said, we don't mean to infringe on your copyright. Just tell us the name of this fist technique. Big Dipper Mystical Fist. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. O Peng thought for a moment and said, alright, let's call it the Big Dipper Mystical Fist. However, in order to not infringe on your legal rights, should we write Zhang Xiaohua's work on the fist manual? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment. She waved her hand and said, forget it. It's better not to write it. Superior to others, the wise don't show their true colors. If I write it like that, others will know that it's mine. Won't I be annoyed to death? Then, Zhang Xiaohua said, that, when the fist manual is finished, shouldn't you leave a copy for me? O Peng was puzzled. You already know it, so why do you still want a fist manual? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and said, although I know this fist technique, I haven't written it yet. With this fist manual in hand, it can be said that my life hasn't been lived in vain. I've made my own contribution to the prosperity of the martial arts world. Every time I look at it, my heart feels happy. O Peng smiled and said, no problem. When they finish, the first book will be yours. When the matter of the Big Dipper Mystical Fist came to an end, O Peng said, Zhang Xiaohua, your performance in the arena today was really beyond our expectations. You actually defeated 2 experts from the Dalan Temple. Most importantly, you won back our Misty School's face and didn't let us lose all the matches. Just because of this, I want to reward you today. Tell me, what do you want? Ah. There's a reward. Zhang Xiaohua blurted out and said, didn't you say that wild cards don't get rewards? O Peng disagreed and said, rules are dead, but people are alive. You've done so much to defeat 2 young monks. Your second brother's match was a draw, so I gave him a reward. There's no reason not to give you a reward. Tell me, what do you want? When Zhang Xiaohua heard He Tianshu's analysis, she already knew that O Peng would reward her for inviting her here, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to say it. This time, she was stunned. Sword manual. Saber manual. Internal strength cultivation method. She seemed to be asking for too much. Perhaps, she wanted O Peng to accept her as a disciple of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua's heart felt a little better, but then she thought about it. She had risked her life to save his sister previously, which gave her a chance to be his disciple. This time, she had only defeated 2 monks. Her contribution was probably not that high. If she were to ask to be his disciple, wouldn't it put O Peng in a difficult position? Besides, he had already said that he wanted something. It wasn't like the previous time where she just agreed to his request. Zhang Xiaohua was very clear about the difference between the two. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rejected her wish to be his disciple. Internal strength cultivation method. Didn't she already have the Carefree Heart Sutra? Although her progress was extremely slow, she could still cultivate it. Qigong movement technique. She had just comprehended Ethereal Steps levitation technique. She would think about it after she mastered it. Did she have to choose a sword manual or saber manual? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating, an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. She said, "Sect Master, I thought of something. I wonder if you're willing to give it to me." Peng was taken aback. He said, "If you don't tell me, how would I know what it is? What's there to talk about whether I'm willing or not?" Zhang Xiaohua explained, "During the martial arts exhibition, I went to the medicine hall. I really like that place. Furthermore, I really want to take a look at their collection of books. I wish to ask Sect Master for a token to allow me to freely enter and exit the medicine hall. I can also view their collection of books. What do you think?" Peng thought for a moment and said, "You little rascal, are you still thinking about those medicinal herbs that won't germinate? It's also hard on you for your painstaking efforts. It's not wrong for Yen to treat you differently. All right. I'll give you the token that you want. If you can solve the problem of the medicinal herbs not germinating, I'll definitely reward you well again. Qingyue, I'll leave this matter to you." Zhang Qingyue nodded in agreement. Following that, Peng asked again, "Zhang Xiaohua, I see that your ethereal steps seems to be pretty good. Have you finished learning it?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sect Master, it's all because of Captain He's teachings. Under Captain He's earnest guidance, I can achieve what I have today." Peng was stunned. This fellow's polite words were all over the place. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 201. Seeing Peng's astonishment, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly added, "That's right, I haven't thanked Big Gang Master for his generosity. If not for your reward, I reckon I would have been kicked off the stage by that Yuan Kong the moment I stepped onto the stage. It's still Big Gang Master who is brilliant. He had long thought of today's competition and bestowed ethereal steps to me." Peng helplessly scolded with a smile, "Your flattery is too obvious. Don't do this next time or I'll vomit." Zhang Xiaohua also put on a stunned expression and said, "Sect Master can tell. That's amazing. However, vomit and vomit, I'm sure you'll get used to it." Peng shook his head and stopped talking about her. After a while, he said, "I see that you and He Tianshu have a certain level of talent in terms of footwork. To be able to reach the 3rd level in a month is also commendable. However, ethereal steps is one of the divine skills of the Misty School. I can't casually give you any of the cultivation techniques in the future." When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she cursed in her heart. Why didn't she think of ethereal steps just now? Could it be that Sect Master wanted to give her the cultivation techniques in the future? However, she had already finished speaking and the token was in her hands. How could she go back on her words? Zhang Xiaohua suppressed her feelings of regret and said helplessly, "Sect Master thinks too highly of us. I haven't even gotten a glimpse of the 3rd level of Qinggong." When Peng heard that, he wasn't surprised and said, "The Qinggong technique recorded in the 3rd level is very mysterious. If you were to comprehend it now, I would find it strange. Don't be anxious and cultivate slowly. Once you've cultivated your inner force, you'll naturally have some insights." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "It's not just the Qinggong technique. I don't even understand the levitation technique." "Levitation technique?" Peng was stunned and asked, "What levitation technique?" "The ethereal steps he gave you recorded the levitation technique?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded in confusion and said, "That's right. The ethereal steps that Sect Master Zhang gave us recorded the levitation technique." Peng looked at Zhang Qingyue. Zhang Qingyue was also puzzled as he said, "Grand Gang Leader, I didn't know that the 3rd level of ethereal steps recorded the art of levitation. The ethereal steps that I practice is only a body lightning technique. Furthermore, due to the lack of time, this disciple casually found an ethereal steps manual from the library and took out the first 3 levels. I didn't read it myself. Peng nodded without any intention of blaming him and said, Zhang Xiaohua, our Misty Sex Ethereal Steps does indeed have the levitation technique. However, that was thousands of years ago and no one has mastered the levitation technique for countless years. Therefore, when we impart and transcribe the ethereal steps, we have neglected this levitation technique. I reckon that what Chengyu gave you is a fake copy from a long time ago. Since you have read it, there is no need to practice it. Just focus on reading the levitation technique. In addition, when you return, immediately destroy the levitation technique's pages. Forget it, is the ethereal steps technique with you or with He Tianshu? Zhang Xiaohua said, it's with team leader He. Peng turned to Zhang Chengyue and said, Chengyue, this matter is your fault so I won't nag at you. Go to the medicine hall now and retrieve the levitation technique. Also, tell He Tianshu not to speak of this matter to anyone else. Zhang Chengyue nodded and immediately left the meeting hall. Peng then said to Zhang Xiaohua, regarding the levitation technique, you also keep it to yourself. Don't speak of it to anyone else. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled as he thought to himself, good boy, it's a good thing that I didn't say that I knew a little levitation technique just now. Otherwise, tomorrow would be the anniversary of my death. Why does this thing of silencing people always happen to me? He didn't know if Zhang Xiaohua was frightened by monk Changgung. The word silencing people often appeared in his mind. If he were to speak of the levitation technique, how could they silence him? They might even worship him like a deity. Zhang Xiaohua probed Peng's tone, sect master, I heard from team leader He that the levitation technique is a legend. How did our ethereal steps record such a thing? Peng shook his head with a smile and said, He Tianshu is right. The reason why the levitation technique is recorded in the ethereal steps is a secret of the Misty School. I can't tell you. Don't ask about it and forget about it. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Peng wasn't too concerned and thought to herself, I have already learned the levitation technique. It's impossible for me to forget it. Seeing sect master like this, I don't think it's anything life-threatening. I'll use it when there's no one around. I believe sect master won't be able to see it. Peng naturally didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was thinking. He glanced at Hu Yuni before turning to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I'll get Chengyu to send you the token you want in a few days. There's nothing else here. You can go back first. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she bowed and was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. She asked Peng, sect master, I have something that I don't know if I should say. Peng said, here it comes again. Say it. Zhang Xiaohua said, that, Zhang Xiaohua stuttered for a long time but didn't say anything. Peng became impatient and said, hurry up and say it. What is it? Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, sect master, you saw that I won face for our Misty School in the arena today. I also contributed my Fist of the North Star. I only talked about the copyright, but I didn't talk about the royalties. Do you think? As she said that, she rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Peng was puzzled at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized something and laughed loudly. Hu Yuni also had a face full of smiles. Peng said, Zhang Xiaohua, I forgot about that. Alright, you did make a great contribution to the Misty School today. How about I reward you with 10,000 taels of gold? 10,000 taels of gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyeballs almost fell out. Peng frowned and said, why? You think it's too little? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and said, no. Sect master, I thought it would be enough if you gave me 100 taels of silver. Peng didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, just give me a big sum. 100 taels of silver is too little. Zhang Xiaohua was on the verge of tears. She didn't know the concept of 10,000 taels of gold. She had never seen gold before. She only knew that gold was much more valuable than silver. 10,000 taels of silver was something she couldn't even dream of, let alone 10,000 taels of gold. However, this 10,000 taels of gold was too hot. She didn't want to be killed by Sect Master O the moment she turned around. This. Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words again. Hu Yuni smiled and said, "Junior brother, don't scare Zhang Xiaohua. Just give her some money. 10,000 taels of gold will harm her." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. When O Peng saw this, he laughed out loud and said, "All right, Zhang Xiaohua, don't be afraid. Although our Misty School isn't a super sect, we still have money. Should I give you 10,000 taels of silver?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, "100 taels is enough. I've been out for so long and haven't given my family any money. 100 taels is enough. In my impression, my family spends 5 taels of silver a year." When O Peng and Hu Yuni heard this, they were slightly moved and secretly nodded their heads. O Peng thought for a moment and said, all right. How about this, I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver. Go back and show filial piety to your parents. They didn't raise you in vain." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Sect Master." O Peng smiled and waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and walked a few steps before stopping and saying, "Sect Master, I still have something to tell you. I don't know if I should say it." O Peng was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He endured and said, "If you have something to say it quickly." Then say it quickly." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I've been away from home for more than a year. I want to go back. Is that okay?" O Peng said curiously, "You're not a disciple of our Misty School. You don't need to tell me that you don't want to go back home." Zhang Xiaohua said, "But I want to go back with my second brother. We came out together. If we don't go back together, my parents will be worried to death." O Peng casually said, "All right, no problem. Go see your second brother and tell him that I agree." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. "Thank you for your help, Sect Master." After saying that, she turned around and walked away. But after taking a few steps, she felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but turn around. Sure enough, O Peng and Hu Yuni were staring at her back. Zhang Xiaohua turned to look behind her and didn't see anything. She asked, "Sect Master, Elder Hu, why are you staring at my back?" O Peng smiled and said, "We're waiting to see you turn around." "Oh right, is there anything else?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "No." O Peng was still worried. He asked, "Is there really nothing else?" "Yes," Zhang Xiaohua said resolutely. O Peng said, "All right, then you can leave." Only then did Zhang Xiaohua turn around again and quickly walk out of the assembly hall. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly heard O Peng call out from behind her, "Wait." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She stopped in her tracks and turned around to ask, "Sect Master, what do you want this time?" O Peng said fiercely, "I don't want this time. There's only one thing." Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, "Please speak." O Peng said, "Although I've agreed to let you and your second brother go home, you can only leave after you've finished recording the fist manual and your second brother has memorized the first layer of the inner strength cultivation method. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua felt strange and said, "Sect Master, that's what I was thinking. Even if you didn't say it, I would still do it. Being able to record a book is also a very honorable thing for me." O Peng was speechless. He waved his hand and motioned for her to leave. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't move. She asked again, "Sect Master, are you really okay?" "Really. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay and go back for supper." O Peng weakly replied. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Then I'm really leaving." O Peng said loudly, "Go. If you don't go, I won't let you go." Chapter 202. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly ran out of the assembly hall like a stray dog. Just as she left the assembly hall, she bumped into Zhang Qingyue, who was holding a piece of paper. Zhang Qingyue stepped aside and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hurried figure. He shook his head with a smile and walked into the assembly hall. Zhang Qingyue handed the paper to O Peng and said, "Master, this disciple was careless and made a mistake. Please punish me." O Peng took the paper and looked at it carefully. He rolled it into a ball and placed it in his palm. He circulated his internal energy and casually raised it. A pile of small paper shreds fell to the ground. O Peng looked at Zhang Qingyue's panicked expression and said, "Careless is careless, but it can't be considered a mistake. Even if this levitation technique was spread, no one would be able to learn it. It's fine, it's fine." Then he said, "Qingyue, you can go back first. I still have some things to discuss with your great martial uncle." Only then did Zhang Qingyue bow and leave. Seeing Zhang Qingyue walk out of the assembly hall, Hu Yuni asked, "Junior brother, do you think what Zhang Xiaohua said just now was true?" O Peng smiled and said, 100% true. After organizing his thoughts, O Peng continued, when Zhang Xiaohu first entered the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, they had already investigated. The two brothers had never left the Guizhuang house and had never learned any martial arts. They also didn't have the opportunity to obtain any secret martial arts manuals. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu were practicing fist techniques, their aptitude was extremely poor. They had never learned any fist techniques. Yen told me all this before and I treated it as a joke. Unexpectedly, this fool has fool's luck and actually learned this Big Dipper magical fist. Hu Yuni said thoughtfully, but this Big Dipper magical fist only has 108 moves. It's not the 360 moves of the Dezhou Stellar Fist. O Peng said, "No one knows what the 360 moves of the Great Heavenly Stellar Fist are, but the 108 moves of the Big Dipper Magical Fist are right in front of us. Even if the Big Dipper Magical Fist isn't the Great Heavenly Stellar Fist, it matches the legend very well. It's okay to treat it as a part of the Great Heavenly Stellar Fist." Hu Yuni nodded. "You can say that. However, the Big Dipper Mystical Fist is also a complete set. It's a little far-fetched to say that it's a part of other fist techniques." O Peng said, "Eldest senior brother, you're thinking too much. Who cares if it's the stellar fist of the Great Heavenly Cycle? No one has cared about it for thousands of years, so why should we care about it now? Moreover, haven't we already obtained the Big Dipper Divine Fist? Why would we still care so much?" Hu Yuni nodded and said, "Junior apprentice brother is right." Then, Hu Yuni asked, "Why didn't you take Zhang Xiaohua into our Misty School?" O Peng forced a smile and said, "That's what I thought at first. But after all, we've just taken in her second brother, which has already caused a certain amount of public opinion in the sect. If we take in another little brother, wouldn't it be even more controversial? Although we're not afraid of the disciples' discussion, after all, the rules of the Misty School for thousands of years have been broken again and again. It's not good for the development of the faction in the future. Last time, it was because she saved their lives, so it was understandable. This time, Zhang Xiaohua only won a competition in the Dalan Temple. If we take her in as a disciple, the other disciples will be disappointed. Don't think that the disciples are very good to Zhang Xiaohua today. If it affects their interests and their views, Zhang Xiaohua's days won't be easy." O Peng took a sip of tea and said, "Moreover, the Dalan Temple is watching us closely. After the competition, I told Shui Yupeng to hurry back to the Falling Water Gang. I'm afraid that something will happen there. If I suddenly take Zhang Xiaohua as a disciple of the Misty School, they will definitely suspect our motives. Maybe they will see some clues. Not to mention the Fist of the North Star, even if they cast their sights on Zhang Xiaohua's hometown, don't forget that the Guizhuang house where Zhang Xiaohua lives is not far from the Five Claws Peak. We have to be careful." Hu Yuni nodded knowingly. O Ping said, moreover, this Zhang Xiaohua is under Yan Er's nose in the Huanxi manor. What's the difference between being in the Misty School and being in the Huanxi manor? Moreover, didn't you see that she wanted my token and wanted to go to the pharmacy hall to read books? What's the difference between her and being a disciple of the Misty School? If she becomes a disciple of the Misty School, won't she still be under He Tianxu's tutelage? There's really no difference. Hu Yuni nodded again and said, Junior brother's consideration is very thorough. O Peng sighed and said, this is a special time. It's the time for our Misty School to accumulate strength. Everything must be done in a low-key manner. That's right, the matter of recording the Fist of the North Star must also be kept a secret. Don't let anyone leak the news. Hu Yuni said, I'll go out in a moment and tell Qingyu. Alright, junior brother, today's matter of the Dalan Temple disrupting our martial arts exhibition has also troubled you. Rest early. O Peng smiled and said, senior brother is also tired. You should also go back early. However, if it weren't for the Dalan Temple's provocation, the Zhang brothers wouldn't have shown themselves and we wouldn't have obtained the Fist of the North Star. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Moreover, the Dalan Temple's monk Changgung didn't find out anything about us. We've also passed this hurdle. Killing two birds with one stone, killing two birds with one stone. The two Marshall brothers left the hall one after the other and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Zhang Xiaohua returned to Zhang Xiaohu's residence with satisfaction. He had reaped a bountiful harvest from the meeting hall this time. Not only had he obtained the token, but he would also be able to freely enter and exit the pharmacy hall. Presumably, his internal strength cultivation wouldn't be a problem in the future. In fact, what made him most excited was the 1,000 taels of silver. This was enough money for his parents to live a peaceful life. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but grin. He had only asked for 100 taels of silver, but the sect leader had actually given him 10,000 taels of gold. This really scared Zhang Xiaohua to death. Zhang Xiaohu wasn't in the small courtyard. He must have been taken away by Wenwenhai to personally teach him secrets. For the past few days, Zhang Xiaohua had only practiced his fist techniques. He hadn't practiced his sword techniques with his left hand at all. At this time, this empty courtyard was the perfect place for Zhang Xiaohua to revise his sword techniques. However, things didn't go as he wished. Just as Zhang Xiaohua closed the small door and returned to the center of the courtyard, he heard someone rushing to the door. Pa, 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 pa. He loudly shouted, Zhang Xiaohua, is Zhang Xiaohua here? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Wasn't this Niaer's voice? Ever since this guy promised to teach him sword techniques, he had disappeared. Why did he suddenly run over to second brother's place to look for him today? Zhang Xiaohua heard Niaer's anxious voice and hurriedly ran over. He opened the door and smiled, Brother Niaer, why are you looking for me at this time? It's already so late. If you want to teach me sword techniques, you have to wait until tomorrow. When Niaer heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, he naturally thought of the matter of Zhang Xiaohua fooling around with his sword techniques. However, he just gritted his teeth and said, bad news, bad news. Zhang Xiaohua, quickly come back to Huanxi Manor with me. After that, he pulled Zhang Xiaohua's left hand and was about to run out. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and didn't follow him. Instead, his left hand exerted strength and pulled back. Therefore, Niaer ran out with all his strength, but Zhang Xiaohua was really like a rock and didn't move at all. Niaer saw that he couldn't pull him, so he simply let go and said anxiously, it's already come to this, why aren't you anxious? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss and said, what's going on? If you don't tell me clearly, how would I know? Why would I be anxious? Niaer still said anxiously, it's hard to explain it clearly in a short time. You'd better go back to Huanxi Manor with me and tell me on the way. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and decided that was the only way. On the way back to Huanxi Manor, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the trouble. It turned out that since more than a month ago, Niaer and others had been preparing in the pharmacy hall. They wanted to get a good result in the martial arts exhibition and leave the herbal field of Huanxi Manor to Zhang Xiaohua. After the martial arts exhibition began, Zhang Xiaohua packed up the herbal field and also went to Ethereal Heights. However, Zhang Xiaohua left for a few days and no one took care of the herbal field. Today was the day when Niaer returned to Huanxi Manor. They first cleaned up the house and casually went to the herbal field to have a look. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. On the edge of the herbal field, not only was there a small grass shed, but the herbs in the field were all sick. Many of them were yellow and looked malnourished. There were not many weeds in the field and the soil was not dry. They really didn't know what happened to these herbs. Niaer and others hurriedly cleared the weeds in the herbal field and watered the field. Then they looked at the herbs in a daze and worried. What should they do? Suddenly, they thought at the same time. What did this have to do with them? When they went back to the Misty School to prepare for the martial arts exhibition, everything in the herbal field was fine. When they came back, it became like this. If they were to be held responsible, they might not be the ones to bear the responsibility. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the pharmacy hall after all. He was only helping them in the herbal field. If they really asked him to bear the responsibility, he might not do it. However, the matter had already happened, so they had to call him back first. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was also shocked. He said, "When I came out, it was still fine. I also watered it and cleaned up the weeds before leaving. These herbs don't need to be watered every day, and the weeds have been reduced a lot during this time. I thought it was just a few days in Misty Mountain Villa. How could there be a problem?" However, the days in Misty Mountain Villa were a few days longer than expected, but this shouldn't be a big problem. By the way, where is Captain He? Niaer said, "I have asked them to look for him. This is a big problem. We have never seen it before. I don't know if Captain He can solve it." Hearing that something had happened in Huanxi Manor, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Niaer to urge him. He followed him closely and ran quickly to Huanxi Manor. When they arrived at Huanxi Manor, the sky was already dark. He Tianshu came back one step earlier. He was holding a torch and carefully looking at the herbs in the herbal field, frowning tightly. "Please collect, please reward, thank you." Chapter 203. Zhang Xiaohua cautiously moved forward and asked, "Captain He, what's going on?" He Tianshu didn't turn around and only sighed, "Take a look for yourself." "I don't know what's going on either." Zhang Xiaohua didn't rush forward and only said softly, "Captain He, it's all my fault. I only cared about participating in the martial arts exhibition and didn't take care of the medicinal field." He Tianshu turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua and shook his head, "This can't be entirely your fault. After all, this medicinal field is under the care of our medicinal hall. You're only here to help. Moreover, to be honest, I've been too focused on preparing for the martial arts exhibition and neglected the medicinal field." Zhang Xiaohua felt even more guilty when she saw that He Tianshu didn't blame her. She then walked forward and stepped into the medicinal field. She squatted down and used the firelight to carefully observe the medicinal plants. Under the light of the fire, it was not very clear. However, he could still faintly see that the leaves of the herbs were a little dry, and the edges were yellow. Zhang Xiaohua read a lot of books, so he naturally thought that these symptoms were the symptoms of the herbs that were about to wither. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. The withering of medicinal plants wasn't uncommon. According to the books, there would always be a portion of medicinal plants dying in every medicinal field. However, the problem was that these few medicinal fields in Huanxi Manor were carefully tended by them. Everything was normal before. How could such a thing happen in just a few short days? As for medicinal plants that showed signs of withering, according to the books, there was no way to save them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and asked, Captain He, what do you think we should do about this? Do you have any good ideas? He Tianshu shook his head and said, for this kind of thing, no one has been able to do anything for thousands of years. How could I have any good ideas? Actually, we were already prepared for this kind of situation. However, the medicinal plants have been growing very well this year and I didn't find anything wrong with them. That's why I neglected it. Sigh. In a short while, He Tianshu had used the word neglected twice. It looked like he still felt guilty about such a thing happening in the medicinal field. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the pitch-black medicinal field and asked, little second brother, approximately how many medicinal herbs are showing signs of withering? Nye Xiaoer said, 60% of them are like that. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised, and said, why is it so much? Isn't it usually 10% to 20%? Nye Xiaoer said, that's right. Why else would we be so anxious? He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, you've been alone in the herbal field all this time. Think carefully. Is there anything unusual? Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head and thought carefully for a long time. Then she said, during this period of time, in order to cultivate my internal strength, I have been living in this straw shed. From morning to night, I have been by the medicinal field, but I have never noticed anything unusual. Everything is the same as when you were here. He Tianshu frowned and said, think carefully again. There must be something different from before. Even if it has nothing to do with medicinal herbs, tell me. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, if there's anything different, it's that the grass in the medicinal field is decreasing day by day. It's different from before. However, after a day of rain, there's a lot of grass again. However, after that, it starts to decrease again. He Tianshu, Nye Xiaoer, and the others couldn't find anything strange. The things they learned from the pharmacy hall never talked about the relationship between grass and medicinal herbs. They only knew that weeding was the same. Zhang Xiaohua saw that they didn't speak, and probed, Captain He, is there a problem with the soil? He Tianshu shook his head and said, no, this soil was all obtained from the pharmacy hall. Also, I just checked it. It's all normal and there's enough water. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He, actually, I've wanted to ask you for a long time. I see that the symptoms of these medicinal herbs are similar to when our Guizhuang house's crops lack manure. We usually use manure as fertilizer for the crops. After a few days, it'll recover. Pfft. Not only He Tianshu, but Nye Xiaoer and the others were also amused. He Tianshu smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, do you think that these medicinal herbs are the same as your family's crops? The crops have fruits, so manure can be used to fertilize the soil. However, medicinal herbs can't be used. You've read so many books, have they ever mentioned using manure for medicinal herbs? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head a little awkwardly. He Tianshu said again, you've read so many books, it's true that you can comprehend by analogy, but it doesn't mean that all experience can be used at will. If you use manure in the medicinal field, see if Elder He won't hang you up and beat you. Everyone also roared with laughter. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm just giving you guys some ideas. Also, when I left Huanxi Manor, there really wasn't any abnormality in the medicinal field. He Tianshu smiled and said, we know. If there was the slightest abnormality in the medicinal field, you would have told us earlier. You wouldn't have participated in the Yanwu University. We're all very clear on this point. However, 60% of these medicinal herbs are about to wither. There must be something fishy about this. Let's wait until tomorrow to report to the pharmacy hall and ask the elders to make a decision. I think it'll be difficult for us to escape the charge of negligence. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and said, isn't that bad? What kind of punishment will there be? He Tianshu patted her shoulder and said, don't worry, the cause of this matter hasn't been figured out yet. It may not be our responsibility. However, even if the charge is confirmed, it's not just a few months of punishment, or a few months of confinement. Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed and said, that's not bad, I thought we would be expelled from the sect. He Tianshu and the others all glared angrily, saying, isn't it just a few more withered medicinal herbs? It happens more or less every year. It's just that this time, too many of us have withered. You actually want to expel us from the sect, this idea is really hateful. After saying that, everyone wanted to raise their fists and punch Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly begged for mercy, but the others didn't listen. Nia Xiao looked at the straw hut next to them and said, how about this, if Zhang Xiaohua wants our forgiveness, then tonight you'll be on duty in this straw hut and take good care of the medicinal field. If you can find the cause of the withered medicinal herbs, we'll let you go. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, there's no problem with being on duty, but finding the cause will be difficult. It's not even recorded in the books, where can I find it? Nia Xiao, and the others didn't listen and said, you just have to be on duty here and see if there's any opportunity. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it. In any case, before she went to the Misty Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition, she had spent the night in this straw hut. Since she had just returned, there was nothing wrong with staying here, so she nodded. He Tianshu smiled and said, no need, they're all tricking you, don't take it seriously. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua became stubborn. Something like this had happened to the medicinal field, most of it was because she didn't take good care of it. If she could be on duty for a night, she could also calm the guilt in her heart. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was determined to stay, He Tianshu didn't force her. He knew that this guy could still practice when he was on duty. Presumably, if he was on duty as soon as he came back, it would also be a superficial apology. Seeing that it was already late, He Tianshu said a few words and brought Nia Xiao, and the others back to the small courtyard. After He Tianshu and the others walked away, Zhang Xiaohua looked around the entire medicinal field. Sure enough, as Nia Xiao said, most of the medicinal herbs were dying. The edges of the leaves were more or less yellow. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. When she was here, there was no abnormality at all. She had only left for a few days, how could such a big change happen? Standing in the medicinal field for a long time, she didn't have any clue. She could only return to the straw hut and carefully recall the scene of her taking care of the medicinal field for a month. She still couldn't find anything wrong. At this time, it was already late at night. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and used the inner strength of the Carefree Heart Sutra to sense the qi of heaven and earth in the outside world. She prepared to draw the qi into her body and refine her meridians. But when she sent out her senses, she was surprised to find that the qi of heaven and earth in the medicinal field seemed to have decreased by a lot. It was far less than before. It felt like it had decreased by as much as 50%. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had only been away for a few days, how could the environment have changed so much? But fortunately, there was still qi here. It was better than the forest, wasn't it? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua calmed her heart and drew the qi into her body. But when a few strands of qi were drawn into her body, she suddenly thought of something. Her heart shook. Oh my, could it be that the culprit behind the withering of the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field was really herself? Just as she was thinking, it was already midnight. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep on time. The first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra automatically operated. Zhang Xiaohua's body shone inexplicably. Obscure waves, endless star power, and the only remaining qi of heaven and earth in the night sky were all greedily drawn into her body. The qi of heaven and earth and star power were all absorbed by her countless pores. After being refined, they merged into the fine, barely perceptible qi. The night was silent. It wasn't until the sun rose over the horizon that Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. Although it was a very cloudy day, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and could still feel that bit of essence entering her body. When Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the straw hut, she carefully looked at the entire medicinal field again. She didn't know if it was because it was dark last night and she couldn't see clearly, or because she had drawn the qi into her body last night, but the withered state of the medicinal herbs seemed to have worsened. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. This desolation was really caused by her. Although it was unintentional, it was still a fact. How was she going to explain to He Tianshu? If she didn't find out when she was cultivating yesterday that the qi of heaven and earth that the medicinal herbs needed to grow was the qi of heaven and earth that she used to draw qi, she wouldn't have any psychological burden. But last night, she clearly remembered that the qi of heaven and earth that was flowing downwards was originally drawn from the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field. But it was snatched by her own grass and drawn into her body. It was because she snatched the qi of heaven and earth that the medicinal herbs needed to grow that caused the medicinal herbs to wither. No matter what angle she looked at it from, she couldn't deny it. Chapter 204. Zhang Xiaohua would never shirk the responsibility. But if Zhang Xiaohua were to bear this responsibility, he would hesitate as well. Not to mention the information that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained from her indirect questioning, the cultivation method of her internal strength was very different from He Tianshu and the rest. How could she explain to them the cause of the medicinal herbs dying? Moreover, even if she was brave enough to bear the responsibility, would He Tianshu and the rest really think that it was Zhang Xiaohua's responsibility, and not a reason that Zhang Xiaohua had fabricated to shirk the responsibility for them? These were all secondary. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she did not have the ability to bear the consequences of this mistake. The 1,000 taels of silver that she had just received did not seem to be enough to compensate for these medicinal herbs. Thinking that the silver would grow wings and fly away, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of pain in her heart. However, if He Tianshu and the rest were to be severely punished by the pharmacy hall because of her unintentional mistake, that was not something that Zhang Xiaohua was willing to see. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was extremely tangled. However, seeing that the sun had already risen high and He Tianshu and the rest did not come over, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was very strange. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal field had already withered to such a state, why were they not concerned? Weren't they still panicking yesterday? Why did their temperament change after the autumn festival? Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked back to the courtyard and knocked on the doors of each house, but there was no response. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. They had all disappeared so early in the morning, what were they doing? However, after thinking for a while, she knew the answer. To be able to make them disappear collectively, other than the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field, what else could it be? If they were not in the medicinal field, then they must have gone to the pharmacy hall. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sigh. This was really a difficult matter. As Zhang Xiaohua walked back, he was racking his brains to think and recall. At this moment, he realized that although he had read many ancient books about medicinal herbs, these books all recorded how to plant the herbs best, and also recorded the medicinal properties of the herbs. However, they did not mention how the herbs grew. Just like planting crops, how to fertilize them. This could not be said to be a very strange matter. Moreover, the term qi of heaven and earth was only recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Other boxing manuals and ancient books about medicinal herbs were not involved. Instead, there were some vague words in the books that Li Jinfeng occasionally used to amuse him. Zhang Xiaohua came to the side of the field absent-mindedly and sat cross-legged in the straw hut. If it were any other time, he would have already circulated his qi. He quite liked the feeling of drawing qi and refining it. It was like playing with a toy. The more he worked, the more exquisite it would be. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood now. It was strange that his mood swings directly affected the Carefree Heart Sutra. It was very difficult to enter that peaceful, thoughtless state of mind. Without this state of mind, it was also very difficult for him to adjust the frequency of his breathing and release his perception. Zhang Xiaohua spent the whole morning in a dilemma. One moment, he was determined to stand up bravely and admit that he had made a big mistake. The next moment, he shrank back and found excuses for himself. In short, it was almost noon, but he still had not made up his mind. Just as he was having a new round of conflict between good and evil in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly heard a group of footsteps approaching the herb field. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stood up, thinking that it must be the people from the pharmacy hall. But when he looked up, he only saw He Tianshu and the other 4 people. There was not a single unfamiliar face. Looking from afar, He Tianshu and the others did not look as depressed as he imagined. Naturally, they did not look relaxed either. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. Could it be that they were not punished by the pharmacy hall? Without waiting for He Tianshu and the others to come closer, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran up to them. The first thing he said was, "Captain He, I think, it's all my fault," but before he could finish speaking, He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, didn't I say before that this matter is everyone's problem? Don't take the responsibility just because you were the only one taking care of the herb field. That's really meaningless. We all know that you worked hard. If we can't share the pain now, how can we still be considered disciples of the Misty School?" This. Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Then, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Captain He, where did you go this morning? Did you go back to the pharmacy hall?" He Tianshu looked a little worriedly at the herb field that had turned yellow and withered. He nodded silently. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to ask any more. After a while, he finally couldn't hold it in and asked tentatively, "Captain He, that. What punishment did you receive?" He Tianshu didn't say anything. Nia Xiaoer beside him said with a heavy expression, "AI, it's really unexpected. It's hard to explain in a few words. I think." Halfway through his sentence, he sighed deeply and squatted down. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked anxiously, "Don't tell me." Nia Xiaoer held his head and said, "Yes, exactly. I really didn't expect it." Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, "Didn't you say yesterday that at most you would be grounded for a few months and forfeited a few months of salary? How did it suddenly become expulsion today?" Nia Xiaoer said earnestly, "Yes, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the next moment?" Zhang Xiaohua was about to console him sorrowfully. He heard He Tianshu laugh and scold him, "What nonsense are you saying? Zhang Xiaohua, don't think too much and don't listen to Xiaoer's nonsense." Nia Xiaoer jumped up from the ground and said, "Captain He, listen to me. I didn't say a word of nonsense. It was all Zhang Xiaohua who said it." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two strangely and didn't understand, "What's going on? Didn't your hall master scold you?" He Tianshu shook his head and said, "Things don't seem to be as serious as we thought. We discussed yesterday and went to the medicine hall early in the morning to ask for punishment. We tried to take the initiative and be lenient if we were honest. Who knew that hall master Bai wasn't here and elder he was also absent-minded. He seemed to be busy with something. After hearing our report, he waved his hand and told us to come back first. He said that he wanted us to observe first and come to Huanxi Manor when he had time." Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, "These herbs are dying. Will Elder He be able to see them when he comes in a few days?" "Yes, that's what I said too." He Tianshu said helplessly, but Elder He said that he had more important things to do and didn't have any time. He also said that he wanted us to find the cause and see if we can save them. "I see." Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "That is to say, even if the herbs in this medicine field die, you won't be punished severely?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "It seems so." Maybe it's just a monthly fine. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a big stone in her heart fall to the ground. Well, she was anxious for half a day in the morning. It seemed that the medicine hall didn't care at all. Well, it saved her the trouble of standing up. He Tianshu and the others patrolled the medicine field for a moment and looked at the withered and yellow plants, but they still couldn't do anything. In fact, the punishment in the medicine hall was secondary. The key was that they were in charge of cultivating herbs and making medicine. They couldn't accept that the herbs they were so proud of had become like this. They always wanted to find a way to save these herbs. Everyone looked and discussed carefully, but there was still no way. Then they called Zhang Xiaohua to go back to the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been back to the cottage for a long time and was too lazy to go back now. After walking halfway, she wanted to go to the forest to practice martial arts and parted ways with He Tianshu and the others. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua found the feeling of the levitation technique in the arena, she had always wanted to find a chance to experience it. Wasn't this a good time to practice martial arts in the afternoon? In the forest, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't come for a few days, but the scenery was still the same. Today was a cloudy day. Although it was just past noon, there was no sunlight at all. Thick clouds blocked the sky and it was very gloomy. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged under a tree. First, she carefully comprehended the details and main points of the levitation technique in her heart. Then, she repeatedly thought about the experience of using Qigong twice in the arena. Only then did she float up and practice Qigong for the first time. The practice of Qigong was indeed based on talent. She heard from He Tianshu that as long as one's inner strength reached a certain level, Qigong was just a technique. As long as one used their inner strength, they could make their body as light as a swallow. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't someone with extraordinary talent. The levitation technique of the ethereal steps was explained in detail. Moreover, he had indeed used it twice, but he was still unable to make his body move an inch from the ground. After trying it countless times, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly gave up. Because the sky was filled with dark clouds and there were faint scenes of lightning and thunder. In order to not become a drowned rat, he could only rush back to the hut early. Indeed, after he returned to the hut, before he could tidy up the things in the hut, bean-sized raindrops began to fall with pitter-patter sounds. Zhang Xiaohua listened to the distant thunder and the rhythm of the rain hitting the banana leaves. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had returned early. But before the rejoicing mood had passed, Zhang Xiaohua's mind suddenly had a flash of lightning. His hands that were tidying up his things suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly thought of a method to treat the yellowing of the medicinal herbs. Chapter 205. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the thunderclaps, he suddenly thought back to the time when he had been practicing cultivation in the thatched hut in the medicinal plant field. That rainy night, the thunderclaps that seemed to have struck his heart. Then, he thought back to the day when the medicinal plant field was filled with lush green weeds. He even thought back to the minute bits of true energy that had formed in his meridians. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped tidying up, pushed open the door, and ran out, completely ignoring the rain that drenched him. When he ran to the herb field and hurriedly hid in the straw shed, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. He had just run back to the cottage from the forest because he was afraid of being drenched by the rain. In the end, he still could not escape the fate of being drenched. Zhang Xiaohua did not bother to wipe the rain off his body. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to draw the vital qi into his body. However, when he sat down and calmed down, he hesitated again. Zhang Xiaohua still had lingering fears about the feeling of being struck by the heavenly thunder when he drew the vital qi. That was a kind of impact on the soul. It was an indescribable feeling. Fortunately, he happened to be asleep at that time. If he was still awake, he really did not know what the consequences would be. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stopped practicing and hesitated again. Judging from the reaction of He Tianshu and the others when they returned to the pharmacy hall, the withering and yellowing of the herbs did not seem to be as serious as they or he had imagined. Was it necessary for him to take this risk? If he overreached himself and was struck by the heavenly thunder, it would lead to bad consequences. Then, who would know of his painstaking efforts? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought that regardless of whether the withering and yellowing of the herbs was serious or not, it was, after all, the consequence of snatching food from the grass. It was caused by him. If he ignored it, He Tianshu and the others would be punished by the pharmacy hall. Based on his conscience alone, he would not be able to live with it. Perhaps years later, when he thought of this, he would also regret not making the right choice. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes gradually became serious. Looking at the rain outside the straw hut, he became more and more determined. He finally made a choice without any regrets. Holding his breath and calming his heart, he drew qi into his body according to the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. The moment Zhang Xiaohua drew her qi, his heart suddenly relaxed, as if a layer of shackles had been removed. Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind had not only matured, but also improved by a level. The tempering of one's state of mind was complementary to the cultivation of the mental cultivation method. However, the cultivation of the mental cultivation method could be written in words and could become a rule. However, the tempering of one's state of mind depended solely on oneself. Everyone had different encounters and different experiences. The tempering of one's state of mind was also different. Generally, when a master and disciple imparted a mental cultivation method to their disciple, they would often pass on the secrets and key points of the cultivation of the mental cultivation method. Only then would the cultivation of the mental cultivation method be able to step into a normal virtuous cycle. Zhang Xiaohua had only obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra by chance. He pondered and walked forward. How could he know these digressions recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra? He only felt that his heart was very relaxed now, as if he was flying. How could he think of so many reasons? How could he have known that he had taken another huge step forward? Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind was determined. However, the release of his perception was probing. It spread out bit by bit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the medicinal field was still pitifully little, not much different from the last time. However, although there was a lot of rain now, there were very few heavenly thunders in the vicinity. They all sounded in the vicinity. Zhang Xiaohua instantly felt that the distant thunder could not quench the present thirst. However, he did not have the remarkable ability to directly draw the heavenly thunders over. He could only obediently draw the spiritual energy in the vicinity of the medicinal field into his body, hoping that he could also slowly draw the heavenly thunders over. Actually, even at this step, Zhang Xiaohua still held an attitude of giving it a try. He resolutely did this matter. He did not know the relationship between the heavenly thunders and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He also could not guarantee that drawing the heavenly thunders over would definitely attract enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth to revive the withered and yellow medicinal herbs. However, he knew that this was the only way he could possibly save these medicinal herbs. If he did not do this, these herbalists would definitely wither and die. Time passed bit by bit. Zhang Xiaohua also drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body bit by bit. The spiritual energy entering his body was still very subtle and imperceptible. Following the circulation of the vital energy in his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua could faintly feel his own progress. However, this progress was not what Zhang Xiaohua hoped for. He slowly became a little anxious. He did not want to draw the spiritual energy into his body. If it continued like this tonight, wouldn't it go against his original intention? Just as he was thinking, a faint sound of thunder sounded from the horizon. Although it was still extremely far away, this sound of thunder was different from others. This sound of thunder was extremely far away and somewhat faintly discernible. However, The sound of large and small pearls falling on a jade plate could not be masked in the slightest. It was as if it was hitting Zhang Xiaohua's heart. He could not help but be moved in his heart and secretly said, "Could it be that the heavenly thunders have been attracted to me?" Sure enough, the continuous sound of thunder sounded, as if it was beating the drum in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. It was getting closer and closer. However, when the anticipated sound of thunder sounded, Zhang Xiaohua's heart became even more perturbed. Last time, he was only struck by the heavenly thunders before he slept. This time, if he did not sleep in time, what would it be like? Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to stop drawing the spiritual energy. However, calculating the time, it was already close to midnight. If he stopped now, he might fall asleep in a while. How could he still draw the spiritual energy into his body? How could he still attract the heavenly thunders? Moreover, if he did not succeed today, would it be rainy tomorrow or the day after? Would he still have a chance? A pile of unknowns made Zhang Xiaohua not dare to stop. Time was the answer to all questions. When the last explosion of the heavenly thunders sounded in the sky above the medicinal field, along with the appearance of the lightning, the explosive energy streaked across the sky. The energy was full of exuberant vitality. At the intersection of the energy in the air, rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly appeared. If that rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was on a normal day, it would have already diffused between heaven and earth. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside the medicinal field, was using all his strength to draw the spiritual energy. Although the newly generated spiritual energy in the sky was far away from him, there was still a subtle tendency to drive the newly born and tyrannical spiritual energy to rush in the direction of the medicinal field. As a result, an astonishing scene appeared once again. Endless spiritual energy poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores like a raging bull. There was not the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. Zhang Xiaohua's body, which was not afraid of even acupoint sealing, was instantly filled with blood. It was the blood that seeped out of his pores when they were broken. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua truly experienced for the first time what the Carefree Heart Sutra described, between heaven and earth, the inexhaustible and diffused primordial qi. However, this primordial qi did not need to be drawn by him anymore. It was as if they had found a home, and they swarmed in without any order. The primordial qi of heaven and earth that poured into his body was also not like before, fine and undetectable. From fine, to flowing streams, and then to surging torrents, Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind also changed from doubt to understanding, and then to panic. When the primordial qi of heaven and earth flowed like a flowing stream, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood that the Carefree Heart Sutra was not an ordinary record. He could deeply experience all the descriptions in it, including the inexhaustible primordial qi, the route it took to enter the body, the gathering of primordial qi, the tempering of primordial qi, and so on. However, when the primordial qi surged like a torrent, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely panicked. This was a state of losing control. The primordial qi flowed in disorderly, and it was not only his pores that burst, but also more and more primordial qi that gathered and rushed into his already stabilized meridians. Although his meridians had already burst and repaired when he was not aware of it, in front of an even greater amount of primordial qi this time, they could not withstand a single blow, and immediately broke inch by inch. While Zhang Xiaohua endured the heart-wrenching pain in his body, he sighed in his heart, "Is this a state even crazier than qi deviation?" After the panic, it seemed that the cultivation of the state of mind had taken another step forward. A wave of emptiness and tranquility rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, forming a stark contrast with the pain of his body. What was the use of seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence? He had already chosen this path, and although the consequences were not what he wanted, but it was already near, so what was the use of panic? His life might have come to an end today, but he did not know if the herbs in the medicine field outside were nourished by primordial qi at this time. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had no time to pay attention to other things. He only felt his eyes darken, and then he lost consciousness. He did not know if it was because of the pain that caused him to faint, or if it was because of the arrival of midnight that he was as tranquil as a dream. In short, the flickering that was like breathing, unseen by the naked eye, enveloped his entire body, resonating with the stars in the sky. Endless starlight shone all around him, forming a thin film of light on Zhang Xiaohua's body. The starlight was like the previous rainy night, filtering out the tyrannical primordial qi. On one hand, it repaired the completely damaged meridians, and on the other hand, it guided the vitality into the mysterious depths of his mind. Everything went from disorder to order, gradually entering a path that Zhang Xiaohua did not know. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua in the straw hut, at this time, in the small courtyard, He Tianshu was also unusually depressed. Before nightfall, He Tianshu tossed and turned in bed because of the yellowing of the herbs, unable to fall asleep, so he went to find Zhang Xiaohua to ask about the situation. However, Zhang Xiaohua's house was lit, and there was no sign of her. He was very puzzled, and waited for a long time, but no one came back. He Tianshu occasionally thought of the straw hut by the side of the medicine field, but looking at the incessant rain outside, and the faint sound of thunder in the sky, he immediately rejected the idea of Zhang Xiaohua going to the straw hut. It was not until late at night when the sound of thunder increased that he returned to his own house. Usually, He Tianshu rarely slept, and would use internal energy to replace sleep. However, today was different. A normal rainy night or night with thunder was not conducive to internal energy cultivation, and the roaring thunder was extremely easy to cause a person to go astray. He Tianshu did not want to go to the underworld because of a moment of loneliness, so he forced himself to close his eyes and sleep. However, this night was destined to be an extraordinary night. He Tianshu felt that the thunder that filled the sky seemed to be right above his head, rolling non-stop, and only faintly fading when the sky was close to dawn. Chapter 206. After the sound of thunder faded away, He Tianshu, whose heart was palpitating with fear, slowly fell asleep. There were many people who didn't fall asleep in the small courtyard. There were also many people who didn't fall asleep in the entire Huanxi manor. Even in the misty manor, there were many people who didn't fall asleep. They all seemed to be thinking in their hearts, which unlucky fellow had done something bad to attract the heavenly thunder for the entire night. Even if it was an immortal, would he also be struck to pieces? The sound of thunder faded away, but the rain didn't have the slightest sign of stopping. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and not a trace of sunlight could be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the straw hut, suddenly opened her eyes. That trace of light in her deep eyes flashed and disappeared without a trace. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up, she was first at a loss. Following which, she was pleasantly surprised. Feeling her entire body with both hands, she didn't find any missing parts. Then, as if she had thought of something, she immediately rushed out of the straw hut, completely ignoring the rain that filled the sky. Facing the faint light of dawn, everything in the medicine field was already clear in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with emerald green, mixed with a little bit of withered yellow. The scene that she was used to seeing looked exceptionally beautiful at this moment. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua actually stood in the rain, letting the rain pour over her head and body. Her face was even more wet. She didn't know if it was all the rain. Or was it Zhang Xiaohua's tears? In short, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were wet and her nose was sour. This night, she didn't work in vain. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to recall the danger of last night. She immediately rose from the ground and ran towards the small courtyard. There was a distance from the medicine field to the small courtyard. That small path had been washed by the rain for the entire night and was rather muddy. After running a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua's feet were full of mud and she almost fell. Hence, she unknowingly used the ethereal steps. The levitation technique had an immediate effect and actually pulled Zhang Xiaohua up a little from the ground. Then, using the ethereal steps technique, Zhang Xiaohua nimbly flew towards the small courtyard like a swallow. Fortunately, it was still early in the morning. Everyone had been disturbed by the thunder and lightning throughout the night. They were currently catching up on their sleep, and no one had woken up so early. Otherwise, they would have been shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's profound qin gong. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the courtyard, he immediately ran to He Tianxu's door and banged on it. He shouted, Captain He, the herbs are alive. The herbs are alive. In the small house, He Tianxu was still in a daze when he suddenly heard someone shouting, the herb is alive. First, he was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. But soon after, he looked into the dim little house and laughed at himself, don't tell me I'm dreaming. What I think of in the day is also a dream. How can that herb be alive? He Tianxu turned over and was about to regroup and look for Zhou Gong when the door of the small house shook. Zhang Xiaohua's familiar voice sounded again, Captain He, the herb is alive. This time, He Tianxu really believed that he wasn't dreaming. He hurriedly rolled out of bed and jumped to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a drenched Zhang Xiaohua. She was covered in water and there were traces of blood on her body and clothes. He Tianxu anxiously asked, Zhang Xiaohua, what happened to you? Where did you go? You're covered in rain. Also, why is there a red color here? Is it blood? Then, he actually sniffed a few times and said, where did this stench come from? Looking for the source of the stench, He Tianxu looked at Zhang Xiaohua suspiciously. Zhang Xiaohua was about to tell He Tianxu about the herbs, but when he heard He Tianxu say that there were traces of blood and a stench on his body, he hurriedly looked down. Yes, there were a few traces of red on his cuffs. Looking carefully, the rainwater dripping down his hands and feet also had a faint red color. However, at this time, the sky was still dark, so he couldn't see clearly. Zhang Xiaohua thought of the stinging pain on his body before he fell asleep last night. He must have been injured last night. He raised his sleeve to his nose and smelled it. It really did have a fishy smell. She rolled her eyes and smiled, it's nothing, Captain He. Maybe I fell on the road and scraped myself. I don't have any smell on my body. Is your nose broken? Then, she quickly changed the topic and said, Captain He, good news. Most of the herbs in the herb field are alive. There are also a few that are yellow and withered. When He Tianxu heard this, he didn't care about anything else and said in astonishment, really? That's impossible. At this time, Nia Xiao, and the others who were awakened by Zhang Xiaohua's thunderous banging on the door also put on their clothes and walked out. They all heard Zhang Xiaohua's shocking news. They also looked at He Tianxu with an expression that said, don't lie to me, I won't believe you. Zhang Xiaohua saw that no one believed her and anxiously pulled on He Tianxu's clothes and said, you guys don't believe me? Let's go. Why don't you follow me to the herb field to see? He Tianxu was also anxious and was about to run into the rain when Nia Xiao, pulled him back and said, Captain He, umbrella, umbrella. Only then did He Tianxu wake up. Everyone went back to get umbrellas and quickly walked out of the house. He Tianxu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's sorry state and said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua, look at you. Hurry and go wash up and change your clothes. You don't know how to use internal energy and your body is still weak. Be careful not to catch a cold. You don't need to follow us. The herbs are already alive. You've also just seen them. You can go later. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and agreed. She was covered in rain and might even have blood stains on her body. It wasn't a good idea to follow them. Thus, after He Tianxu and the others went out with umbrellas, she quickly went back to the house to get an umbrella and clean clothes and went outside to wash up. When Zhang Xiaohua was washing up, she found that her body was covered in a thin blood cocoon. It had already solidified. After being washed by the rain, a lot of it fell off her body and stuck to her clothes or flowed along the rain to the ground. There were also black things in the blood cocoon that gave off a fishy smell. The smell made people want to vomit. However, she didn't find any injuries on her body. Pure white and flawless. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Yesterday's stinging pain was clearly on the surface of her body. Could it be that after a night, it had completely healed? Or was her feeling wrong and it was purely an internal injury? However, with Zhang Xiaohua's current level of internal energy cultivation, if she wanted to check her meridians, she still had to sit cross-legged and circulate her energy. When she washed up, it was better to just wash up. The other fishy smell that made He Tianshu suspicious actually appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's body as early as when they were in the Guizhuang house. However, it was only a little and the smell wasn't this strong. Zhang Xiaohua only thought that she was sweating a lot because she was tired from daily work. Today, it appeared 10 times more and gave Zhang Xiaohua a reminder. A phrase immediately flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, cleansing the body and cleansing the marrow. Wasn't this a phrase that she had just seen in the 4th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra? It seemed that when the Carefree Heart Sutra was cultivated to the 4th layer, it would have the effect of cleansing the body and cleansing the impurities in the cultivator's body. She had just started cultivating, so how could she cleanse the body and cleanse the marrow? Moreover, what was the deal with that slight fishy smell in the past? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt that there were many things about her that she couldn't understand. In the past, she didn't care and was too lazy to think about it, but now that more and more things were happening, she had no choice but to re-examine herself. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua noticed the wide black bracelet on her left wrist. It had been a long time since she left the Guizhuang house, and Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the lost and ignorant youth from before. She already had a deep understanding of the world and the ways of the world, not to mention something as common as a bracelet. Zhang Xiaohua gently took off the bracelet from her wrist. This bracelet was more than twice as wide as a normal bracelet, but it was extremely thin and dark. When she looked at it carefully, she could almost get lost in it. When she turned it slightly, she could actually see a trace of starlight in it. But what time was it? When Zhang Xiaohua looked up, the entire room was sealed and filled with water vapor. How could there be any light coming in? After looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see anything special about it. This bracelet had been on her wrist for so long that she had long forgotten about it, treating it as a part of her arm. Now that she thought about it, many inexplicable things that had happened to her seemed to be related to this bracelet. And these inexplicable things were extremely beneficial to her. Since they were beneficial to her, why should she delve into it? Time was the answer to all questions. Presumably, at some point in time, even if she didn't want to know, the secret of this bracelet would appear in front of her. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and put the bracelet back on her left hand. Just as she put it on, she seemed to feel that something was wrong. She took it off again, but still felt that something was wrong, so she put it on again. After doing this for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She finally found out what was wrong. The bracelet could actually retract by itself. When she put it on her wrist, it would shrink to the same thickness as her wrist. It was just right for her to wear, so she didn't feel like she was moving up and down. Moreover, the bracelet was so light that it was almost weightless. It was the same as not wearing it at all. Moreover, when the bracelet was taken off her wrist, it would automatically become thicker, just enough for her palm to pass through. At this time, no matter how stupid Zhang Xiaohua was and how she couldn't be sure that the bracelet was related to the changes in her body, there was one thing that she was absolutely certain of: this bracelet was definitely not ordinary. Thinking about how extraordinary the bracelet was, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of an old saying: an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. This was what Lu Qian, Li Jinfeng and the rest, as well as He Tianshu, had told her. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to wash up at this time. She carefully thought about everything that had happened since she got the bracelet. It seemed that other than her parents, eldest brother and second brother, no one else knew that she had such a bracelet. Even her parents thought that she had thrown away this little toy long ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved. Chapter 207. Now that she knew how precious the bracelet was, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to keep it. It would have a magical effect if she wore it close to her body. Who knew if there would be any abnormalities if it left her body? Besides, it was obvious that it was better to wear this kind of thing with a rough appearance. No one would think that their most precious thing was so simple to wear on their wrist. After Zhang Xiaohua cleaned up, the longest washing was finally over. After putting on his clothes, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly threw away the clothes that were not old and tattered, but were stained with blood and smelly. He had already tried to clean his house in a simple manner, but the black stains could not be washed away no matter how hard he washed them. He could only reluctantly part with them. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard, the rain didn't lessen at all. He Tianshu and the others hadn't come back yet. Zhang Xiaohua was amused. Yesterday, they said that it didn't matter. In fact, they all felt aggrieved in their hearts and felt that they didn't do their best. Today, when they heard that the herbs were alive again, they were probably reluctant to leave the medicine field. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua returned to the medicine field, he Tianshu and the others all held umbrellas and stood beside the medicine field, laughing and gesticulating. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come back, he Tianshu asked with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, where did you go last night? Don't tell me that he's really staying alone in the hut beside the medicinal field." Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Captain He. I feel that the withering of the herbs has a lot to do with me, so I feel uncomfortable if I don't stay by the side." Hearing that, everyone was moved. Nye said, "The thunder was incessant last night, and it was right above our Huanqi mountain villa. Weren't you afraid at all?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I was very afraid at the beginning, but I got used to it." Although he Tianshu knew that Zhang Xiaohua had a bad habit of sleeping soundly at night, he was touched by her mood to stay by the field alone on such a rainy night, even if it did not help the revival of the herbs. He Tianshu frowned slightly and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, you've been keeping watch for a whole night. Do you know how this herb was saved?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't tell him the truth. She pretended to rack her brains and said, "Captain He, I really don't know. You also know that the rain last night was very heavy. Before the rain, I looked at the medicinal field and saw that nothing had changed. Everything was yellow and withered. After the rain, I returned to the straw hut. I felt that nothing had happened during the night, only the sound of thunder was incessant. Moreover." At this point, Zhang Xiaohua purposely paused for a moment before continuing, "Furthermore, when I woke up in the morning, I was just worried about the medicinal field. Only then did I realize that the medicinal plants were alive, so I immediately went to inform you. As for the specific reason, I really don't know." He Tianshu thought for a moment and knew that what Zhang Xiaohua said was the truth. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just a youth who knew a little bit of boxing skills. He was very ordinary, so it was impossible for him to have any power to turn back and restore the medicinal plants. Moreover, he also knew that Zhang Xiaohua had a bad habit of sleeping soundly, so why would he expect to get any useful information from his mouth? But Zhang Xiaohua was after all the first person to discover the changes in the medicinal plants and was also the only one who was keeping watch in the medicinal field. He could only ask again and again. Could it be that the medicinal plants were short of water? He Tianshu came up with an unimaginable thought. But the growth of medicinal plants was different from ordinary crops and flowers. They didn't need to be watered daily, or even watered once every few days. The roots of these medicinal plants were usually rather developed and had enough ability to absorb water from the soil. But if it wasn't because of a lack of water, how could they be revived after a night of heavy rain? He Tianshu was somewhat scratching his ears and cheeks. He had to find a reason to tell the elders in the medicine hall. They all knew that these medicinal plants were about to wither, and now that they suddenly came back to life, there had to be an explanation. At this moment, He Tianshu was secretly regretting. If he had reported to the hall a little later, how good would that be? The rain didn't stop and everyone didn't want to return to the small courtyard. After standing by the medicinal field for a while, Nia Xiao'er scurried everyone into the straw shed. But this straw shed that Zhang Xiaohua had built was originally for one purpose, so how could it accommodate so many people? The few of them were laughing and joking inside and almost tore down the straw shed. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel bad about it. This straw shed was used to practice inner force skills. Now that they knew that it was harmful to the medicinal plants, naturally they couldn't continue to practice here. Zhang Xiaohua had already planned to wait for the weather to clear up and immediately tear it down. He Tianshu didn't know Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little distracted, he thought that he was distressed over the straw shed that he had built himself. He scolded Nia Xiao'er and the others and then asked them how they should deal with the elders in the medicine hall if they came to inspect. Actually, for this kind of matter, as a team leader, He Tianshu didn't need to discuss it with Nia Xiao'er and the others. But today's matter was very strange. Who knew when it would be leaked to the medicine hall and he didn't know the reason? If he didn't discuss it, it would leave a hidden danger for him. Seeing that He Tianshu asked such a question, Nia Xiao'er and the others looked at each other. Yes, the matter of the medicinal plants dying had already been reported. Who knew, in a while, the elders in the medicine hall would come. How should they deal with it? Just say that the medicinal plants that were about to wither yesterday had revived because of the heavy rain last night. Could the elders believe these words? Hence, Nia Xiao'er and the others all talked at once and thought of many reasons, but He Tianshu shook his head. In the end, everyone's mouths were dry and they were at a loss. In the end, it was He Tianshu who made the final decision. Just tell them the truth. It was up to them whether they believed it or not. That was the truth. What kind of nonsense could they make up? Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, heard He Tianshu and the others discussing and finding the culprit that saved the medicinal plants. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Fortunately, she didn't show herself. If they knew that she could save and nourish the medicinal plants, wouldn't she be locked up and studied like a monster in the future? Who knows, they might even ask her to solve the problem of the seeds of those medicinal plants not germinating. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a thought. The growth of these medicinal plants required the nourishment of the qi of heaven and earth. Then, shouldn't the germination of the medicinal plants also require the nourishment of the qi of heaven and earth? Did the seeds of these medicinal plants that could germinate successfully germinate because they required less qi of heaven and earth? Did those medicinal plants that didn't germinate require a lot of qi of heaven and earth, so they couldn't germinate? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. She was almost certain of her conjecture. However, to remove the big stone in Oyan's heart and help these seeds germinate, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to do it. He risked his life to attract the heavenly lightning and almost cracked his meridians. Only then did he save those medicinal plants. And this rich qi of heaven and earth still couldn't make the seeds buried underground germinate. It could be imagined how much qi of heaven and earth those seeds required. It was estimated that even if Zhang Xiaohua was turned into charcoal, it still wouldn't be fulfilled. However, since Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation required the qi of heaven and earth, and the germination of the seeds also required the qi of heaven and earth. Perhaps when Zhang Xiaohua found the cultivation method, it would be the time for the seeds to germinate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly made up her mind. Since she knew the reason why the seeds couldn't germinate, she naturally would try her best to find a solution. Not for anything else, but for Yan's kindness to her. Until the afternoon, when the heavy rain stopped, and a huge rainbow hung in the sky, the elders of the medicinal hall still didn't come. Tianshu and the others couldn't help but feel sad for being forgotten by the medicinal hall. They were still trying their best to plant the medicinal plants and report the situation of the medicinal plants to the hall in time, but looking at them, it seemed that they had forgotten about it. Although they were sad, Tianshu and the others were also disciples of the Misty School. They had been trained by the sect for so many years, and the belief of being loyal to the sect leader and the Misty School had long been rooted in their hearts. Therefore, since the others ignored them, they had to go and report the good news themselves. Seeing that they were going back to the medicinal hall, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. This medicinal field was no longer able to cultivate, and there was no qi in the forest. Where could she go to cultivate? Naturally, it was the medicinal hall. There were many medicinal plants there. It shouldn't be a big problem for her to snatch some on the way, right? Although this right was a question, in fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already defined it as a yes. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to the medicinal hall with him, Tianshu immediately realized that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't returned the special approval token from Hall Master Bai. During the martial arts exhibition, he only saw Zhang Xiaohua taking the limelight, but he forgot about this token. When he returned to the Huanxi villa, he encountered the matter of the medicinal plants, so he threw everything to the back of his mind, let alone a token that had nothing to do with him. Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, you should return the token that Hall Master gave you. After all, the martial arts exhibition is over. It's not good to keep holding on to it. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, okay, Captain He, this is the last time. I'll return it to you before we come back tomorrow. Tianshu smiled and said, no, you can give it to me now. What's so fun about the medicinal hall? I don't think there's anything new there. Why do you want to go there? Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He, that place is where you grew up. Naturally, you don't feel much about it. But I haven't been there much. I want to go and have a look. How about this? When I enter the medicinal hall, I'll give you the token. How about it? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua haggle like this, Tianshu felt rather helpless. Going to the medicinal hall wasn't a big deal, but he always felt that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Misty School. Going to the medicinal hall wasn't a legitimate thing. In the past, he was apprehensive about Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude and didn't dare to have the idea of accepting Zhang Xiaohua as a disciple. However, during the martial arts exhibition, Zhang Xiaohua helped the Misty School regain their face. He secretly doubted his own vision. But since Zhang Xiaohua had already shown her talent to gang leader O, the honor of being Zhang Xiaohua's master wouldn't fall on his head. Thus, he didn't want to have such extravagant thoughts. Otherwise, he would have already found Zhang Xiaohua to have a heart-to-heart talk. Chapter 208. In the end, Tianshu failed to resist Zhang Xiaohua and took him and his disciples to the pharmacy hall. As soon as they entered the ethereal heights, they felt a different feeling. They couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was, but it felt different from before. Not to mention that the guards at the archway were obviously more conscientious and questioned Zhang Xiaohua a lot. If it weren't for the fact that a guard at the square of the meeting hall had seen Zhang Xiaohua's great power and had a deep impression of her, it would have been difficult for them to enter with the token of Huanxi Mountain Villa that Zhang Xiaohua wore. After entering the villa, the number of disciples on the road increased significantly. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua came here, he rarely saw ethereal sex disciples in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other. However, today was different. Along the way, he saw countless small groups whispering to each other under the trees and at the corners of the walls. Their expressions were strange. If they all squatted down with twigs in their hands, Zhang Xiaohua might know what they were doing. But if they whispered like this, even though Zhang Xiaohua's ears and eyes were sharp, she couldn't hear clearly. Zhang Xiaohua could only look at He Tianshu and the others strangely. Unexpectedly, He Tianshu and the others were also confused. When they returned to the sect yesterday, everything was normal. How did it become like this in just 20 hours? Could it be that something big happened in the sect? This thought flashed in the minds of He Tianshu and the others at the same time. What could it be? Monk Changgung of the Dalan Temple had just brought the little monk back with the light of friendship of the Misty School. He wouldn't turn hostile immediately. Could it be? What could it be? No one knew, not to mention Zhang Xiaohua. But after all, the pharmacy hall was some distance away from the archway and was not within the activity range of the disciples of the pharmacy hall. Therefore, until they arrived at the pharmacy hall, they didn't see any familiar disciples, and it was difficult to catch any hint of sensitive information. Seeing the entrance of the pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a shadow in her heart. She had just been protected by the guards of the archway. Perhaps the pharmacy hall, which was even more heavily guarded, would interrogate her even more. Sure enough, although the guard had seen Zhang Xiaohua before, he still checked everything about Zhang Xiaohua seriously. His meticulous look made Zhang Xiaohua laugh. She almost wanted to say to the guard, "Big brother, don't pretend. We've seen each other just a few days ago." However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out the token that Hall Master Bai had given her, the guard was put in a difficult position. He said, "Little brother, it's not that I don't know you, nor am I purposely making things difficult for you. Hall Master Bai just said this morning that without his note, no one who isn't a member of the medicinal hall is allowed to enter the medicinal hall." Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered. How did this pharmacy hall become a place where things were done based on a note? Although gang leader O had already promised to give him a token to allow him to enter the pharmacy hall freely, he hadn't gotten that imperial sword yet, after all, so he had no proof. Therefore, he could only look sideways at He Tianshu. He Tianshu was really helpless under his resentful gaze, so he quietly asked, "Little brother guard, I don't know what happened in the gang. Why is it so strict? It's not the first time that Zhang Xiaohua has entered our pharmacy hall. Can you make things easier for her?" The guard bitterly said, "Captain He, do you think I want to do this? I heard that this little brother has helped our Misty School regain face. If it's within my ability, I will definitely take care of him. However, this is Hall Master Bai's order this morning, so I don't dare to overstep it." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't want to make things difficult for him. She just wanted to take advantage of other people's medicinal herbs and draw more vitality into her body. Since this path was blocked, Zhang Xiaohua thought of retreating. She was just about to return the token to He Tianshu when she heard a series of hurried footsteps. A group of people came out from inside. First was an old man with a ruddy complexion and skin as fine as a baby's. Following behind him was a group of older elders. When He Tianshu and the others saw them, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings to Hall Master and elders." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped her hands in greeting. Hall Master Bai was in a hurry. He just waved his hand slightly and was about to go out the door. However, when his eyes swept past Zhang Xiaohua, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen Zhang Xiaohua in the last competition of the martial arts exhibition. He had also seen O Peng's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, he had just learned that Zhang Xiaohu had been recognized by O Peng and had agreed to teach him the ethereal divine art. Even if such a young man didn't have outstanding martial arts and wasn't a disciple of the Misty School, he still didn't want to offend him. Therefore, he stopped slightly and asked, "He Tianshu, what's the matter?" He Tianshu hurriedly smiled and said, "Hall Master, yesterday we reported to the elders that the herbs we planted in Huanxi Mountain Villa were dying." Hearing this, Hall Master Bai couldn't help frowning. He Tianshu hurriedly said, however, after last night's wind and rain, this morning, Zhang Xiaohua found that most of these herbs had been saved. Therefore, we hurried back to report, so that the elders wouldn't have to come to Huanxi Mountain Villa in vain. He Tianshu naturally wanted to help him punish Zhang Xiaohua by giving the first credit of finding the herbs alive to Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, he mentioned the elders in the end to vent his depression of waiting for a day. Hall Master Bai couldn't help but laugh. He said with a smile, "Don't complain. I know you've been working hard in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Yesterday, I heard from the elders that the herb's death was not caused by human effort. They didn't mean to punish you. You must have seen that since today, strange things have happened not only in Huanxi Mountain Villa, but also in our pharmaceutical hall and other places in the sect. How can the elders in the hall have time to go to Huanxi Mountain Villa? Hurry back to your residence. Be careful these days. Don't go back to Huanxi Mountain Villa for the time being." Hearing this, He Tianshu hurriedly saluted and said, "I don't dare. I'll listen to Hall Master." Then he hurriedly returned the token to Hall Master Bai and said, "Zhang Xiaohua still wants to enter our pharmaceutical hall. What do you think?" Hall Master Bai didn't take the token and said, "Let Zhang Xiaohua take this token. Today's situation is special, so I gave a strict order. However, since you've come to the door, it's impolite to not let you in. Go in first, but don't run around. Remember, don't run around." After that, he hurriedly left. Looking at the token in He Tianshu's hand, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to call Hall Master Bai and tell him that she didn't need this token. However, this was obviously humiliating him. Now Zhang Xiaohua, who was mature, couldn't do it. Anyway, this token was not heavy. It didn't matter if she took one more. Following He Tianshu and others into the pharmaceutical hall, Zhang Xiaohua faintly realized why Hall Master Bai had given a strict order to prohibit the disciples outside the pharmaceutical hall from entering and leaving. The disciples of the pharmaceutical hall all looked serious, as if there was a great disaster coming. He Tianshu hurriedly stopped a disciple he was familiar with. After asking carefully, he knew that something big had happened in Ethereal Heights last night. Last night's thunder was very loud. Huanxi Mountain Villa was so close to Ethereal Heights that it almost thundered above the Misty School's head. For the whole night, none of the disciples in the school dared to practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength. When they got up in the morning, it was no different from the usual morning. They just felt that the air was extraordinarily fresh. However, on this beautiful morning, two incredible things happened. First, the disciples of the pharmacist hall, as usual, were patrolling the medicinal fields. They discovered that the medicinal plants in the fields were growing at a crazy rate. It was almost the height of a normal 10 days of growth. Even the weeds in the fields had grown very tall. They naturally had to report this phenomenon to the elders in the pharmacist hall. Secondly, the Misty School had a total of 5 forbidden areas, 3 of which were occupied by the pharmaceutical hall. Usually, although the disciples in the school were not allowed to come close to the forbidden areas, the herbs in the herbal field near the forbidden areas had always grown better than in other places. Therefore, occasionally, there would be disciples coming here to look at the herbs. Speaking of which, they were unlucky. There were 2 disciples who heard that there was a strange phenomenon this morning where the herbs were growing like crazy. Naturally, they thought that the herbs at the edge of the forbidden areas must be more luxuriant, so they eagerly came to observe. However, who would have thought that when they just walked to the edge of the forbidden areas, before they could see the situation of the herbs clearly, one disciple disappeared into thin air. The other disciple was so scared that he almost fell to the ground and struggled to crawl out. Only then did someone report to the hall master. Before Hall Master Bai had time to give an order to prohibit the disciples from approaching the forbidden areas, there was news that 2 more disciples had disappeared near the forbidden areas. The most frightening thing was that it wasn't just the pharmaceutical hall. One of the other 2 forbidden areas had also devoured a disciple. Only the last forbidden area was too far away from the Misty School's disciples' area of activity, so there was no strange phenomenon. This kind of strange phenomenon where the disciples disappeared into thin air was hard to explain. This caused the entire Misty School to be in a state of panic, afraid that the misfortune of disappearing disciples would suddenly befall them. However, an order from the Hall Master came soon after. No one was allowed to come within 20 feet of the forbidden areas. As long as they were within 20 feet of the forbidden areas, they would be safe. In fact, the Misty School's rules had long stated that the disciples were forbidden from going near the forbidden areas. However, there hadn't been any strange phenomena in the forbidden areas for hundreds of years, so everyone had long forgotten about it. The disappearance of the disciples and the Hall Master's order to reveal that there were 300 taels of silver here reminded the Misty School's disciples once again that there were hidden dangers in peaceful times. Don't forget the dangers around you just for the sake of long-term peace. Hearing this, He Tianshu and the others' expressions changed. When they were young, they often went to play near the forbidden areas. Now that they thought about it, they were still scared. They were really lucky not to have been devoured. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of confusion. The strange phenomenon last night, the rolling thunder, could be said to have been caused by him. Wasn't it just drawing in a large amount of yuan qi? How could the forbidden areas devour people? Chapter 209. Hearing that such a supernatural event had happened in the sect, Yi Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua worriedly and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, the sect is not peaceful now. I think you should go back to Huanxi Villa first. You just heard that Hall Master Bai asked us to stay in the pharmacy temporarily. You have to go back and take care of the medicine field. Don't play here. After that, he gave the token back to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it. He laughed and said, Captain He, I'm not a child. How can I run around? I've only seen one of the forbidden areas in the sect from afar. I won't go in. Besides, I came here with great difficulty. Do you have the heart to drive me away now? I haven't even put a stool under my butt yet. He Tianshu said earnestly, Zhang Xiaohua, don't you see that the disciples and the sect are in a state of panic? Do you still have the mood to joke? Listen to me and go back quickly. Zhang Xiaohua tilted his head and said, Captain He, it's getting late. I'll go back now. I haven't tidied up my room yet. You can't let me stay in the straw shed. The herbs have already come alive. It's meaningless for me to stay there. He Tianshu listened to him talk about the straw shed and the herbs. He could only nod and say, all right, since you're determined to stay in the pharmacy hall today, then come with me. I'll take you to the guest room. However, you must remember, don't go anywhere. I don't have time to accompany you, okay? Zhang Xiaohua heard and nodded happily. He kept promising that he wouldn't go out. He Tianshu didn't know whether to believe him or not. This leg was on Zhang Xiaohua's leg. No matter how capable He Tianshu was, he couldn't control it. After sending Zhang Xiaohua to the guest room, He Tianshu told him again and then hurried back. As he walked, he said, you still want to sleep in the guest room at this time? Don't leave your life here. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know that he was talking to himself? However, he had originally planned to stay in the guest room and cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. He had no intention of going out for a stroll, so how could there be any problems? When He Tianshu was far away, Zhang Xiaohua looked around the empty courtyard. She closed the door tightly and quickly walked into the house. The guest room was very quiet and tidy. He really didn't know why it was so clean when no one was staying here. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the couch and sat cross-legged. She was not in a hurry to draw qi into her body. Last night, the thunder rumbled, and Zhang Xiaohua fainted. However, with the help of Twinkle, she did not stop practicing the Heart Sutra. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned by the resurrection of the herbs. She hurriedly informed He Tianshu and the others. Then, she washed and changed her clothes. She did not have time to check the qi in her body. Zhang Xiaohua had only just learned the basics of the Heart Sutra. She could not move her heart at will and check her inner force cultivation at any time. Only when she went to a place where there was no one and sat cross-legged to draw qi could she carefully sense it. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She was overjoyed. A day ago, the jinqi in his body was as thin as a thread. But now, it was as thick as a cotton thread. It was at least 10 times thicker than before. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be flabbergasted by this improvement. Then, he began to think. If he could attract lightning every day and cultivate in a place with dense jinqi, wouldn't he be able to enter the second stage of the Carefree Heart Sutra much earlier? However, just as this idea appeared in her mind, she immediately nipped it in the bud. Attracting heavenly thunder was just a risky move. If she was at the end of her rope, perhaps it could be used as a glimmer of hope. If she had to take this kind of shortcut every day, Zhang Xiaohua secretly estimated that she would be struck into ashes 2 or 3 times. After all, she knew nothing about the pain last night and what happened after she fainted. Perhaps the bracelet could protect her for a while, but how could she count on it for a lifetime? On the road of cultivation, she had to take one step at a time. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her heart lighten. It was as if she had taken off a layer of gauze. She felt as if her heart was facing the moon. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and prepared to guide the qi. This time, it was easier to calm down than before. Not long after, she entered the state. Zhang Xiaohua followed the circulation route of the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. She guided the qi that was as thin as a cotton thread to flow smoothly through her meridians. Every time it flowed through a meridian, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the meridian and the nearby body were incomparably comfortable. After a cycle, her whole body felt as if it had eaten something very nutritious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise in her heart, no wonder everyone wants to practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength. I didn't expect it to be so refreshing. After a cycle, the qi that was as thick as a cotton thread didn't have any obvious changes, but Zhang Xiaohua had a hint of understanding in her heart. This qi didn't have any changes, but the growth was subtle. She couldn't perceive it. Just like when she just took the qi into her body, there was qi, but she didn't know why. After checking the results of attracting thunder last night, Zhang Xiaohua released her perception out of her body again. In an instant, she felt that the qi of heaven and earth in the outside world seemed to be richer than the last time she came. However, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. She attracted thunder last night. The qi of heaven and earth was so rich that the herbs in the Huanqi Mountain Villa could survive. This pharmacy was not far from the Huanqi Mountain Villa. There were more herbs than there, so it could definitely retain more qi of heaven and earth. Thinking of more qi of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. Was the forbidden area of the Misty School related to qi of heaven and earth? Could it be that when the qi of heaven and earth was rich, it could trigger some changes in the forbidden area? However, she seemed to have done the shady business of attracting thunder a month ago. Why didn't the forbidden area change? Thinking deeper, the first time she attracted thunder was just an accident. That night, the qi of heaven and earth in the Huanqi Mountain Villa was just a little richer, but it was a far cry from last night. Not to mention this pharmacy, there shouldn't be much more qi of heaven and earth than before. Presumably, it couldn't trigger any changes in the forbidden area. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh in her heart. What was she thinking about? As the ancient said, curiosity killed the cat. She didn't want to explore the forbidden area out of curiosity. Only an idiot would do that. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua used the Carefree Heart Sutra to relax all the pores on her body. She released all her senses and guided the qi of heaven and earth into her body. The chi of heaven and earth floating outside seemed to be directed by an invisible hand. It was like a long river or a sea, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua's body. The rushing was so fast that it even brought a slight breeze. Zhang Xiaohua happily guided the chi of heaven and earth into her body while thinking to herself, I don't know how much chi of heaven and earth there is in this pharmacy. Is it enough for those medicinal herbs to use? Will the medicinal herbs in the pharmacy also wither and die if I guide the chi of heaven and earth into my body like this? However, she didn't show any signs of stopping. She wasn't a disciple of the Misty School, let alone a disciple of the pharmacy. Why would she have such scruples? This Misty School had a big business. It shouldn't be a problem for her to waste a little, right? Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was wantonly guiding the Misty School's chi of heaven and earth into her body from the pharmacy's guest room, Hall Master Bai of the pharmacy hurriedly brought Elder He and the others to the meeting hall. The meeting hall was already filled with the middle and upper management of the Misty School. The atmosphere was very solemn. After Hall Master Bai, Elder He, and the others saluted Gang Leader O and the other colleagues, those who should be seated sat down. Those who should be standing behind others also stood in their positions. Gang Leader O looked around and said seriously, since everyone is here, I'll say a few words first. Although the forbidden area devoured people today was caused by a natural disaster, in my opinion, it was completely caused by the disciples ignoring the rules of the faction. The faction's rules have always recorded that the disciples are forbidden to go near the forbidden area. Because there hasn't been any abnormalities in the forbidden area all these years, it caused the disciples to ignore the forbidden area and the faction's rules. Everyone, you live in hardship and die in peace. This is a typical example of not paying attention to safety and putting the faction's rules on the shelf. This is just some changes in a few forbidden areas. If there is really a strong enemy suddenly attacking the Misty Mountain Villa, how will our disciples perform? O Peng paused for a moment and drank a mouthful of tea before continuing. Also, our ethereal sect is a big sect that has existed for thousands of years. Even though we are on the decline now, we are all working hard. We are all contributing our youth and hot blood to bring the ethereal sect to greater heights. However, details determine success or failure. Everyone, thousands of years ago, the seniors of our Misty School made a detailed emergency plan. When it came to the emergency, where did the plan go? How many of you here know how to deal with the emergency? Go out and take a look. What have the brothers in the faction become? Each and every one of you is like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. All kinds of opinions, rumors, and guesses are coming out. If the women of Mingsue Hall are so frightened, I can understand. But who are they? Some of them are wearing brocade clothes, some of them are wearing high-level clothes, and some of the management staff are also participating. Look, what is this like? Is this still the behavior of a disciple of a big faction? If you had studied the emergency plan early on and practiced the emergency plan in advance, how could this have happened? O Peng was endlessly scolding. Below, everyone lowered their heads, their faces full of shame. To be honest, this was the first time they had heard of the emergency plan. They didn't even know what the contents were. But from what O Peng said, this kind of thing existed thousands of years ago. It must be something important. Why didn't they learn it? After reading it, they still needed to spend more time on learning in the future. Seeing everyone's ashamed appearance, O Peng was also incomparably refreshed. Only in this way could he not let down the novelty that he had found by flipping through the books in the faction early in the morning. Chapter 210. After O Peng was done with his lecture, he coughed and said, skill can only be seen in the subtleties. Everyone, we still have a long way to go in order to realize the great goal of revitalizing the Misty School. Don't let your guard down. I still want to walk proudly in the martial world with everyone when our Misty School is proud and elated. When everyone heard this, they all stood up and said, "We will follow sect master's instructions." Only then did Peng reveal a trace of a smile. He gestured with his hands and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. We've lived these peaceful days for too long, so much so that we've forgotten the dangers of Jianghu. These peaceful days are for us to conserve our energy and work hard for our future rise. We can't treat it as warm water to boil a frog to death. Just look at the Dalan Temple, a small law enforcement hall, and they were able to strut around at our Misty School's grand ceremony. They were simply going too far. If we don't catch up, how can our Misty School have a place in this splendid martial world? Alright, I won't say any more. I'll share my thoughts with everyone and pass them on to the commoner disciples of the third rank and above. Let them build up their confidence and not make groundless accusations just because of a trace of strangeness." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Peng asked, "How's the situation in the various forbidden areas?" Hall Master Bai of the Pharmacy Hall hurriedly stepped forward and replied, reporting to Sect Master, "This subordinate has arranged for people to guard the 3 forbidden areas of the Pharmacy Hall, preventing others from approaching. The situation in the forbidden areas is the same as this morning. The thin white mist is still the same. It hasn't shrunk back, nor has it expanded outwards." Hall Master Shur of the Divine Machine Hall also hurriedly stepped forward and replied, reporting to Sect Master, "The same is true for the forbidden area of the Divine Machine Hall." Zhang Qingyue also stepped forward and said, reporting to Sect Master, "The disciples of the forbidden area behind the mountain also sent people to guard it. They didn't allow others to come close to observe." Peng nodded and said, "The disciples' emotions are still somewhat unstable." Hall Master Bai and Hall Master Shur both said in shame, "Sect Master, please punish us. This subordinate wasn't strict enough." Peng didn't say anything and just said, "Actually, as long as you're a human, even if you're a martial arts expert, you're bound to have a psychological fear of unfamiliar and dangerous things. It's understandable. They only know that the forbidden area is a place that no one is allowed to approach according to the rules of the society. Before, they didn't know the details, so they didn't have any reverence for it. Now that they know it can actually kill people, it's natural that they'll be terrified." Then, he waved his hand and had the 3 of them return to their seats. Then, he said, "Actually, this forbidden area of the sect was the holy land of the sect thousands of years ago. However, the world changed and it became what it is today. As for the disciples who went missing, they may have encountered other opportunities and may not have lost their lives." When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. They all looked at Peng, waiting for the Grand Gang leader to clear up their doubts. However, Peng smiled and said, "These things are all secrets of the faction. Only the previous faction leaders know about them. The reason I'm revealing some of them here is to make you feel a little more at ease. I can't tell you anything else." Only then did everyone withdraw their gazes. They thought to themselves, "It's different to be a faction leader. He really knows more than us. It's not that we don't study hard, it's that we don't have the opportunity to study at all." At this time, Peng said thoughtfully, "Actually, the appearance of the forbidden area is something that has never happened in hundreds of years. For our Misty School, it may not be a bad thing. Perhaps it's a kind of opportunity." Then, he suddenly tilted his head and asked Zhang Qingyue, "Has the matter I asked Zhang Xiaohua to do been completed?" Zhang Qingyue was stunned. His eyes were full of stars, and he looked at his respected master with admiration. He said to himself, "He is indeed my idol. Look at his thinking. What a big leap. Just now he was talking about the forbidden area. Why did he suddenly talk about Zhang Xiaohua's fist manual?" When he heard Peng say that it was the matter he asked Zhang Xiaohua to do, he knew that his master didn't want others to know about the Big Dipper magical fist manual. He said, reporting to faction leader, "I just finished the last day of the martial arts exhibition yesterday. Today, I encountered the forbidden area. I haven't had the time to look for him yet." Peng said, "Then hurry up and do it." This matter is very important. Put down other matters first. Zhang Qingyue's heart trembled. He thought to himself, what's the big deal about recording the fist manual? I originally wanted someone else to do it, but it looks like I have to make the trip myself. Although he thought this, he quickly responded, I'll follow faction leader's orders. After saying this, his heart couldn't help but move again. Could it be that the forbidden area, the opportunity for the Misty School, had something to do with Zhang Xiaohua's fist manual? But even if the Big Dipper magical fist manual was the best fist technique in the world, it was still just a fist technique. Could it carry forward the Misty School? Hearing that Peng wanted to look for Zhang Xiaohua, Hall Master Bai of the Pharmacy Hall hurriedly stood up and said, reporting to faction leader, that Zhang Xiaohua you mentioned is now in the Pharmacy Hall. Do you want to call him over? Huh? Peng couldn't help but be stunned. He said, why did he go to the Pharmacy Hall again? What's so attractive about your Pharmacy Hall that he actually wants a token from me? He wants to enter and leave the Pharmacy Hall freely. Speaking up to this point, he ordered Zhang Qingyue, when you go, tell him about the matter you promised Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Qingyue nodded in agreement. Hall Master Bai was also dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. He said, this subordinate also doesn't know. However, he came with the Pharmacy Hall's disciples, He Tianshu and the others. He said that he wanted to report about the Huanxi Mountain Villa's medicinal herbs. Peng asked curiously, what happened to the Huanxi Mountain Villa's medicinal herbs? Did those seeds germinate? Hall Master Bai replied, the seeds didn't germinate. It's just that the other medicinal herbs withered and came back to life today. Then, he told Peng everything he knew. Peng's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He muttered, is the world really going to change? But then, he became dispirited again. He said, but, even if there are changes, how can our Misty School take the initiative? Then, he fell into deep thought. The other people in the conference hall were puzzled. Although Peng's voice was soft, everyone had profound inner strength. They had already heard what he said. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What did the survival of the medicinal herbs have to do with the world changing? What was the world changing into? How could the Misty School take the initiative? But seeing Peng like this, they thought that these were the secrets of the faction. They had no right to know. They could only look at Peng quietly, hoping that he would reveal more. But after a while, when Peng realized that he had lost his composure, he didn't say another word. Peng put away his forceps and said in his mind, sorry, everyone. I was distracted for a moment. Hall Master Shi immediately said, big sect leader is busy every day. It must be tiring for you. Why don't you rest early? As for the rest, why don't we talk about it tomorrow? It's not anything important anyway. Peng thought for a moment and said, actually, it's not that tiring. I was just a little distracted. Alright, you've all been tired for a day. The feeling of having your heart palpitating and your body palpitating doesn't feel good. Tell the disciples that the forbidden area isn't filled with man-eating monsters. It's our holy land. Let them have a good sleep today and don't think too much. Everyone accepted the order and left. Before Hall Master Bai of the Medicine Hall left, he said, big sect leader, you don't have to give Zhang Xiaohua the token you gave him. I've already given him one. It's fine as long as he can use it. Peng waved his hand and said, no need. I've already promised him. How can I go back on my words? Besides, your token can only be used in the medicine hall. Who else in the sect will recognize it? Hearing this, Hall Master Bai was shocked. He thought to himself, this Zhang Xiaohua only one face for the Misty School in the arena. Why is big sect leader's reward so great? Zhang Xiaohua only wants to enter and leave the medicine hall freely. He must be willing to serve the herbs and read the books in the hall. Judging from big sect leader's words, it seems like the entire Misty School is willing to let him roam freely. What's wrong with this? Hall Master Bai didn't have time to think. He left the meeting hall with everyone with doubts. Zhang Qingyue was the last to leave. Just as he moved, he heard O Peng say, "Qingyue, wait for a moment. I have something to say to you." Zhang Qingyue immediately stopped and returned to his original spot. After everyone had walked far away, O Peng stared at Zhang Qingyue for a long time. Only when Zhang Qingyue felt his hair stand on end did he say, "Qingyue, you're the eldest disciple of our sect's leader. It's been hard on you all these years. You've handled all the sect's affairs in an orderly manner. You've been a great help to me." Zhang Qingyue was baffled. He quickly bowed and said, "Big sect leader is exaggerating. It's all big sect leader's credit. This disciple was only there to help." O Peng saw Zhang Qingyue's modesty and said with a smile, "I know you're humble. However, I've seen everything you've done. I won't treat you unfairly." Zhang Qingyue quickly bowed and thanked him. O Peng said again, "Do you know why I asked you to stay behind today?" Zhang Qingyue was stunned. He thought for a moment and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could it be? O Peng's martial arts were excellent. He already knew Zhang Qingyue's thoughts from the changes in his body. He secretly praised Zhang Qingyue's quick-wittedness. He said, "Qingyue, you guessed right. Since you're the eldest disciple of the sect's leader, the position of sect leader will naturally be yours. There are many things that I should tell you early. Otherwise, if you forget in the future, it'll be very bad." Zhang Qingyue calmed his emotions and said, "Master, there's still a lot of time in the future. Why are you in such a hurry?" O Peng said, "Your state of mind is not bad. However, there are many changes in the forbidden area. I'm sure there will be many more in the future. I'm telling you early so that you can be mentally prepared." Zhang Qingyue nodded and listened quietly. O Peng looked at the empty hall and sighed, "Speaking of this forbidden area, I have to mention the immortal puppet from 10,000 years ago." Immortal puppet. Zhang Qingyue was shocked. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 211. Zhang Qingyue was very puzzled and asked, "Master, what is this immortal puppet? It sounds very awkward." O Peng took a sip of tea and let out a long breath. This immortal puppet, as the name suggests, is the annihilation of the immortal Tao. The annihilation of the immortal Tao? Zhang Qingyue was shocked and almost jumped up. Are you talking about the immortals in those books that people read when they're bored? Don't they live as long as the heavens and have great magical powers? How can they be annihilated? Also, Zhang Qingyue asked suspiciously, "Do these immortals really exist? Why haven't I seen them before?" O Peng looked at Zhang Qingyue and was not surprised. When he heard his master talk about the annihilation of the immortal Tao, his reaction was much stronger than his. His mental state was much stronger than his back then. Therefore, he smiled and said, "The immortal Tao I'm talking about is the path of cultivation, which is the path from a mortal to an immortal. Moreover, how can there be any immortals in this world? They are all in the heavens." Zhang Qingyue smiled and said, "Master, you're deceiving me. When I was young, my grandmother always told me stories about immortals in the heavens, but how come no immortals came down from the heavens?" O Peng said, "The heavens I'm talking about is not the sky above our heads, but another world." Another world? Zhang Qingyue was completely confused. O Peng looked at the young man who was shocked by new knowledge and was very satisfied. He said, "Although there are no immortals in our world, a long, long time ago, probably 10,000 years ago, there was a group of people who wanted to cultivate to become immortals. They called themselves immortal cultivators. They had incomparable magical powers, could fly, and could move mountains and seas. Moreover, their lifespans were very long. In the eyes of mortals, they were actually no different from immortals. Ah! Zhang Qingyue was dumbfounded and said, "Aren't they immortals? By the way, Master, can you tell me what the other world is like?" Peng frowned and said, "About that, the secret books in the sect don't record it. They only say that when immortal cultivators reach the peak of our world, they will fly into the clouds and become immortals. They will fly into the other world. As for whether that world is above our heads and what it looks like, no one knows. No immortals have ever returned from that world." "Oh, I see." Zhang Qingyue somewhat understood. Then, Zhang Qingyue couldn't help but ask, "What about now? Where did those cultivators go? Have they all ascended to become immortals?" Peng smiled bitterly and said, "According to the sect's secret records, it is not easy to become an immortal. There might not even be 1 in a million people who can succeed. How can it be as you think? Everyone has become an immortal." Zhang Qingyue was puzzled and said, "Since they haven't cultivated to become immortals, didn't you just say that they have a long lifespan? There must be some who have lived until now. Why haven't I seen them before? You haven't even heard of it?" As soon as he said that, his eyes lit up. Could this be related to the destruction of the immortal Tao? Peng nodded and said, "Yes, it's because the immortal Tao was destroyed that they couldn't survive until now. Even their inheritances have changed." Then, Peng sorted out his thoughts and said slowly, "Actually, in the beginning, there was no immortal Tao in this world. There were only mediocre ordinary people who lived a muddled and rigid life. I don't know when, but 4 immortal cultivators suddenly came to this world. Seeing the pleasant scenery of this world and the simplicity of the world, he decided to stay and establish a sect here to teach his disciples." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyue opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but he didn't dare to interrupt Peng. Peng saw this and said, "Qingyue, what do you want to ask?" Zhang Qingyue asked curiously, "Master, I want to know how these 4 immortal cultivators came to this world. They must have come from the sky." Peng smiled and said, "The secret books recorded that they used something called transmission formation." Zhang Qingyue nodded and knew that his master hadn't seen it before, so he didn't say anything more. Peng pondered for a while, then continued, "They're the same as us martial artists. What we cultivate is Jinqi, and what they cultivate is also Jinqi. However, our Jinqi is created by our own thoughts, and is tempered and matured within our own bodies. They, on the other hand, draw something from the outside world called heaven and earth yuan qi into their bodies, and form their own Jinqi. Forget it." At this point, Peng became somewhat impatient, and waved his hand, saying, "Let's not compare martial arts with cultivation. Many words are the same, so it's easy to confuse them. Immortal cultivators attract heaven and earth yuan qi into their bodies and cultivate in their bodies. They widen their meridians and gather true qi. All of their spells, escape techniques, sword techniques, and so on are based on heaven and earth yuan qi. It's said that immortal cultivators' cultivation levels are divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and so on. I don't know the specifics, but it seems that there are some legendary realms after that." At this time, Zhang Qingyue interrupted Peng's words and asked, "Master, can you tell me specifically what these realms are?" Peng thought for a moment and said, "I've probably read about it in some secret books. The qi refining stage is where one can draw the world's yuan qi into one's body to refine one's meridians and body, and accumulate one's foundation. Once one reaches a certain level, one will reach the foundation building stage. After reaching the foundation building stage, if one continues to cultivate, a small sphere will form in one's dantian, which is called the golden core. Even if one enters the golden core stage, when one cultivates to a certain level, the golden core will shatter, and a small baby will be born from the golden core. It seems that after reaching the nascent soul realm, you can use the nascent soul to fly and go wherever you want to go." Zhang Qingyue listened and was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, Master, is what you said true? The more I listen, the more it sounds like a story told by my grandmother. Peng laughed and scolded, Chengyue, I'm also your master who taught you martial arts since you were young. When have you seen me beat you up? These are all recorded in the secret books in the sect that are only for the sect leader's reference. You'll know when you read them in the future. Zhang Qingyue touched his belly and said, Master, isn't the Dantian here? I cultivate true qi every day. Why can't I form a golden core and then hatch a nascent soul? Peng didn't explain to him and continued, these 4 immortal cultivators established their own sects and established 4 immortal cultivation sections. They spread their branches and leaves in our world. However, these 4 immortal cultivators cultivated for many years and were unable to truly become immortals. In the end, they died like cranes, leaving behind only their orthodoxy and opening the path of immortal cultivation. Zhang Qingyue was stunned and said, even the ancestors of immortal cultivation didn't truly cultivate to become immortals. Can this path of immortal cultivation really be walked? Peng said awkwardly, about this, the secret books didn't say whether or not there were people who cultivated to become immortals. I'm not too sure. Soon after, he said with a deep meaning, even if you can't cultivate to become immortals, with the magical ability to overturn rivers and seas and the ability to fly, what's the difference between you and immortals? On this path of immortal cultivation, there are naturally countless people. Zhang Qingyue nodded thoughtfully. Just like practicing martial arts, not everyone could be a top master. However, even the average master was several times stronger than an ordinary man. Naturally, there were many people who wanted to practice martial arts, let alone immortal cultivation. Peng said again, when immortal cultivation was prosperous, there were 4 big immortal cultivation sects in this world. There were also many small sects that split from the 4 big sections. There were even many rogue cultivators who relied on some methods from the 4 big sects to cultivate. According to the records in the secret books, there were often mortals who saw immortal cultivators riding rainbows, white clouds, and flying swords in the sky. Moreover, immortal cultivators also had the temperament of mortals. If there was a conflict, sword qi would be unstoppable, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to flow backward. They were really no different from immortals. That's right, the divine abilities of cultivators are not to be underestimated. They can refine elixirs that can increase one's power, refine weapons that can be used to refine magical weapons, and draw talismans that can gather the qi of heaven and earth into the talismans to achieve a certain effect. These pills were really good stuff. Not only were they useful for humans, they were also useful for some animals with quite a lot of spiritual aura. Occasionally, many animals were also able to obtain pills. The very lucky ones were unexpectedly also able to cultivate. Animals can also cultivate? Zhang Qingyue felt this was inconceivable. Yes, immortal cultivators call them Zuyoists. However, the path of immortal cultivation in our world was too short, so these Zuyoists didn't have too many achievements. Many of them were immortal cultivators' spiritual objects, which were given to them to look at their immortal caves as playthings. In fact, there were not only immortal cultivators and Zuyoists, but also Xiamoists. Xiamoists? What's the connection between them and the current devil cult? They both have the word devil in their names, so they must be related. However, it's been too long and the records in the secret books are not very detailed, so I can't say for sure. By the way, Master, just now you kept talking about the 4 great immortal cultivation sects. Which 4 sects are they? Peng thought for a while and said, the 4 great immortal cultivation sects are the Incense sect, the Dalan Temple, the Shendao sect, and, at this point, Peng's face was full of pride. The last one is our Misty School. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyue was shocked. Our Misty School is also one of the 4 great immortal cultivation sects with such a powerful background. But, Master, don't tell me you're also an immortal cultivator. Peng said, of course I'm not an immortal cultivator. If I were an immortal cultivator, how could our Misty School still be like this? Zhang Qingyue said, that's right. Since immortal cultivators are so powerful, naturally everyone would go to immortal cultivation sects. How could you also practice martial arts? But why are there only martial arts now and no immortal cultivators? Oh Peng said with a smile, that's the crux of the problem. Immortal cultivation and martial arts can't be mentioned in the same breath. Why is that? Zhang Qingyue thought for a while and said, it's because of the difference in power. Oh Peng shook his head and said, that's because when immortal cultivators ran amok in this world, they didn't have martial arts at all. Ah! Zhang Qingyue was shocked again. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.